Chapter 4102. Boom, boom, boom. Similar scenes continued to appear one after another. In the void, a series of huge roars that made people's souls tremble constantly resounded, reverberating endlessly. Just as Gong Huaji's energy palm blasted out and killed half of the zombie general squad in an instant, the giant energy fists and claws of the other three immortal old monsters also blasted out. As for the other 6 zombie general squads, 3 of them had suffered a great calamity. A large number of zombie generals and commanders had been blasted apart. Not even a piece of meat could be seen. They had all been blasted in a bloody mist in the air, making people feel disgusted and terrified. Especially the squad that was blasted by the old devil mosquito butcher's fist. It was almost completely annihilated. The old devil was at the late stage of the immortal realm, and his strength was much stronger than that of Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang. At this moment, when this fist blasted out, it directly wiped out an entire squad of 1,000 zombie generals. Even Elephant Fox Martin and the other 2 immortal old monsters looked sideways, their faces full of fear. Especially Long Shantang, who came from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion. When he thought that this old monster, whose strength was higher than his, was invited by Yi Xian, who had a grudge against him, it made him feel uncomfortable, his face twitching. In just one blow, nearly 1/4 of the zombie generals and elites that had been split into 7 teams had been killed in the blink of an eye. More than 1,000 of his trusted subordinates had been killed. This scene made Tooba Linfeng furious, but there was nothing he could do. While suppressing his anger, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, screech. Along with this roar, Tooba Linfeng, using his identity as a zombie emperor, sent out some kind of invisible and intangible signal. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't catch it. Only the universe's zombie race could sense the mysterious life frequency signal. The situation was too serious. Although he had the immortal power, and even in a desperate situation, it was not impossible for him to resist 2 immortal old monsters by fully activating the heavenly demon blade in his hand. But it was obviously meaningless. There were 4 immortal realm old monsters guarding the heavenly river star. If this continued, even if he could break through, all the zombie generals and commanders under his command would be buried here. This price was too heavy. The zombie generals and commanders that he was preparing to bring with him were his trusted subordinates who had followed him from the very beginning. He had spent a lot of energy to cultivate them, and only then did they reach the size they were today. No matter what, he absolutely could not give up like this. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. His purpose was to create new chaos and create a new opportunity for them to break out of the encirclement. Roar! Roar! Without waiting for Tuol Linfeng's roar to end, from the right side of the void, roars filled with incomparable ferocity resounded. It was also from the mouth of a universe zombie, and the aura was extremely strong, at least Sector Lord Advanced Stage. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. He had calculated and calculated, but he didn't expect that in addition to the universe zombies inside the Heavenly River Star, there were other universe zombies hibernating in the distant void at the edge of the Heavenly River Star. In this way, the victorious Return Legion's fleet of 10 million battleships and 4 immortal old monsters had formed a full-scale encirclement around the Heavenly River Star, and it was completely meaningless. This was originally done to prevent zombies from rushing out of the encirclement and escaping. This was to spread the highly infectious zombie virus that had a terrifying evolution speed. But now, there were universe zombies outside the encirclement. Even if all the universe zombies in the encirclement were killed, what was the point? In the end, it was a temporary solution. Rumble boom! Just as his heart was beating wildly, and he turned his head to look, there was a terrifying roar coming from the direction of the void. At the end of the void, more than 100,000 meter-long fortresses were reflected in his line of sight, and they were rapidly approaching. These hundreds of fortresses looked obviously strange, like commercial starships, but the surface of the ships was damaged. At a glance, it was as if they had just been attacked by space pirates. But this was obviously just a disguise. Their true ferocious appearance was soon revealed, shocking everyone. These hundreds of damaged starships were extremely fast and seemed to have activated a space jump, but there was no unique buzzing and trembling sound when starships launched space jumps. But in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the outer battle circle, close to the starships that were exterminating a large number of corpse slaves. Ka-cha-cha! Almost in the next moment, the sound of machinery grinding that made one's scalp go numb came out from the hundreds of Shang air fortresses that jumped over strangely. In just a few breaths, they turned into ferocious behemoths that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Their bodies were green and black, and their shells were glowing with a cold metallic light. Zay! It was about the same size as the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no one would associate it with a giant star scorpion when they saw it. But these were clearly not the so-called starships. They were simply transformed from universe zombies. They were the hundreds of zombie fortresses under Tuoba Linfeng's command that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation. Since occupying the Sky River Star, all the universe zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command went out in batches to hunt. Every time they went out, these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation would be dispatched. This was because the zombie squad needed them to transform into damaged commercial fortresses as bait in disguise. It was also because of this reason that these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were used as tools for hunting evolved extremely quickly. Today, they were all Sector Lord level cultivators. At this moment, as these hundreds of Sector Lord level zombie fortresses transformed into their true forms, their bodies appeared in the void. From the original fortress, large amounts of universe zombies fell out, appearing in the void. Other than the 3,000 domain Lord-level zombie generals and 30 sector Lord-level zombie commanders, there were also hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had just evolved into elite zombie soldiers because of this hunt. A large amount of them, in the blink of an eye, occupied a large portion of the void. Furthermore, these elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders that fell out of the hundreds of zombie fortresses all activated the zombie blood in their bodies at the first moment, transforming into terrifying and ferocious giant universe zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the heaven-shocking roars and howls, all the zombie elite soldiers, generals, and commanders completed their zombie transformation in a short breath of time. Some transformed into 100,000 feet large rotting flesh bone dragon. Some transformed into a ferocious beast covered in pus and blood. Chapter 4103. This scene was too shocking. A group of terrifying giant zombie beasts suddenly appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. It was really too frightening. The huge motley crew was scared silly at first. After a short moment of silence, a tide of shocked cries rang out. Oh my God, what did I just see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? The omnipresent universe zombies. Their auras are so powerful and terrifying. Zombies. Universe zombies. Oh my God. Are we being surrounded? Run. Along with these horrified exclamations, the miscellaneous troops in the periphery of the battle circle were in complete chaos, especially the border area closest to the universe zombies that had just arrived. It was a complete mess. However, this was obviously not the worst. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a new unforeseen event occurred. Lily, far in front of the outer circle, among the hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had rushed in from the outer circle, hundreds of stronghold zombies that had just transformed into their giant zombie bodies from the damaged merchant ships, all raised their heads and roared. Immediately after that, a hair-raising scene appeared. These hundreds of stronghold zombies that could transform into a huge stronghold, but now they had transformed into their giant beasts. Not only did they not directly rush into the outer circle of starships to wreak havoc, they instead began to devour each other, killing each other. Such a scene was too shocking. It was simply shocking. The hundreds of stronghold zombies all had sector lord level cultivation, and the direction of their evolution was special. They were all mutated metal types. Right now, their bodies looked like giant beasts and had a metallic luster. Obviously, they were extremely tough. Tough, it made people shudder. But right now, facing such a crazy devouring each other, their bodies were like paper. Often, they would open their mouths and tear off large chunks of flesh from their companions. Even when they chewed, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. This scene was strange. It made people scratch their heads. Hundreds of sector lord-level giant zombie beasts. This was definitely a very powerful force. If they were to join the battle, it would definitely be a catastrophe. But now, they were devouring each other and killing each other. No one knew what was going on, but they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Something was amiss, and everyone knew this. Soon, the results were out. In less than a minute, the 100-sector Lord Zombie beasts had been devoured by each other, leaving only 60 to 70 of them, losing 2/3 of them. Unfortunately, the remaining 2/3 of the giant zombie beasts were all at the initial universe grade from the Sector Lord level. However, this wasn't the end, as the 60 to 70 universe grade zombie beasts didn't stop. Instead, they continued to devour each other. Moreover, as the number of zombie beasts decreased, the remaining survivors emitted stronger and stronger auras. Half a minute later, there were only 30 or so zombie beasts left. However, the auras in their bodies had reached the late-stage universe grade. In less than half a minute, only 15 of them were left. However, the surviving ones had late-stage universe grade auras. When there were only 8 zombie beasts left in this area, the auras in their bodies had broken through to the immortal grade. Finally, in just a dozen breaths, the 8 zombie beasts had turned into 4 fourth-level immortal grade existences. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the mid-stage of the immortal grade. Even the cultivation of the elephant fox marten, gong huaji, and long shantang were only at this level. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short 3 minutes. When everyone finally came back to their senses and realized what had happened, there were only 4 of the hundreds of huge zombie beasts left. Their cultivation strength had actually reached the level of an elephant fox. The elephant fox marten and the other 2 were in a stalemate. Even the 4 immortal grade old monsters guarding the Sky River Star couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw such a terrifying scene. Goblet cultivation. It's actually the goblet cultivation. This kind of creature is too scary. It actually has such a terrifying effect when devouring each other. It's even more ferocious and overbearing than the goblet cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 sector lords have turned into 4 mid-stage, immortal-grade old monsters. How are we supposed to live? Look, those 4 immortal-grade zombie beasts seem to want to continue devouring each other. Are they still not satisfied after reaching the mid-stage of the immortal grade? Do they have to make 2 late-stage immortal-grade beasts, or 1 peak immortal-grade beasts? F***CK. Stop them. Stop them immediately. Even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was shocked when he saw the 4 mid-stage immortal-grade beasts in the distance. They seemed to want to continue devouring each other. This kind of method was not only ferocious, but also too shocking. A mid-stage immortal-grade old monster should be able to deal with more than 100 Sector Lord zombie beasts with some effort. However, after devouring each other, the 4 mid-stage immortal-grade zombie beasts had turned into 4 mid-stage immortal-grade beasts. Under such circumstances, a mid-stage immortal-grade old monster would only be tortured if he rushed over. It was simply unscientific that such a terrifying change could happen after devouring each other. All of this was obviously related to some kind of evolved bloodline in these zombie beasts. It was too terrifying. According to this, as long as they could create enough zombie beasts, wouldn't they be able to create marquee-level immortals in a short time through this kind of ferocious devouring each other? Upon realizing this, even Yi Xian couldn't help but show a look of horror on his face. No matter what, all the zombie beasts with the goblet cultivation bloodline had to be killed. If such a terrifying evolved bloodline wasn't killed, it would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Boy, it should be enough for one person to stay here with you. The other two, follow me. We'll deal with the situation over there first. It was also at this moment that old ghost mosquito butcher suddenly let out an explosive shout. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He had actually used teleportation to charge towards the periphery of the battlefield. Then, Long Shantang and Gong Huaji also disappeared and followed him. Compared to the army of zombies that had already been surrounded, the army of zombies on the other side of the battlefield was obviously more dangerous, especially the 4 zombie behemoths that had already reached the middle stage of the sempiternal realm. If they were allowed to continue fighting each other, it would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 4104. Along with the departure of Wen Tu, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang, the situation of the inner battlefield around Sky River Planet instantly changed greatly. Disregarding the hundreds of millions of zombie slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole zombie elite soldiers, there were more than 5,000 universe realm zombie generals here. Besides that, there were over 50 region Lord Realm zombie commanders. Of course, there was a final boss, the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng. Even though his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sempiternal realm, he possessed the heavenly devil physique and the formidable bloodline of the first-generation zombie progenitor. Originally, there were 4 eternal realm experts here, so there was naturally no problem at all when facing all of this. They simply didn't feel any pressure at all, and they even had the ability to crush the enemy. But now, the 3 eternal realm experts had left, and only Yixian and the elephantine mink remained here. Even though there were still 10 million victorious return battleships, half of them were responsible for the encirclement and couldn't be rashly thrown into disorder. The other half were basically dealing with the 100 million corpse slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole realm zombies. Elite troops. In other words, the remaining 5,000 plus universe realm zombie generals, 40 plus region Lord Realm zombie commanders, and the initial stage sempiternal realm zombie emperor could only be dealt with by the elephantine mink and Yixian. Yixian was obviously not suitable to deal with the former. Even though he had many abilities, the battlefield was too chaotic right now. Both sides were mixed together, so it wasn't suitable for him to utilize the Battle of the Stars. On the other hand, Tuoba Linfeng was a bastard that he'd unintentionally created, so Yixian still felt that he had the responsibility to end Tuoba Linfeng's existence. I'll leave those zombie generals and zombie commanders for you to deal with. Make sure that not a single one escapes, and kill as many as you can under the precondition that. Yixian didn't hold back when facing the elephantine mink, and he directly spoke in a commanding tone. As he spoke, his gaze had already shot towards Tuoba Linfeng, who was at the other side of the battlefield, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. After that, zombie leader, just leave it to me. He won't be able to escape. Right at this moment, Tuoba Linfeng's provocative gaze looked over here. He was also looking forward to this battle. This guy was quite arrogant. He smiled faintly and hooked his finger at Yixian. Then, he turned his head and looked to the side. He raised his head and let out a fierce whistle, as if he was demonstrating his power. Screech! As he howled, he flipped his right hand, and an incomparably sinister black, demonic blade appeared in his hand. Zhong! Following a clanging sound that was filled with endless joy and ruthlessness, the demonic blade slashed out with a loud bang. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, suddenly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, and it was filled with ferocious gaps as it slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly devil blade crossed the endless void and slashed the hull of a large fortress. A loud noise shook the sky, but the fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the ship, there was a tide of horrified screams, but after half a breath, everything stopped in an instant. The sinister demonic blade gushed out endless demonic aura. It spread out in an instant like the thickest black fog, completely shrouding the entire fortress. This large fortress, with a diameter of 100,000 meters and the dozens of fortresses around it, were completely invisible at the same time. Moreover, while the hull was wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura, there was a screeching sound of metal friction coming from inside. It was extremely horrifying. However, in just a short span of time, everything returned to silence. The dozens of starry sky fortresses completely disappeared. In the void, the demonic baleful chi drifted like a black fog, but the figure of the great fortress could not be seen. These large fortresses that were enveloped by the heavenly devil blade's black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour them seemed to have been completely devoured. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body, the void where the dozens of fortresses were originally located was already empty. An incomparably ferocious black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it returned to Tuoba Linfeng's hand. The black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura surged, shrouding his body, exuding endless demonic aura. Middle stage, immortal realm? What a wonderful feeling. With the return of the demonic blade, the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura that surged endlessly around it rushed into Tuoba Linfeng's body. This was the energy feedback. When the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura gushed out of his body again, it had completed some kind of refining and completely turned into Tuoba Linfeng's own power. It made his cultivation realm break through from the early stage of the immortal realm to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Although this kind of breakthrough could not be achieved only because the dozens of starry sky fortresses and a large number of flesh and blood lives in them were devoured. It must be that Tuoba Linfeng had almost accumulated enough. The harvest just now was just a coincidence, and it just happened to make up for the last bit of demonic aura of the demonic aura needed for the breakthrough. However, this scene was still too shocking. Not only did Long Shantang's eyelids twitch, but even Yixian gasped when he saw this. Then, even more intense, killing intent burst out from his eyes. This guy's strength is too fast. It's simply outrageous. Today, I must kill him no matter what. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Screech, don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll swallow all of you. Leave no one behind. Jia. Tuoba Linfeng's cultivation realm had suddenly broken through to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Now his battle strength had greatly increased. He was ecstatic. After saying this, he raised his head and let out a roar. Then his body shook, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory and ferocious heavenly demon. This ferocious heavenly demon's body was as big as 10,000 feet. Its whole body was like a black fog. In the blink of an eye, it drifted away, rushed into the encirclement, and shrouded one of the fortresses. It was going to start a crazier plundering and devouring. Clearly, this heavenly demon wanted to use this crazily devouring to break through to the middle stage of the immortal realm, the peak of the immortal realm, or even the marquee immortal realm. If this was really the case, no matter what, he would not be able to survive today. Boom! Rumble. The sound of explosions and miserable howls resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the battleships were firing, but the battleships were retreating. Obviously, the commanders in the battleships were extremely afraid and did not dare to let this ferocious heavenly demon get close to them. Seeing this, Yixian finally made his move. He could not sit still and watch Tuoba Linfeng devour his troops in front of him, as if they were resources to strengthen himself. Heavenly Demon Blade? I didn't expect it to fall into your hands after escaping from the back of the giant void tortoise. This is good. I have obtained the inheritance of the giant tortoise. It is my duty to suppress this heavenly demon blade. To you and me, this battle is like fate. It's time. Chapter 4105. The demonic blade was a primordial treasure. It belonged to the supreme level heavenly demon from the opposing camp in the primordial era. In the primordial war, the primordial supreme heavenly demon left this blade on the back of the void giant tortoise, a supreme level powerhouse on his side, in a sneak attack. Moreover, The heavenly demon seemed to have had a fierce battle with the void giant tortoise. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, but the void giant tortoise was severely injured. Perhaps the celestial demon had used some special method in that battle, resulting in the celestial demon blade remaining on the back of the spatial colossal tortoise in the long years that followed, as if it was a seal that suppressed the tortoise. However, the void giant tortoise was still a supreme-level existence. Even if it was severely injured, even if the heavenly demon had used some other unknown means, even if the demonic blade had been left on its back and had never been forced out. However, the void giant tortoise did not die because of this. Although the void giant tortoise's recovery was delayed because of the demonic blade, and it was in a bad state due to its serious injuries, the demonic blade, which was originally a primordial treasure, had actually been damaged in such a long time as stalemate. Even when it was in the hands of Tuoba Linfeng not long ago, the demonic blade had recovered slightly because of the repeated devouring and stripping. However, it was still far from being fully recovered. This could be seen from the gaps that covered its ferocious blade. After being refined by Yi Xian several times, the withered demon blade was now a starry sky treasure. The magic treasures of the primordial era were different from the magic treasures refined in the current era. In the primordial era, the most powerful were the primordial treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Of course, there was also the primordial treasures of the primordial era, such as the Shinon Cauldron and the Netherworld Cauldron. This level of existence was rare even among the primordial treasures. In the current era, the most powerful were the starry sky treasures, and the second most powerful were the primordial treasures. Basically, the most powerful starry sky treasures of the current era were at most on par with the second most powerful primordial treasures of the primordial era. After all, one was refined in the current era, while the other had existed since the distant primordial era. The former lacked the accumulation of time, while the latter had the baptism of a long period of time. It was normal for contemporary treasures to be one grade lower than the desolate era treasures of the same grade. In other words, if the withered demon blade that Yi Xian refined in his hands was compared to the sky demon blade that was passed down from the primordial era in Tuoba Linfeng's hands, the power of the two was roughly equal. It could be said that the battle between Tuoba Linfeng and Yi Xian was a fated battle between the two of them, as well as a battle between the withered demon blade and the heavenly demon blade, the two supreme fierce blades that belonged to the current era and the primordial era. At this moment, following Tuoba Linfeng's provocative actions, destroying dozens of starry sky fortresses in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was enraged. With a flip of his hand, the withered demon bloodblade was already in his hand. Screech! With a sneer, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly waved his right hand. The sky demon blade that was originally in his right hand instantly shot out, and a ferocious roar filled with endless ferocity rang out. In the next moment, from the heavenly devil blade, a huge blade spirit roared out. It was pitch black all over and stood on its hind legs. However, its body looked like that of a bull. There were two horns on its huge head and a pair of sharp black bone wings on its back. Behind its back was a pair of sharp black bone wings that glowed with a cold light. An extraterrestrial demonic beast. This extraterrestrial demonic beast was the ferocious spirit of the sky demon blade. In the past, it was killed by the sky demon, and its ferocious spirit was sealed in the sky demon blade. It had existed for an unknown number of years. A ferocious aura gushed out from its body, turning into a black sky demon evil chi that enveloped its body as if it was solid. At this moment, this sky demon ferocious spirit that was refined from the extraterrestrial demonic beast's ferocious spirit appeared above the blade of the sky demon blade. It shot out at a shocking speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. The corner of his mouth twitched, and there seemed to be a scornful light bursting out from his eyes. You want to compete with Yi Xian's battle weapon blade spirit? Come on. With a cold smile, his figure did not rush up. Like Tuoba Linfeng, he still stood there. The two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. In this battle, they would compete with the battle weapon first. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly flipped his right hand. The withered demon bloodblade that had been trembling violently in his hand for a long time instantly rushed out like a monkey and shot out. Screech! As it rushed out, a ferocious roar rang out. Because of its extreme speed, the withered demon bloodblade had turned into a blood-black light. Above the blade spirit, the withered demon also appeared. This was clearly an outerium ferocious devil that he'd never seen before. It similarly stood on two legs, and its entire body was covered in fine blood-green scales. There was even a long tail behind its thighs that was streamlined and very thick, and the numerous barb spikes on it looked extremely shocking. As for its head, it looked like a wolf or tiger. It had a pair of ferocious blood-red fangs. There was a single horn on its head that was as red as blood. Although there were no wings on its back, it was covered with sharp bone spurs that were slightly curved. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. The two extraterrestrial beasts were both in the state of energy. Moreover, they clearly did not belong to this world. At least, they had never been seen in the three main starry skies of this world. Even the indigenous ferocious beast that Yi Xian brought out from the source of all evil star field, and the caged ferocious beast that had now arrived in the first universe's demon territory, there was absolutely no existence of the same kind. Just by looking at their appearance, it was already shocking enough. They were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts. They could definitely be called extraterrestrial demons. The speed of these two extraterrestrial demons was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the distance of 1,000,000 li between Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng. With continuous rumbling sounds, they were engaged in close combat in the blink of an eye. On both sides of the battlefield, Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng both stopped. They were not in a hurry to participate in the battle. This battle belonged to the two supreme, ferocious blades. From the beginning, it had risen to the height of a battle between blade spirits. It was extremely dangerous, but it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was because blade spirits were existences that could strengthen themselves by devouring each other, achieving the goal of evolution and transformation. No matter if it was Yi Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, they both hoped that the blade spirit within their battle weapons would be able to win this battle. If the withered demon were to win this battle, then Yi Xian's withered demon bloodblades might would greatly increase. If the heavenly demonic beast won and devoured the withered demon, then the heavenly demonic blade in Tuoba Linfeng's hand that had yet to be fully repaired would most likely be restored by a large portion. When that time comes, the power of the blade would definitely skyrocket. Roar! Screech! Roars and howls shook the heavens. As the battle between the two blade spirits escalated, the space of several 100,000 li in the central region was shrouded by the black demonic qi and the dark red, withered demon blood qi. Even Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng could not see the details of the battle. Chapter 4106. Roar! Screech! An earth-shattering roar rang out. The black demonic qi that had originally enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles of space in the central territory suddenly went berserk. Then it quickly condensed inwards. In the blink of an eye, only the dark red demonic qi of the withered demonic qi that enveloped this space was left, but because of the existence of the withered demonic aura, everything in the central territory battlefield could not be seen clearly. It was impossible to know what was happening inside. At this moment, whether it was Yi Xian or Tuoba Linfeng, their hearts were in their throats. They were quite nervous, because they did not know what the sudden disappearance of the black demonic aura of the withered demonic aura meant. Did it mean that the demonic beast was defeated or that the withered demonic aura was devoured? In the midst of the slight uneasiness, the final result quickly appeared. Screech! Another screech sounded. This time, in the central territory battlefield void, the dark red demonic aura of the withered demonic aura that covered hundreds of thousands of miles began to condense inwards rapidly. The scene in the void was instantly revealed. The two demonic beasts appeared in the sight of Yi Xian and Tuoba Linfeng almost at the same time. The only difference was that the withered demonic beast with a single horn was still standing in the void. Although its body was full of hideous wounds, its aura was still strong and fierce. On the other hand, the demonic beast had already lost its breath. Its huge body was torn into two halves. It was held by the withered demonic beast in its left and right hands. The withered demonic beast was stuffed into its ferocious, bloody mouth. After all, it was not a real body of flesh and blood. It was a blade spirit that existed in the form of energy. Therefore, although the demonic beast body looked like it was 10,000 feet tall, it was completely devoured by the withered demonic beast in an instant. Not even a single black hair was left. Shio! At this moment, the demonic blade that had been hovering in the sky above the battlefield of the two demonic beasts also shot towards the withered demonic beast at the same moment the demonic beast was devoured. It was directly swallowed into the withered demonic beast's stomach and disappeared. All of this happened too quickly. Tuoba Linfeng, who was standing a million miles away, didn't even have time to react. The heavenly demon blade, which he regarded as a supreme, ominous weapon, was no longer seen. Such a scene made Tuoba Linfeng's body tremble violently. His expression changed. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at the withered demonic blade spirit in the void. Evil beast, how dare you swallow this emperor's weapon? Can you digest it? This kind of result was unacceptable to Tuoba Linfeng. In a fit of anger, he roared on the spot, and with a flash of his figure, he shot towards the battlefield in the Central Territory. As he roared, a greedy glint flashed across his eyes. He actually wanted to personally take action to suppress the withered demon blade and seize Yi Xian's withered demon blood blade. Obviously, this guy was greedy. Seeing that Yi Xian's withered demonic blade could even swallow the ancient treasure, the demonic blade, he wanted to shamelessly steal it while Yi Xian was unprepared. Your opponent is this Yi. You can't fight, so you want to steal it. Don't you think it's a bit embarrassing? Yi Xian sneered. As he spoke, he urged the withered demonic blade spirit to return to its nest. The huge withered demonic blade spirit drilled into the withered demonic blade hovering above his head. Then, he waved his hand and took it into his undying world. At the same time, Yi Xian raised his left hand and pointed at Tuoba Linfeng, who was a million miles away. He was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Even if he activated the true form of the demonic ape and performed the 5th transformation of a 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline, he would only be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. There is still a big gap between him and Tuoba Linfeng, who was already an immortal being. Since that was the case, activating the demonic ape bloodline didn't make much sense. Instead, it would expose the identities of the other peerless geniuses, which was unwise. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use the ancient Yiksha's bloodline ability, the Heaven-Falling Bow. Even though he was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Star-Lord realm, the bloodline ability was too powerful. It consumed a lot of his cultivation, mental power, physical strength, and even vitality. If he condensed all of that into one attack, he could kill an immortal being even though he was only a peak Star-Lord. At this moment, as he raised his left hand, a golden light suddenly burst forth from Yi Xian's originally empty left palm. The golden bow in the form of energy appeared once again without any suspense. At both ends of the simple and ferocious bow, two humanoid creatures that formed a semi-arc bow opened their mouths wide in anger. A bowstring that was clearly made of countless fine golden threads twisted together extended from the wide mouths of the two roaring creatures at the same time. Very soon, it condensed into a bowstring. On it, there was a golden energy arrow quietly appearing. Tuoba Linfeng, you've been struggling at death's door for so long. Today it's time for you to die. As the words came out of his mouth, strands of strange golden brilliance burst out from the depths of Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his right hand and pinched the tail of the energy arrow that was already on the bowstring. Suddenly, he pulled the bowstring to the fullest. Wong! A rapid, trembling sound rang out as the energy bow in Yi Xian's hand instantly emitted a blazing golden light. In the blink of an eye, it quickly condensed and poured into the arrows on the bowstring without missing a single drop. It whistled through the air and instantly traversed the endless void, bringing with it a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Tooba Linfeng. "This is the heaven-falling bow. Sure enough, it's all because of you." Screech. Boom. At this moment, Tooba Linfeng's eyes widened in an instant. All the hairs on his body stood up. His figure stopped abruptly in the void as he let out a monstrous roar filled with unwillingness. At this moment, he was finally sure of Yi Xian's identity. He was both Prince Xian and young Master Linghu, whom he had always hated, as well as a few other peerless geniuses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Along with Tooba Linfeng's unwilling roar, a series of deafening booms suddenly exploded without warning. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaking slightly, as if doomsday was coming. The earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Yi Xian's current strength was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state. Chapter 4107. Boom! A huge rumble rang out. The vast expanse of space, several 100,000 kilometers ahead, was completely swept away by the terrifying energy that spread out. There were even a lot of fine cracks in the void, as if the void had been a calm pool of water, but then a huge rock had been thrown into it. Water splashed everywhere, and ripples spread out. A strong sense of weakness assaulted Yi Xian's heart. That attack, the energy arrow of the heaven-falling bow, instantly took away almost 70% of all the energy in his body except for his vitality. Even though he was at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord state, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. This kind of situation also made one's footsteps unsteady. Although the price he had to pay for the attack wasn't small, it was still bearable for Yi Xian. Of course, what was more important was the result of the arrow. Although Tooba Linfeng had become an undying being and had a mysterious heavenly devil body, the Fallen Sky Bow was the only bloodline ability of the Desolate Era Supreme Yaksha, which was extremely lethal. At this moment, Yi Xian recklessly shot out this arrow. When the golden-purple energy arrow exploded on Tooba Linfeng's body, even his strange heavenly demon body couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it was unstoppable, carrying a strong sense of unwillingness and monstrous resentment as it completely melted. For flying ashes after a breath of time, the surging energy in front of him quickly entered a period of calmness. However, Tooba Linfeng's figure had completely disappeared, and not even the slightest trace of his aura could be found. Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat the entire time, finally settled down. He was indeed very concerned about the result of the arrow. This was because Tooba Linfeng was too dangerous. In less than a year, the young master of the Tooba family, who was casually beaten up by Yi Xian, had grown to break through to the immortal realm. According to Yi Xian's estimates, if he was allowed to continue growing at such a terrifying speed, it would only take him 2 to 3 years at most. This person's cultivation would probably reach the Undying Emperor level, or even stronger. That was absolutely shocking. Even Yi Xian was afraid of it. Every time he thought of it, he would feel a chill down his spine. After all, even the entire demon race, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, only one ancestor of the entire race had become an undying emperor. However, Tooba Linfeng, because of his terrifying universe zombie bloodline, was very likely to become an undying emperor in just a few years. That was simply terrifying. In addition, this guy had a heavenly devil body, which was unpredictable. This time, it could only be considered a pleasant surprise. They had blocked him in the zombie lair and forced him out. If not for that, with Yi Xian's means, it was almost impossible to find him in the boundless space of the 3 main planes. It could be said that if he missed the opportunity to kill him today, Yi Xian would definitely regret it, because the next time he wanted to find Tooba Linfeng, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but it would not be too far off. Since Yi Xian entered the space environment, he had encountered countless opponents in the past 2 or 3 years. He had even killed several undying old monsters. There was also Heaven's Eye, who had a transcendent status and was on the same level as the headless infant corpse. Yi Xian had indirectly fought with him several times. Even so, Tuoba Linfeng was still ranked in the top 3 in Yi Xian's heart. After all, when he was at the Heavenly War Empire's Heavenly War Star, he was clearly sure that he had killed Tuoba Linfeng. However, he never expected that so many unforeseen events would occur later on. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh endlessly. Fortunately, Tuoba Linfeng had been killed in the end. This time, Yi Xian was extremely confident. He'd always had strong confidence in the overbearing might of the Heaven's Fall Bow, because it had never disappointed him. Besides the headless infant corpse, this was absolutely Yi Xian's greatest trump card, and it even surpassed the Farmer God Cauldron. At this moment, with the death of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, Yi Xian's heart that was hanging in his throat was completely confirmed. Although the interior and exterior of the Heavenly River Star were still not peaceful, even in the void of the universe outside the planet's atmosphere, the battlefield stretched for millions of miles. Even though the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had perished, there were still a few 100 million low-level corpse slaves, over 1 million Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers, over a few thousand Universe Realm zombie battleships, over 100 Region Lord Realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage Sempiternal Realm zombie beasts wreaking havoc. However, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, these zombies were nothing. There is no need to mention the other elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders. Even the 4 mid-stage Neverlife Realm zombie beasts weren't taken seriously by him. At the very least, no matter how formidable these fellows were, they couldn't compare to Tuoba Linfeng, who possessed a true heavenly devil physique that was capable of a myriad of changes. Once they fled, then it was utterly impossible to follow them. So long as they continued to lie dormant, then it would be impossible to even find a trace of them. However, what he never expected was that Tuoba Linfeng's complete death, to him, was equivalent to resolving a knot in his heart. But at the same time, it also represented a true monstrous calamity. In an instant, without any warning, it suddenly descended. Roar, roar, screech. Almost at the same instant that Tuoba Linfeng's heavenly devil physique was blasted apart by the golden energy arrow of the fallen sky bow, and was completely annihilated, an incomparably mournful roar of zombies suddenly resounded from all over the distant void around Sky River Star. Boom, 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 boom. Before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, along with the shocking roar of zombies, a large number of roars and explosions resounded like a tide. All of this happened so suddenly that even Yi Xian was stunned. Then, a flash of insight flashed through his mind, and his expression instantly changed. When he turned his head to look, the scene that entered his eyes instantly confirmed the guess that had surfaced in his heart. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart, causing him to not think too much about it. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, he directly waved his hand and activated the Divine Cauldron, the Shinnon Cauldron that was stored in the undying world within his body. Body explosion, boundless body explosion. His gaze swept across, from near to far, almost covering the entire sky and earth. Chapter 4108. Screech bang, 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 bang. Along with the frenzied screeches of the zombies in the universe, endless banging sounds swept over like a tide. In an instant, the cosmic void that was millions of kilometers away from Sky River Planet's atmosphere had transformed into a land of evil and deadly poison. Such a scene was too horrifying. Even Yi Xian, who had experienced many large-scale battles in the past year, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In this cosmic void that was millions of kilometers in circumference, there were originally hundreds of millions of corpse slaves, over 1 million Black Hole Realm zombie soldiers, over 10,000 Universe Realm zombie battleships, over 100 Domain Lord Realm zombie commanders, and 4 mid-stage Sempiternal Realm zombies. Giant beasts. But at this moment, as the zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, was completely annihilated, these corpse slaves, zombie elite soldiers, generals, commanders, and even the 4 Sempiternal Realm zombie beasts all exploded. Without exception, All of them exploded, and the zombie poison and pus in their bodies splattered out and spread throughout the entire void. This scene caused Yi Xian to instantly feel deep self-blame in his heart. He should have expected this scene because the entire zombie army in the universe was actually born because of Tuoba Linfeng. If the zombie army in the universe was compared to a special race, then Tuoba Linfeng, as the zombie emperor, was clearly the blood of this race, the progenitor of the bloodline. Moreover, the zombie race in the universe clearly had some kind of extremely strict bloodline hierarchy, and this kind of hierarchy led to an unknown bloodline connection between the zombies in the universe. To put it simply, they were bound together for good or ill. Of course, there is absolutely only one existence that could affect the entire race's reputation, and it was Tuoba Linfeng, who had always been the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe. All the other zombies in the universe, including the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts, the poison in their bodies came from Tuoba Linfeng. It could be said that the death of any other existence in this race would not have any effect on the existence and bloodline connection of the entire race, even if the 4 sempiternal realm zombie beasts suddenly died. But Tuoba Linfeng was different. Once he died and was completely annihilated, it was equivalent to a self-destruct device in the bloodline of this race being fully activated. It was precisely because of this reason that after Tuoba Linfeng, who was regarded as the bloodline source of the zombie race in the universe, was shot down by Yi Xian with a single arrow and completely annihilated, the entire zombie race that had evolved because of the zombie poison in his body was completely cut off from the bloodline source. What happened next was that the self-destruct device in the bloodline was triggered. All the zombies in the universe did not even have the ability to resist, and they instantly exploded and died. This was originally a good thing. With all the universe zombies gone, this difficult intergalactic war could be said to have come to an end. In particular, the explosion and death of the 4 mid-stage sempiternal realm zombie beasts was of great significance. Otherwise, even if Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantung took action, they would have to spend a lot of energy and even pay the huge price of losing an immortal realm old monster. But at the same time, such a scene was actually a disaster, a catastrophe whose consequences were almost impossible to predict. Although all the hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had exploded and died, the large amount of zombie poison and pus that sputtered out of their bodies was a huge malignant tumor. Yes, the corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had indeed been annihilated, which meant that the bloodline of the zombie race in the universe had completely disappeared. Some kind of brand related to Tuoba Linfeng that remained in the poison in the bodies of all the zombies in the universe had disappeared. But the zombie poison did not disappear because of this. Once the poison infected other humans or other flesh and blood creatures, a new zombie race in the universe would soon be born again. There might even be more than one. Hundreds of millions of zombies in the universe had all exploded. A large amount of zombie poison and pus covered the universe void within a radius of millions of miles. In just a moment, it was unknown how many powerhouses in the universe who did not have protective measures were caught off guard and infected by the sputtering poison. The zombie poison had spread. Even Yi Xian could not save these people. Soon, a horrible zombie transformation would occur. And if this situation was not stopped immediately, the final consequences would be unimaginable. The result of such a large amount of zombie poison and pus was that the entire human race in the third universe would face a life and death crisis because of the rapidly spreading zombie poison. Although Yi Xian was not wrong, Tuoba Linfeng had to be killed, otherwise there would be endless troubles. Even the initial birth of him, the zombie emperor, was not the responsibility of Yi Xian. It was the work of the real young master Linghu, who had fallen long ago. It was him who brought an immortal and imperishable bead from the Yin Demon clan in the second universe and crushed it in the Shinnong cauldron to poison it, leading to what happened later. All of this was born, but Yi Xian always had a kind of self-blame in his heart. He thought that whether it was the real young master Linghu who had made a move to cause all of this, or now that he had killed the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng, it had inadvertently caused a new disaster. He might have made an unintentional mistake, but he had to bear some responsibility. But now was obviously not the time to blame himself. Time was too tight. He had to immediately find a way to solve all of this and curb the spread of the zombie poison. In order to make up for his mistake and to stop the spread of the zombie poison, Yixian did not hesitate to directly wave his hand and summon the Shinnon Cauldron. In this way, his other identities would undoubtedly be exposed in an instant, but at this time, he had no time to care about it. Xiao, as the Shinnon Cauldron was summoned, it crossed the void and appeared in the form of a huge superstar. Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and he had already arrived at the mouth of the cauldron filled with 9-colored fog. His figure bobbed up and down in the dense fog. Then he waved his hand, and in an instant, the Shinnon 7-colored flame rushed out of the cauldron like a majestic river. In the blink of an eye, it divided into 4 and shot away in 4 different directions. This scene was like the 7-colored Milky Way hanging in the 9 heavens, and it was rapidly spreading in 4 directions to the surroundings. The root of the Shinnon exotic flame was in the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shinnon cauldron. As long as the source of the exotic flame in the flame pool was not extinguished, the 7-colored flame that gushed out of the cauldron would be endless. Chapter 4109. Ah, bang, bang. Roar. In the air, as all the zombie slaves, elite zombie soldiers, generals, and commanders exploded, a cloud of zombie toxins and disgusting, colorful liquids splashed out in all directions. Some people were affected immediately, whether it was in the inner or outer battle circles. At this moment, in addition to a large number of Starry Sky battleships fighting fiercely, there were also some Starry Sky powerhouses fighting with their cultivation base, exposing their bodies to the void. Some of these Starry Sky powerhouses had activated their defensive magic treasures, covering their bodies with a layer of light curtain, or inside a nearly sealed defensive armor. These existences, like the Prince's fans, the Federation people, and the Starry Sky powerhouses inside the starships, were temporarily spared and weren't immediately infected by the zombie toxins. However, there were also some who didn't have such defensive measures at all. The result was obvious. When the zombies around them suddenly exploded, a large amount of zombie poison and pus spread out, and they were infected at the first moment. Miserable howls sounded almost instantly, and they could be heard everywhere in the void. Some of the Starry Sky powerhouses were contaminated with too much zombie toxins, and they were almost drenched like a rat in soup. The stench was overwhelming, and there was almost no way to deal with it, and they began to turn into zombies directly. Some of the infected didn't start to turn into zombies in a short time due to the small amount of zombie toxins on their bodies, but their bodies were obviously feeling it. When they saw their companions who were originally fighting side by side quickly turning into zombies, they couldn't bear it anymore. In desperation, they took advantage of the fact that the zombies hadn't completely turned into zombies, and they directly exploded. Tragic. It was too tragic. Although the Universe Zombie Army under Tooba Linfeng's command had been completely annihilated, along with the Zombie Emperor, the source of this universe zombie bloodline, he had also disappeared. But at this moment, with the outbreak of the zombie toxins, the new universe zombies in a short time were discovered again. Moreover, these universe zombies that had just appeared were different. They were all first-generation zombies, and each of them belonged to the source of their bloodline. This was because they were infected with a pure, undying, indestructible poison that didn't have the aura of any other creature. If these newly infected and zombified universe zombies were to break out of the encirclement, a large number of universe zombies would soon appear in the third universe of the human race. None of them had any bloodline inheritance relationship with each other. It was simply impossible to eliminate them through cleaning and annihilation. There were even a few universe-grade Starry Sky powerhouses in the periphery of the battlefield. They were caught off guard by the overwhelming zombie toxins and immediately turned into zombies. In the blink of an eye, several universe-grade, first-generation universe zombies appeared. There were definitely a few of the biggest tumors, because they were already so powerful when they were first infected with the corpse poison. They weren't far from the immortal realm. If they weren't killed immediately after this battle, they would probably evolve to the immortal realm very quickly. It wouldn't even be long before they became Marquis or Emperor Immortals. Seeing this scene and thinking of the terrifying consequences of such a situation, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He immediately shouted, "Old Man Mosquito Butcher, you guys immediately kill those universe-grade zombies. Once they break out, the next time we meet them, it might be a terrifying Marquis, undying corpse emperor." Hearing this, Old Man Mosquito Butcher didn't have much of a reaction. After all, his original body wasn't weak. A conservative estimate was that he was at least an Emperor Immortal. However, the three old men, Gong Huaji, Long Shandang, and Elephant Fox Martin, were so scared that they trembled all over. With their understanding of the universe's zombies, they naturally knew that Yi Xian wasn't exaggerating. The speed at which this kind of terrifying creature evolved was indeed so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The corpse emperor that was killed earlier was merely a descendant of the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War Empire. Not even. It had only been half a year, but it had already soared to the immortal realm. In addition, they had seen the four zombie beasts transform from sector lords to immortal beasts in the blink of an eye by devouring each other. There was absolutely no room for carelessness. If those zombies, who were at least universe-grade at the beginning, escaped, they would definitely become marquee immortals in a short time. With ferocious expressions, the four immortal realm old monsters immediately took action. They spread out and began to hunt in the inner and outer circles of the battlefield. They specifically targeted those who were above the Star-Lord level and had already been infected by the zombie poison. As long as they set their eyes on a target, they would show no mercy, no matter who they were or which force they came from, even if they were their own subordinates. They would definitely smash them into pieces and completely eliminate the potential threat they represented. Huff. On the other side, Yi Xian's figure stood at the mouth of the Shinnong cauldron that was like an enormous star. The power of the nine-colored fog floated up and down, and from time to time, his eyes would emit strands of light. He was completely focused on controlling the boundless seven-colored flames that poured out from the cauldron and shot them towards the edge of the entire void battlefield. Go! Faced with such a terrifying situation that was almost out of control, the only thing Yi Xian could rely on was the seven-colored flames in the Shinnong cauldron. Only the invincible Shinnong flames could refine all the zombie poison and burn away all evils in the world. Nothing else would work in such a situation. Such a calamitous situation was no longer something that could be controlled by the strength of one's cultivation. One had to rely on special treasures to activate the power of the field inside the cauldron in order to achieve a suppressive effect. Of course, if it was in existence at the level of the headless infant corpse, it would be a different story. At the same time, Yi Xian took out the Shinnong cauldron and directly waved his hand to roll out a large sea of seven-colored flames like a sea of flames from a cauldron. The flames spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Around the battlefield, in a large number of Starry Sky warships, countless fans of the Prince, citizens of the Federation, and Starry Sky powerhouses from all over were stunned for a few moments. Soon, they shuddered and then cried out involuntarily. Heavens, what did I just see? Am I blind? That's the Medicine King's divine cauldron? What happened? Isn't that young Master Linghu's thing? No, it should be the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng. He had already admitted the fact that the five great evildoers were one. I have a frightening guess that just popped up in my mind. I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try. Fellow cultivators, do you think I'm crazy? Chapter 4110. As the Shinnong cauldron was summoned by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, the secret of his identity and all the details were completely and helplessly revealed at this moment. Among the younger generation of the current world, there were a total of 7 existences known as peerless geniuses that had appeared out of nowhere. Originally, everyone thought that these 7 peerless geniuses belonged to the human race and the demon race. The identities of young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng, and little primordial demon ape were attributed to Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, giving him the beautiful name of being one of the 5 peerless geniuses. On the human race side of the third universe, the 2 peerless geniuses, Prince Xian and Invincible War God, were added to Yi Xian as a commoner with no background. Although he only fought for the title of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses, because of Prince Xian's 2 appearances, his battle results were too shocking. Yes. Therefore, compared to the 5 great monstrous geniuses, the halo above Yi Xian's head was even more intense than that of the devil's royal brother, Mo Yufeng. Moreover, even the ownership of the current era's great destiny was believed by countless powerhouses in the 3 main planes of the starry skies to belong to the human race because of Yi Xian's existence. However, no one expected that the final truth would be so shocking. It turned out that even the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as one of the 5 peerless geniuses, was just another identity of Yi Xian like Prince Xian and Invincible War God. What 5 peerless geniuses is one? What 2 peerless geniuses is one? None of them were complete. The final truth was only 6 words. 7 peerless geniuses as one. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng, Little Primordial Demon Ape, Mo Jinfeng, Invincible War God, Prince Xian. These 7 peerless monstrous geniuses were all just illusions. They only had one common original body, and that was Yi Xian. He was a commoner with no background behind him. Even his interstellar mercenary identity was only registered 2 or 3 years ago. At the time, Yi Xian had only been at the lowest level of the core realm. And yet, he had become a peak 9th-rank Star Lord after only 1,000 days. He had also earned the reputation of being one of the 7 unparalleled geniuses with astounding achievements. He had wreaked havoc in almost all the 3 main planes of space. They were all pushing forward, sweeping, and invincible. All of this was so shocking that after the sudden discovery of this shocking truth, the countless people of the Heavenly River Star in the vast battlefield that spanned millions of kilometers in the void, as well as the countless people of the Heavenly River Star on countless starships, were in danger of being shrouded by the zombie poison for a moment, because they had all been temporarily forgotten. Everyone had sluggish expressions on their faces. It was as if their breathing had stopped, and all of them looked as if they had just been struck by lightning. In a certain space fortress, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were the same. However, they had already known the secret and were only a little surprised at the moment. They didn't expect the matter to be fully exposed so soon. Besides, this guy's completely famous now. Everyone in the 3 universes knows him. Even the immortal state old monsters have to look up to him when they talk about him. Indeed, the 7 peerless geniuses are one. He's simply inhuman. Not only is this unprecedented, but there will also be no future generations. I really don't know how he did it. He's too good at causing trouble. Well, this guy won't be impetuous because of this, will he? Sister Xing, we're all his people. Once this guy becomes famous, he won't abandon the 3 of us, right? The last sentence was said by Duanmu Xiaocha. Her face was full of worry, and coupled with these embarrassing words, it instantly made the purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru blush. After spitting in unison, they chased after her and hit her. On the other side, the 3 girls were playing around again. They were in a large fortress, and there was a sector lord guarding it. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the invasion of the zombie poison. At the same time, the countless Federation citizens and space warriors in the starships on the battlefield came back to their senses after a short moment of daze. In an instant, cries of surprise rose like a tide. Heavens, the 7 peerless geniuses are one. This is simply inhumane. It has never happened before, and it will never happen again. Yi Xian is truly heaven-defying. Supreme, peerless genius. He's definitely a supreme, peerless genius. Since ancient times, he's the only one who's worthy of this title. I get it. I finally get it. No wonder he was able to instantly climb to the top of the Federation's contribution list as Prince Xian and even have more than 180 billion contribution points. Everything was done in the first universe. Young Master Linghu, young Master Hades, the primordial little devil ape, and the other identities. Which one of them isn't infamous? Moreover, for the past year, he spent almost all of his time outside the third universe of the human race. Even the Tianji clan was forced to migrate because of him. With such a battle record, if he can't get one, 8 trillion contribution points from the Federation, it would be strange if he gave up his contribution points. That's right. There's also the identity of the mechanical war god Sha Baofeng. Back then, he was once conferred the title of Young Master of the Tianji clan by the patriarch of the Tianji clan, Di. This slap in the face was too loud. He didn't even have the face to meet people. Just this alone can be counted as at least 100 million Federation contribution points. In that case, 8 trillion isn't a lot. In fact, the contribution points he earned are far more than that. Don't forget that after he returned as the king, the data on the heavenly list went crazy. Yi Xian's ranking fluctuated up and down countless times. In the end, when he was at the top of the list with 8 trillion contribution points, he had already lost his contribution points. I don't know how many points were deducted. You can be willful when you're rich, but there's no other way. He's really too good at causing trouble. Although what he did was basically beneficial to the Federation, so he was counted as a contribution point. But there are also some that definitely harm the interests of the Federation. That's the reason for the deduction of contribution points. Don't forget, he even killed the immortal old monster of the myriad Luo Federation. Not to mention extorting from the 2 camps of the human race. It's been more than once. Phew! At the same time that countless cries of surprise resounded like a tide from the surroundings of the battlefield, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned 4 boundless 7-colored seas of flames that poured out from the Shenong cauldron beneath his feet. Finally, they rushed to the edge of the battlefield, which was millions of kilometers away. Moreover, they immediately spread out. In just a dozen breaths, these 4 7-colored flames once again gathered at the edge of the battlefield. At this point, the entire void battlefield with a radius of millions of miles was basically surrounded by the 7-colored flames in the Shenong cauldron. Then, as Yi Xian's mind turned, the sound of flames suddenly became louder. The mottled light shield formed by the Shenong cauldron of 7-colored flames around the battlefield began to slowly and continuously shrink inward. Chapter 4111. The entire void battlefield had a radius of 3 to 4 million square kilometers. Even though Yi Xian was a peak 9th rank Star Lord and had the power of the Shenong cauldron, the Shenong flames had evolved into 7-colored flames. As a result, his power had long since increased greatly, and he was able to be activated even more thoroughly by Yi Xian. However, such a vast area was already his limit. It was safe to say that if the void battlefield had been hundreds of thousands of square kilometers wider, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to completely surround it with the 7-colored flames leaking from the Shenong cauldron, even if he had fully activated the power of the Shenong cauldron. In fact, this void battlefield that spanned millions of kilometers was now surrounded by the 7-colored sea of flames that had suddenly leaked out from the Shenong cauldron. It was like a dumpling, forming a mottled screen of light that enveloped the entire area. But at this moment, as this huge light curtain slowly and continuously retracted, all the mutated zombies it touched along the way were not all suppressed without exception. This was understandable. After all, the scene was too big. The entire mottled light curtain covered millions of miles of the vast void, directly causing the power of the 7-colored flame C to be greatly weakened. It was no pressure at all to deal with the zombie toxins and disgusting pus that had splashed everywhere due to the explosions of countless cosmic zombies. As the light screen of the sea of flames continued to shrink, the disgusting pus filled with zombie poison was squeezed out without any suspense. It was also slowly moving towards the center of the light screen, where the Shenong cauldron was located beneath Yi Xian's feet. However, the new batch of universe zombies that had just completed zombification because they were contaminated with zombie venom, and the weaker ones were immediately blown away by the approaching flame sea light screen. Their entire bodies turned into zombie venom and pus, and were pushed toward the light screen area. However, some of the more powerful universe zombies were immediately burned and melted by the slowly retracting flame sea light curtain. In the end, because the flame sea light curtain's power was greatly weakened, even if only one of these universe zombies was left alive, they would still be able to escape from the flame sea light curtain. Even one of their heads could survive. At this time, the light curtain of the Sea of Flames had already arrived in front of them. It was as if these surviving space zombies had already avoided the light curtain of the Sea of Flames and had unknowingly escaped outside of the light curtain. Seeing this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, Long Shan Tang, and the other immortal old monsters changed their expressions instantly. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the light screen of the flame sea and appeared outside the light screen, guarding one side of the light screen. Then, each of them unleashed their great divine abilities and mercilessly pushed all the fish that had escaped the net forward. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the Sea of Flames again. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, whose heart was in his throat, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With these four immortal-level old monsters guarding the light screen of the flame sea, all the fish that escaped the net would be thrown back into the huge net formed by the Shinong's seven-colored flame at the first possible moment. And these universe zombies were basically all seriously injured when a previous light curtain passed through their bodies. If similar injuries were to occur again, they would obviously not be able to withstand it. At most, they would be able to do it 3 or 4 times. In short, Yi Xian did not need to worry about this anymore. After retracting his gaze from the light curtain at the edge of the battlefield, Yi Xian was no longer distracted. He concentrated on controlling the power of the Shinong Cauldron field under his feet. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the light screen of the Sea of Flames that originally enveloped an area of 3 to 4 million kilometers was slowly but steadily shrinking. At present, the light screen of the Sea of Flames that looked like a giant ball of light had shrunk by less than half. It was only slightly more than 2 million kilometers wide. However, all the zombie toxins and disgusting pus were not missed. They were all covered in the light curtain and were still pushing toward the center of the Shinong Cauldron. At this time, a large number of starships that were originally covered in the light curtain of the flame sea were now outside the light curtain. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, as well as his control over the power of the divine Nong Cauldron domain, after the divine, Nong's strange flame grew to a 7-colored flame. The current Yi Xian was able to freely control the 7-colored sea of flames to carry out different attacks and effects. It was exactly because of that almost none of the starships that had been thrown out of the light beam because of the constriction of the light beam had been affected by it. Even if they were damaged, they were all caused in the chaotic space battles earlier. Moreover, when the light curtain of the flame sea passed by the surface of these starships, all the pus and zombie toxins that were stuck on the starships were taken away and firmly confined inside the light curtain. Unable to escape, for the large number of Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses who were inside the starships, but whose starships were outside the light curtain of the flame sea. Until now, they were truly safe. He could even step out of the starship without worrying that there were still remnants of the zombie virus in the universe of the Sea of Flames and Light Beams. In fact, there were indeed some Starry Sky powerhouses who walked out of the starships under their feet. At this moment, they were standing in the space of the universe outside the light curtain, staring blankly at the light curtain of the flame sea that was still shrinking inwards in front of them. Every one of them was in a daze. Everything that happened just now was just like a nightmare. When a huge number of cosmic zombies were born, when all the cosmic zombies, after the death of a zombie emperor, Tooba Linfeng, exploded without any warning, turning the entire space they were in into a hopeless situation full of disgusting pus and zombie toxins. They really never thought that they would be able to stand unscathed outside the light curtain of the flame sea that blocked all the zombie viruses like a spectator, leisurely looking at the thrilling scene in front of them. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly, more than 2 hours had passed. As the light curtain of the flame sea continued to shrink, its power was obviously increasing. Therefore, the speed at which the light curtain of the flame sea was shrinking naturally became faster and faster. In just a little more than 2 hours, the light curtain of the flame sea that was originally more than 2 million miles in diameter was now only tens of thousands of miles in diameter. At this time, all the starships that were not damaged in the previous chaotic battle had basically been thrown outside the light curtain of the flame sea. They were spread out in the space of the flame sea, but they were all like spectators, quietly standing in the space of the distance, silently watching. Chapter 41:12. Immortal and indestructible biomass energy. Do you want to devour it immediately and start tempering your body? As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind without warning, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Then, his gaze fell on the zombie poison that was enveloped in the huge light screen of the Shinong Flame Sea. It looked colorful, but because it was gathered together, its color was extremely dark. Just a glance at it gave people a chill down their backs. This thing was actually called immortal and indestructible biomass energy. It could actually be devoured and have the effect of tempering one's body. Wasn't this the F*King zombie poison and pus? What kind of joke was this? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian began to doubt the devouring system in his body for the first time. The content of the notification just now was really too strange. He was very familiar with the zombie poison and disgusting pus in front of him. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes how many Starry Sky powerhouses were infected by it. Infected, and then directly turn into zombies? Under such circumstances, to make Yi Xian choose to unconditionally believe it, grit his teeth, and give an affirmative answer, and let the system devour these disgusting things, the psychological barrier was really not small. With this hesitant mentality, Yi Xian continued to control the field power of the Shinong Cauldron to evolve and compress the zombie poison and disgusting pus in the surrounding void. Another 2 hours passed. The light screen of the Shinong Flame Sea, which was originally 10,000 miles in radius, had now shrunk to about 100 miles in diameter. In this 100 miles of void covered by the light screen of the Flame Sea, not a single starship could be seen at this moment. All the starships were pushed out of the light screen of the Flame Sea after being purified of the zombie poison on the starships by the light screen of the Flame Sea. The Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses in the starships were completely safe. In fact, at this time, Yi Xian and the Shinong Cauldron under his feet were actually already outside the light screen of the Flame Sea. The Shinong Cauldron was now in its complete form, and its size was comparable to a superstar. As for the Flame Sea light screen that had shrunk to its current size, it was only 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was located in the void beside the Farmer God Cauldron. Compared to the enormous Farmer God Cauldron, it was simply an unremarkable little. On the surface of the sphere, which was only 100 miles in diameter, was a layer of colorful, translucent flame formed by a light screen. Inside the sphere, which was enveloped by this layer of flame, was a stagnant liquid that looked like a lake. It was all zombie venom and disgusting pus. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating on how to deal with this incomparably poisonous liquid ball, the system notification that had already appeared once before actually sounded out again, without any warning. Ding. Congratulations to host. Discovered immortal, indestructible bioenergy. Do you want to devour it immediately to temper your body? F***CK. Again? Yi Xian froze for a moment and hesitated. He was very familiar with the nature of the devouring system. Although the system would automatically send out a system notification whenever it encountered a resource that was beneficial to the system or the host of the system, it would ask whether or not to devour it. However, under normal circumstances, this kind of notification sound would only appear once. If the host refused or did not give any response, a similar system notification sound would not appear again in a short period of time. But now, in just a short period of time, the system notification asking Yi Xian whether or not to immediately devour this so-called immortal indestructible bioenergy had already appeared twice in a row. This could only mean one thing, and that was that this opportunity was extremely important. Moreover, From the fact that the effect of this object was to be used to temper the body by devouring, this importance was clearly targeted at Yi Xian himself, and not at the devouring system in his body. Since this was the case, Yi Xian had no choice but to take this seriously. He immediately suppressed the rejection in his heart and directly started searching and inquiring about this so-called immortal indestructible bioenergy in the database of the system. There was no relevant data before, but now that the system had come into contact with this immortal indestructible bioenergy, the database of the system had obviously been updated. Yi Xian easily found it and started flipping through it. After a short while, he finally understood. In the void beside the Shinnon Cauldron, this rainbow fireball with a diameter of 100 miles contained a huge amount of liquid. It was indeed zombie poison and disgusting pus, but at the same time, it was also the semi-finished product of the immortal indestructible bioenergy mentioned by the system. If he directly devoured it into his body now, the result was obvious. He would die a horrible death. However, if some of the harmful substances, such as certain toxins, were refined, its attributes and essence would change. If he devoured it, it would be one of the best resources to temper the body. He dared not say that it could be compared to the all-evil origin liquid, but after all, it was superior in quantity. Therefore, this was definitely a huge opportunity. After all, although these disgusting green liquids contained terrifying zombie toxins, they were formed by a large number of cosmic zombies after all. From a certain point of view, they were actually a kind of energy, just a little more special. Without a doubt, within the 7-colored flame sphere on the side of the Shinnon Cauldron, there was a large pool of undying and indestructible biomass energy that had a diameter of 100 miles. If he were to completely refine and devour it, then Yi Xian's own cultivation would definitely increase by a large margin this time. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately became excited. This fortune was simply destined to belong to him. Although the undying and indestructible biomass was a good thing, how could an ordinary being refine such a huge chunk with a diameter of 100 miles without a primordial treasure, such as the Shinnon Cauldron? However, this problem did not exist for Yi Xian at all. With a thought, he immediately activated the power of the Shinnon Cauldron under his feet. With a whoosh, an even more majestic rainbow fireball poured out from the mouth of the cauldron, shooting toward the liquid ball on the right that was completely enveloped by the light screen formed by the rainbow fireball, directly refining the harmful toxins. Now that the Shinnon exotic flames had grown to the height of the rainbow fireball, its power was no longer what it used to be. It was extremely powerful. Even this sea of zombie liquid poison that was 100 miles in radius only took a dozen minutes to completely refine the harmful toxins within it. At this time, not only did this liquid ball, which was originally 100 miles in radius, shrink to about half its original size, its color was no longer as disgusting. Instead, it emitted a brilliant rainbow radiance like the Shinnon exotic flames, looking like a dream. Chapter 41:13. It was not that Yi Xian was generous and was willing to share such a rare resource with others. It was just that this so-called undying and indestructible biomass energy was too special and could not be stored for future use. Moreover, this brilliant sea of 7-colored liquid was dozens of kilometers in radius. According to Yi Xian's deduction, using the devouring system, he could not use it all by himself. At most, he could only use 30% of it. The second reason, since that was the case, based on the principle of not wasting anything, he could only share this opportunity with the others. However, he was not in a hurry to persuade anyone to share such a good thing. Therefore, he simply waved his hand. Whoever wanted to come could come, and it did not matter if they did not. After saying this, Yi Xian did not pay any more attention to it. His entire body sank down and could no longer be seen. It looked as if he had been directly swallowed by this huge pool of 7-colored liquid. All of this happened too quickly. Among the large number of starships in the surrounding void, everyone thought that Yi Xian was refining the compressed zombie poison in the light curtain of the sea of flames. After all, the power of the 7-colored flame of the Shinnon Cauldron was obvious to all. If it were not for this flame, the zombie poison would have filled the entire void. It was a vast expanse of the void. However, the unforeseen event happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian, who was refining the zombie poison, jumped into the pool of zombie poison that was still dozens of kilometers in diameter. At the same time as he jumped, he even turned around and waved at the experts in the surrounding void. What did he say? That they wanted to come together. F***CK. Come my ass. This is a pool of zombie venom that can poison people to death. Have you gone crazy? He suddenly jumped into the pool to soak himself in zombie poison. And he actually invited his companions? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the countless experts in the starships in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded, especially when they saw Yi Xian jump into the sea of zombie poison and did not pop up again. It seemed that he had been poisoned in an instant and sunk into the depths of the sea of zombie poison. Most people were shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning. Their minds were in a complete mess. However, what no one expected was that in the face of such a strange and terrifying situation, there were actually people who were not afraid of death, or to be more precise, they were rushing to their deaths. What was even more surprising was that it was not just one person rushing to their deaths, but 3 people, and they were actually 3 women: Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These 3 girls were originally in a large fortress from the Heavenly Underworld Empire, but at this moment, they rushed out of the fortress at the same time. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the giant liquid sphere that drowned Yi Xian. The reason for this was that the 3 of them knew Yi Xian too well. If the liquid in this sphere that was dozens of miles in diameter was really disgusting pus and zombie poison, Yi Xian would definitely not jump into it. Moreover, he had waved and said those words at the end, which made the 3 girls even more certain. Of course, the most important reason was that the liquid was constantly being condensed by the light screen of the Sea of Flames. The 3 of them had stayed in the Shinnong Cauldron for a period of time, so they were more clear and confident about the magical effects of the Shinnong unusual flame than anyone else in the outside world. And the power of the Shinnong unusual flame at that time was obviously not just a little bit weaker than the current 7-colored flame. The Shinnong unusual flame at that time was already so powerful, it was needless to say that it was now. Even the highly toxic zombie toxins and disgusting pus could be neutralized in a short period of time. As a result, the colorful liquid had turned into a colorful liquid. It was definitely a different kind of substance. The toxins had been neutralized, and it had become a good thing. Even Yi Xian, who had become a Star Lord, had jumped in without hesitation, not to mention the 3 of them. It had to be noted that they hadn't even reached the universe state yet. How could they miss such an opportunity? Plop, plop, 3 soft sounds were heard. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, jumped into the giant liquid sphere that was dozens of miles in diameter before anyone could react. Moreover, just like Yi Xian, who had jumped in earlier, his entire body was covered by the rainbow-colored liquid. Devouring. This scene happened too suddenly. In the surrounding space, within the starry sky battleships, a large number of cries of alarm sounded out. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. This was because they didn't understand Yi Xian, nor had they come into contact with the Shinnong Cauldron's Shinnong Strange Flame. At this moment, seeing this scene, the only thought in his mind was that these 3 girls were also crazy. They were tired of living and wanted to die, but they didn't choose a cleaner way. They actually jumped into this disgusting zombie's poison and pus. Oh my God, what did I just see? Are they all crazy? 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 people jumped into that lump of zombie venom one after another. This is definitely the rhythm of an old man hanging himself. The rhythm of a sick and tired of living. Well, I feel like vomiting. That's all zombie poison and pus. It's disgusting to look at from so far away, but they still jumped in. Do they think it's not disgusting enough? It's too scary. It's too crazy. It's over, it's over. My idols couldn't think straight and jumped into the zombie pus. The poison killed them. I don't want to live anymore. What a pity. It's really a pity. 3 pretty girls, but their brains are damaged. Sigh, it's a sin. Inside the immortal and indestructible bioenergy liquid sphere with a diameter of dozens of miles, Yixian, Xin Yuanxing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who had jumped in one after another, were all sitting cross-legged in the depths of the liquid ball. Their eyes were tightly closed as they entered a state of cultivation. The moment they jumped in and came into contact with the colorful liquid, they already knew the benefits of this thing. They didn't need to actively absorb it at all. The colorful liquid had some kind of mysterious power that kept drilling into their bodies through their 1.08 billion pores. The feeling was quite wonderful. Their limbs, bones, muscles, bones, and blood, every inch of flesh, and every cell suddenly became active and cheerfully accepted the baptism of this mysterious power. Although there was still some pain, and it wasn't an ordinary pain, they could feel their flesh and blood cells becoming stronger almost every second. This kind of physical strength even led to the rapid improvement of the cultivation methods in their sea of consciousness, which was amazing. Chapter 41:14. At this moment, Yixian's heart was filled with joy. This kind of undying and indestructible biomass energy was too heaven-defying. Not only could it automatically drill into the body through the pores all over the body, but at the same time, it could temper and strengthen every inch of the body's cells. It also had a rapid effect on the cultivation in the sea of consciousness, which was far more effective than the hellish ant liquid and other quenching materials. The side effects were actually so mild. Although there was pain, it was really insignificant and not proportional to the gains. He even felt warm all over. But in this feeling, his cultivation strength and the strength of his body were constantly and rapidly increasing. It was a big gain. Time passed slowly. In the surrounding void, the starships did not leave, but continued to watch. However, although some starry sky masters rushed out of the starships, they only stood in the void from a distance. No one continued to jump into the giant liquid. Inside the liquid, of course, it was not that the starry sky masters like Naples from Triumph City did not believe in Yixian. They were all sure that this was a good luck, but now the young master and the 3 future mistresses were bathing together inside. Cough, cough, it was really not good to disturb them. Therefore, even if they wanted to jump in and get some benefits, they all resisted in the end. The 4 immortal realm masters, including the elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Longshan Tang, were also standing in the void at this time. The former 3 stared at the liquid ball with a diameter of dozens of miles, flashing a dim light from time to time. Obviously, they were not calm at the moment. With the vision of the immortal realm masters, they could naturally see that this liquid ball was extraordinary. Although they did not know what it was, according to Yixian's previous actions and words, it was obviously something good. At this moment, the elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Longshan Tang were hesitating whether they should also jump in and enjoy a cup of soup. You 3 old guys better be honest. It's not easy to make something good, so don't think about it. Can't you leave it to the younger generation? The wretched mosquito slayer, who was standing at the side, gave a timely warning. Furthermore, this thing was created by Xian using the Shin-known unusual flame. He was the one who discovered and solved the zombie crisis on Tiana Planet. It's only right for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. What's more, although this thing is extraordinary, it can't withstand the absorption of the 3 immortal realm masters. If you really jump in, I'm afraid Xian's fortune will be gone. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. At the end of his words, Old Man Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and his tone turned harsh. Although he and the 3 old men had fought side by side, just now, they were actually not on the same side. There was no need to be polite in this kind of situation. The immortal realm master, with the immortal realm master, with the immortal realm master, with the immortal realm master, the immortal realm master with Mosquito Butcher. If the 3 of them really didn't listen to his advice and insisted on seizing Yixian's fortune, once Mosquito Butcher took action, it wouldn't be too difficult to stop the 3 of them together. Hearing his words, the immortal realm master, Gong Huaji, and Longshan Tang turned to look at each other and exchanged a look. In the end, they gave up shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They didn't do anything else. But they didn't leave. They still stood in the void around. Obviously, they were curious and wanted to stay to see the result. Soon, for hours passed. During this time, a group of Yi Xian's trusted subordinates from Triumph City led a Triumph Legion starship army of 1,000,000 battleships into the Tianhe planet through the space passage in the atmosphere of the Tianhe planet. Inside, it was very likely that there were still some fish that had escaped the net. They had to be cleaned up. In addition, this planet had always been the secret headquarters of Tuoba Lin Feng's universe Zombie Legion. Who knows if he had left some sort of backup plan or something like that. This also needed to be investigated. The Triumph Legion that had entered the Tianhe planet would carry out a thorough search inside the planet. At the same time, the entire Tianhe planet would be disinfected to prevent any remnant of the zombie virus. Finally, there was the Starry Sky Superbrain, which was the intelligent center of the Tianhe planet's interstellar network. Yi Xian already knew that this Starry Sky Superbrain had been zombified. Although it couldn't move and was still in the center of the Tianhe planet's interstellar network, it was an intelligent, semi-living thing after all. Therefore, in order to prevent it from playing any tricks, someone must be sent to control it as soon as possible. When all of this unfolded in an intense yet orderly manner, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had fallen into the intoxicated pleasure of the improvement in their cultivations and the strengthening of their bodies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was extremely beautiful. After an unknown period of time, when the slight piercing pain throughout his body had vanished, and the rapid rise in his cultivation had finally stopped, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually cleared up, and he opened his eyes. At this instant, the familiar sound of system notifications actually resounded successively in his mind like tidewater. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the ancient void dimension technique. Current cultivation, first rank region Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the Qi and Blood realm of the body. Current cultivation, first rank region Lord Realm. As the familiar sound of system notifications resounded in his mind, a wisp of astonishment appeared on Yi Xian's face because of his surprise, but it was quickly followed by wild joy that surged into his heart. For an entire minute, the sound of system notifications hadn't stopped resounding in his mind, and when Yi Xian was slightly stunned by them, the final sentence had finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the ancient void dimension technique. Current cultivation, perfection in the 9th rank of region Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the vital blood realm of the physical body. Current cultivation, perfection in the 9th rank of region Lord Realm. Perfection in the 9th rank of region Lord Realm? My God, it's simply heaven-defying. Before this, his cultivation was merely at the perfection of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm. Yet now, he'd advanced 9 ranks successively and directly surmounted an entire realm to attain perfection in the 9th rank of Region Lord Realm. It was a leap of an entire realm. Such a terrifying leap in strength was something that Yi Xian had only experienced once in the Tower of Ancient Inheritance within the inner city of the Eternal Dynasty. However, even that couldn't be compared to this. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak at that time. Yet now, he'd attained perfection in the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm before the arrival of this fortune. Even if it was a leap of an entire realm, the difference in foundation was completely different. Chapter 41:15. Perfection of the 9th level of the Region Lord realm. In just a short few hours, Yi Xian's cultivation had risen explosively by an entire realm. Moreover, it was an explosive increase in both his cultivation and his vital energy. This was absolutely significant. After all, this was merely the strength of his main body in its normal state. Once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body, he would be even stronger. Such a thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body. In an instant, the vital energy and blood within his body surged, and a 30-meter tall ancient devil ape appeared out of thin air. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it possessed monstrous ferocity. It actually only rose by a small realm. I merely stepped into the first level of the Sector Lord realm. Yi Xian was instantly stunned when he sensed the strength of the ancient devil ape bloodline within his body. Merely a small realm of cultivation had risen explosively, and this was far beyond his expectations. Previously, when his main body was at the 9th level of the Star Lord realm, the strength of the ancient devil ape bloodline true body was at the 5th level of the Region Lord realm. Once he executed the 9 devil ape bloodline true body and attained the 5th transformation, he would instantly attain the 1st level of the Sector Lord realm. Every single transformation would increase his strength by a small realm. Now that his main body had broken through once more and attained perfection of the 9th level of the Region Lord realm, according to convention, after activating the ancient devil ape bloodline, Yi Xian should be able to attain the 5th level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would attain the 1st level of the Universe realm. But now he'd clearly activated the ancient devil ape bloodline, yet his strength didn't rise by 5 small realms like before. Instead, it had been reduced to a single small realm. After a brief moment of shock, he roughly figured out the crux of the matter, and he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. The reason why my cultivation and physical strength would rise greatly after activating the ancient devil ape bloodline is because of the amplification effect of the ancient devil ape bloodline. However, it is very clear that this sort of effect will continue to exist as one becomes stronger and stronger. However, it is absolutely impossible for it to always be this obvious. To put it simply, the amplification effect of the devil ape's bloodline toward one's strength was very obvious when one's cultivation was weak, so the improvement of one's strength was extremely great once it was activated. Yet now, I've already stepped into the perfection stage of the 9th rank of Region Lords, and I'm much stronger than before. So, the amplification effect of the devil ape's bloodline towards my strength is naturally not as obvious as it was in the past. The most direct effect of this is that while the improvement of one's cultivation is still the same after the bloodline is activated, the extent of it has decreased. It's far from what it used to be. Now that I've activated the ancient demonic ape bloodline, my strength has only increased by a small level. What about the 9 transformations of the demonic ape? Is it still possible to advance by a small level with each transformation? If this is still the case, then it won't be too disappointing. After all, with the addition of the devil ape's 5 transformations, when needed, my cultivation and strength can instantly increase by at least 6 small ranks. The further one goes, the stronger one's cultivation and strength will be. Usually, 1 small rank is very significant. 6. An instant increase of one's combat strength by a small rank is extremely impressive. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately shouted, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. First transformation. Along with Yi Xian's explosive roar, the size of the 30 m tall ancient demonic ape suddenly increased, while an indescribable bloodline energy instantly surged within its body, and it converged into a force that was like a tide. It greatly increased the vital blood and cultivation of the 3 true forms of the ancient demonic ape. In the blink of an eye, the 30 m tall ancient demonic ape had directly risen to 300 m tall. Cultivation strength. 2nd rank of the World Lord realm. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 2nd transformation. After he shouted explosively for the 2nd time, a familiar feeling arose once more. The vital blood and energy within the 3 true forms surged once more, and it surpassed the 1st transformation. The ancient demonic ape was 300 m tall during the 1st transformation, yet now it had risen explosively to 3 kilometers tall. Cultivation strength. 3rd rank of the World Lord realm. At this point, there was no need to continue. He was already certain that the effect of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape hadn't changed. Every transformation would allow his cultivation to rise by a small rank. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 5th transformation, this was equivalent to a 5 small rank increase in battle strength, and adding on the 1 small rank increase from activating the ancient demonic ape bloodline. If he needed it, his own battle strength could instantly rise by 6 small levels to reach Sector Lord level 6 from the peak of Domain Lord level 9. 6th rank of the World Lord realm at its strongest state? This is already the pinnacle of the middle stage of the World Lord realm. Since that's the case, I'll break through another small rank. After figuring out all the problems, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He subconsciously clenched his fists as he muttered to himself, I only need 1 more small breakthrough. Then, when the Devil Ape's bloodline is activated, I will be able to use the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 5th transformation. At that time, my cultivation will reach the Realm Master level, the 7th rank, even though it's only a single rank of difference from the 6th rank of the World Lord realm. One is at the middle stage of the World Lord realm, while the other is at the late stage of the World Lord realm. Their combat strengths are completely different. Besides that, my current cultivation is at the peak of the 9th rank of the Region Lord realm under normal circumstances. I only need to break through a small rank before I'll be able to surmount an entire realm and reach the World Lord realm from the current peak of the Region Lord realm. This is even more significant. Any one of these points is worth me breaking through right now. Even though I've just experienced a great leap of an entire realm, if I don't hesitate to invest and exhaust my strength, then it's entirely possible to forcefully push my current cultivation up a small rank. I can do it. At the very least, it's worth a try for the sake of attaining a combat strength at the World Lord realm. When he spoke up to here, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and directly deactivated the bloodline ability. Moreover, he struggled free from the ancient demonic ape bloodline state and returned to his human form. Just like before, he sat down cross-legged in the depths of the enormous liquid ball. Swish, 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 swish. Yi Xian withdrew a huge amount of cultivation resources from the undying world within his body. Any single one of these resources would cause a stir and frenzy if placed in the outside world. Yet now, he'd practically spared no expense to withdraw them, and his objective was merely for the sake of breaking through a small rank. If news of this were spread, then countless experts would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Natural chill nectar, nether furnace lotion, heavenly centipede venom, and hellish ant elixir that had been refined by the Shinnon blaze, 10 drops of evil liquid, 109th rank 99 colored starker quintessences, and a huge amount of 8-eyed silver crystals. Chapter 41:16. Yi Xian was very determined to break through the bottleneck, but he would be lying if he said that he wasn't nervous. It was because he hadn't refined the level 18 liquid at all. Ever since his cultivation of the ancient Dongshu chant was interrupted, he had been walking the path of body tempering by using the gene cultivation fluid. Although he had obtained the subsequent cultivation method of the ancient Dongshu chant, the cultivation method required comprehension, and the speed of improvement was slow. On the other hand, the path of body tempering was an evolutionary path. Once his body was strong enough, he would be able to break through the shackles of human potential in his body. Therefore, even after obtaining the subsequent techniques of the ancient Dongshu Sutra, Yi Xian had been practicing both martial arts and martial arts, and his cultivation had always been in sync with his physical strength. But in fact, after so many times, there had only been one instance where a breakthrough in the cultivation of the cultivation method would lead to a breakthrough in the power of the qi and blood of the body. The rest were all through tempering the physical body, achieving a breakthrough in the realm using the power of the physical body's qi and blood, leading to a breakthrough in the cultivation of the cultivation method. For example, it was the same this time. He was trying to break through the bottleneck in seclusion, but he wasn't trying to comprehend the ancient Dongshu Sutra. Instead, he was trying to break through the bottleneck with his physical body, as usual. However, the level 18 liquid was needed to break through from the State Lord level to the Sector Lord level. The level 16 liquid could create Star Lords. The level 17 liquid could create Realm Lords. The level 18 and level 19 liquids could create Realm Lords and Universe Lords. However, Yi Xian had the level 16 and level 17 liquids and had already made them. He had used the level 16 liquid when he broke through from the peak of the 9th rank of the Universe State to the 1st rank of the Star Lord level. As for the level 17 liquid, he didn't have time to use it at all before he jumped a major level and became a 9th rank domain lord from the 9th rank of the Star Lord level. That didn't make sense. Since he had been using gene cultivation liquids to strengthen his body, he had to use the level 17 liquid when he broke through from the 9th rank of the Star Lord level to the 1st rank of the Domain Lord level. The exception this time might have something to do with the massive amount of undying and indestructible biomass energy that Yi Xian had just absorbed. However, this was a one-time exception. At the very least, while he was still inside the liquid sphere, the color of the liquid was already very faint, and he was basically unable to absorb the mysterious, undying, and indestructible biomass. In other words, it was impossible for Yi Xian to break through to the Sector Lord realm from the peak of the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm like before, relying on an unexpected opportunity to break through in one go. He would most likely require a level 18 elixir used to create a Sector Lord. It was a pity that he didn't have any level 18 or level 19 liquid. Concocting these two top-grade liquid required all sorts of heaven and earth treasures. At the very least, he had to find a way to get them from the Sector Lord old monsters. He hadn't had the time to gather all of them yet. Without the level 18 elixir, this breakthrough was highly likely to fail. It was also because of this reason that Yi Xian gritted his teeth and took out a terrifying amount of peak-grade resources from his undying world. Actually, even if this was the case, it could only be considered as an attempt, and whether it would succeed was still unknown. After an unknown amount of time, when the slight piercing pain in his body disappeared, and his cultivation level finally stopped rising, Yi Xian's consciousness gradually became clear, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification unexpectedly rang out in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ancient Dongxiu Technique Breakthrough. Current Realm. Sector Lord Realm Level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fleshly Body Blood Chi Breakthrough. Current Realm. Sector Lord Realm Level 1. Sector Lord Realm Level 1. Finally, he successfully broke through. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and, at this moment, he had the urge to howl towards the sky. From a small core realm cultivator to a Sector Lord old monster, his cultivation level had crossed over 18 realms, and all of this was accomplished in a short span of 2 to 3 years. If it was before, even Yi Xian himself would definitely not believe it, and wouldn't even dare to think about it. Today, he could finally be considered as a true expert. Moreover, on the surface, he was only a Sector Lord Level 1, but that wasn't even his true strength. Previously, when his main body was at the peak of the 9th level of the Domain Lord realm, his ancient ape demon bloodline true body strength was at the 1st level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 6th level of the Sector Lord realm, and every transformation would raise his strength by a small level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through once again, he had finally stepped into the 1st level of the Realm Lord realm. In that case, after activating the Devil Ape's bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation in the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient Devil Ape state would be able to reach the 2nd level of the Realm Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the 7th level of the Sector Lord realm. The 7th level of the Sector Lord realm was the late stage of the Sector Lord realm, and it was completely different from the 6th level of the Sector Lord realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Sector Lord realm. If Yi Xian's various treasures and powerful bloodline abilities were included, then he was completely confident that he could fight a middle or even late stage undying expert head-on and defeat them. Even though he still couldn't fight a marquee level expert, and he might even be beaten up. He had taken a huge step towards that level after all, and he was much, much closer. It could be said that his gains this time could be said to be unprecedented. In these few short hours, Yi Xian had undergone a magnificent transformation that was almost like a complete rebirth. Just as Yang Kai's heart was surging with excitement, 3 cries of incomparable joy suddenly came from the right. These cries were not real voices, but divine sense voices. After all, he was still inside the sphere of liquid at this moment. Wow. It's so comfortable, simply 10,000 times more comfortable than soaking in the spirit spring. No, even if I add up all the spirit springs I've soaked in and multiply it by 10,000 times, it still won't be as comfortable as this. So what if it's comfortable? The key is the benefits. What kind of zombie, poison, disgusting pus is this? It's simply a peerless treasure of heaven and earth. I've cultivated for so many years, but I've never experienced such a delightful cultivation speed before. It's just like flying, and it's going up. And it's not just in terms of cultivation technique. My physical body has clearly improved by a large amount too. Heavens, is this the legendary dual cultivation of martial arts and martial arts? After soaking in the bath, our cultivation technique and physical body's chi and blood realm are actually synchronized. This is absolutely crushing those of the same level, the rhythm of those of the same level. Very clearly, these are the divine sense voices of the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. From their words, it was obvious that the 3 girls had benefited a lot this time, and their voices were filled with a feeling of insanity. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian subconsciously extended a strand of divine sense to check the current cultivation level of the 3 girls. Chapter 41:17. Even Yi Xian was quite shocked when he saw how strong the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had become. It was because the 3 of them had been in the cosmic state, the 14th level, while the Star-Lord state was the 16th. There was a 15th level in between, the Cosmos state, which they had skipped. Yi Xian had only skipped 1 level, but the 3 girls had all skipped 2 levels. They weren't even the Cosmos state before, but they were already Star-Lords at the moment. Moreover, these 3 girls had only been at the cosmic light realm in the past. They had not taken the path of body tempering. Therefore, the realm of their chi and blood power had not even reached the cosmic light realm. However, not only had they become Star-Lords at the moment, they were also Star-Lords who practiced both martial arts and martial arts at the same time. They would have crushed any Star-Lords of the same level. Their gains were definitely greater than those of Yi Xian. However, it was quite normal. After all, the 3 girls had been weak to begin with, yet they had jumped into the giant ball of liquid, undying biomass almost at the same time as Yi Xian. Now, that all of the special biomass energy had been completely absorbed. Even if Yi Xian might have obtained more, Xin Yuan Xing and the other 2 girls obviously didn't absorb much either. It was quite understandable that they had become Star-Lords in one fell swoop. Oh, I think someone scanned us with their divine senses. The scent is quite familiar. It's that big bad guy over there. Oh no, he's spying on us. The guy is really bad. He's so impatient. We're all clothed, yet he's still peeping. He's really desperate. But, Sister Xing, Sister Qianru, I think we're taking a bath with him. Does it really matter if he's watching us? I almost forgot. Damn it. Why are we here? He's taking advantage of us. We're taking a bath with that bad guy. It's going to be so embarrassing. Let's go. Hardly had Yi Xian retracted his divine senses when the 3 girls, who had been excited for a moment, turned their attention to their current situation. They murmured to each other, but the Purplish Warbler and Zhao Qianru lost their minds because Duanmu Xiaocha hadn't warned them properly. Ninji shrieked. Hiu! Hiu! Very quickly, the sound of water splashing rang out. The 3 girls were clearly dressed properly, but their reactions were as if they were soaking with Yi Xian. They screamed as they fled in panic. Their figures shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the large ball of liquid that was no longer colorful. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face darkened, indicating that he'd received 10,000 points of damage. However, There was nothing he could do when facing these three girls. He could only shake his head and bitterly smile. His figure flashed as he rushed out as well. Heavenly River Star in the cosmic void outside the atmosphere. In fact, by now, the unexpected zombie upheaval that had shocked the three main dimensions of the starry skies had finally come to an end. Even the triumphant fleet, which Naples had sent to the interior of Heavenly River Star to conduct a final search and complete disinfection, had now sailed out of Heavenly River Star one after another and stopped in the cosmic void near the atmosphere. For the 6 hours had passed since the cleanup fleet entered the interior of Heavenly River Star. At this time, the large number of starships that had been waiting around the void, as well as the starry sky masters standing in the cosmic void with their physical bodies, began to whisper to each other again after a long silence. Of course, the object of their discussion was still the giant liquid ball that was dozens of miles in diameter. 12 to 14 hours have passed. Do we still have to wait like this? Why don't we go in and see if the four of them are still there? What do you mean by still there? Don't you see that the four of them are sitting cross-legged in the giant liquid ball? Several hours have passed. The colorful liquid has become extremely clear, and the four of them are clearly visible. More importantly, I don't know if they're still breathing. It's probably going to be a close call. The giant liquid ball, with a diameter of several dozen miles, has turned from its original rainbow color to its current clear as water. It's obvious that all of the zombie poison has been absorbed by them. Even if they're still breathing, they're probably not human anymore. They're definitely cosmic zombies. Now that you mention it, that's really the case. Look, those three girls are moving zombies. They're definitely zombies. Hiss, Star-Lords? Weren't the three girls in the cosmic state when they went in? How did they break through 2 major levels in only a few hours? How is that possible? They're definitely zombies. Damn, the one behind them was even stronger. She was only a Star-Lord when she went in, and she's already a Sector Lord when she came out a few hours later. Who else could have improved so quickly? Kill them. Kill them immediately. As these cries of surprise rang out, the surrounding space quickly became lively again. There were even people who started to clamor for Yi Xian and the three girls to attack. However, most of the experts in the starry sky were still biding their time, but their faces were full of vigilance and suspicion. Obviously, they were unwilling to accept such a reality. It was too shocking that the number one genius in the world had become a zombie in the universe. Bullsh *T. Who's a cosmic zombie? I'll blow him up if he keeps yelling. The elephant fox, Sable's expression instantly darkened. The power of his cultivation spread out, and with a single shout, the pressure of the immortal realm old monster filled the entire space. The starry sky experts that were clamoring to suppress Yi Xian instantly felt as if their necks had been grabbed, and the words in their mouths abruptly stopped. At this moment, after Yi Xian rushed out of the giant liquid ball, he withdrew the layer of Shinnong 7 colored flames that wrapped around the giant liquid ball and returned it to the Shinnong cauldron. Then, he waved his hand again and put the Shinnong cauldron back into his undying world. Walala! As the Shinnong 7 colored flames on the surface were removed, the liquid ball that had lost its support instantly dispersed. It turned into an extremely clear liquid that floated in the void of the universe. Compared to the colorful zombie pus and the colorful puddles that had been refined by the Shinnong flames, the liquid was as pure as water. Not only was it free of zombie venom, it was even drinkable. Chapter 41:18. The Star State experts in the void finally realized what was going on. They noticed that Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanlu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru hadn't been infected by the so-called zombie virus. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that when the liquid was still zombie poison and disgusting pus, its color was very obvious and colorful, which made people's scalps tingle. However, later, Yi Xian extracted a large cluster of mysterious flames from the Shinnong cauldron and refined the liquid ball, which had already been condensed to a diameter of 100 kilometers. The color of the giant liquid ball changed again. It changed from the previous colorful color to the later 7 colors. Although it was still mottled it was no longer that disgusting color. Instead, it gave people a dreamy feeling of jewels and treasures. At that time, more than half of the giant liquid ball with a diameter of 100 kilometers had been refined, leaving only 30 to 40 kilometers in diameter. It was obvious that the zombie toxins and pus in the liquid had been completely removed at that time. If that wasn't the case, Yi Xian wouldn't have jumped in without the slightest hesitation. It meant that when Yi Xian jumped into the liquid ball, it was no longer zombie venom and disgusting pus inside, but some kind of cultivation resource that had been refined with such a thing. As for Yi Xian and the three girls who jumped in later on, the reason why their cultivations had improved so much in such a short period of time was because Yi Xian himself had risen from the Star-Lord realm to the Realm Lord realm. The three girls had advanced from the cosmic state to the Star-Lord state. Almost all of them had crossed the chasm of 2 major levels. The real reason for that was the colorful, mysterious resources and materials that had been inside the liquid ball. Unfortunately, those resources and materials had long since disappeared. It was precisely because of this that this huge liquid ball had turned into pure water. Countless people in the surrounding void were pounding their chests and stomping their feet when they realized that, damn it, just now I missed an opportunity to become a Star Lord instantly. Yes, yes, yes. The lucky girl. No, the lucky guy waved at me and kindly reminded me to come with you. However, I still missed it because of my hesitation. What's wrong with you? After all, you're still hesitating. I'm Yi Xian's diehard fan. Just now, when he waved his hand, I already took a step forward, but in the end, I was pulled back by that guy. What zombie poison? Tell me not to go. Where's the guy pulling people? Hurry up and come out. I promise I won't kill you. Ha ha ha. Star-Lord. My Xianyuan family's little Ziying has actually become a Star-Lord monster. Wah. The two of them have a telepathic connection. Everyone else was hesitating, but this old man's good granddaughter rushed out without hesitation. Even if it was zombie poison, she was not afraid of it. That's so touching. Old man Xianyuan, do you have any shame? What couple? Love is stronger than gold. Little friend, Yi, is clearly our Xiaocha's. He's my future grandson-in-law. Oh, old man Zhao, why did you pull my beard? You want to steal my grandson-in-law. So what's the big deal about pulling a few strands of your beard? Didn't you see my little Qian jump in as well? She and little friend Yi are true love. Damn it, where did these 3 crazy old men come from? They didn't get the opportunity themselves, but they won't even let the little girl go. Can they be any more shameless than that? Yi Xian's face gradually darkened when he saw the purplish warbler's grandfather and 2 other old men, who were suspected to be Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru's grandson-in-law, arguing that he was their grandson-in-law. After fighting in front of countless experts of the starry sky, Yi Xian was so shocked that his entire body trembled. His face, which had just darkened, turned green again. Looks like this really isn't a place to stay for long. It's better to leave quickly. At the very least, I should avoid this scene. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome if those 3 shameless old geezers couldn't come to a conclusion and came before me to seek confirmation face to face. No matter what answer he gave, the purplish warbler's 3 little girls would bear a grudge against him. As for not saying anything and keeping silent, sorry, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly lost his composure. He hurriedly activated the cultivation in his body and said loudly, "Everyone, this is the end. This matter is over, and Yi Xian will leave." For the last time, although this prince's press conference is just a cover, the ultimate goal is to confuse the universe zombies on the Skyriver planet and take advantage of their unpreparedness to lay down a large number of troops and annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, everything Yi Xian had said before was true. The name of Prince Xian, please don't mention it again in the future. I am me. I am Yi Xian. Goodbye. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. He turned around and rushed toward the star passage in the Skyriver planet's atmosphere behind him. The reason why he didn't leave this star sector directly, but went to the Skyriver planet, was because there was still a zombified super brain waiting for him to collect. Now that the Skyriver planet had been taken over by the victorious Return Army under the command of Naples, the star passage in the atmosphere was heavily guarded, so there was no need to worry that the universe masters behind him would swarm up and follow him. As Yi Xian's figure disappeared and entered the star passage in the Sky River planet's atmosphere, the countless universe masters in the surrounding void were stunned for a moment. Then they began to talk again. Previously, because of the sudden appearance of the universe's zombies, they had all forgotten about the prince's press conference this time. However, at this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's reminder, everyone recalled everything that had happened before the zombies appeared, including how Yi Xian had waved his hand and summoned the Medicine King's divine cauldron during the battle with the zombie emperor, Tobalinfo. For a moment, almost all eyes were on the three immortal realm masters, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the elephant fox Martin. There was a strange look in their eyes as they whispered to each other. These three old men had come this time to represent the two major camps of the human race, as well as the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. Originally, they had said that they were going to bring Prince Xian back to the immortal planet. However, now it seemed that Yi Xian clearly didn't have this intention. Not only did he not plan to return to the immortal planet, but from his tone, it was clear that he didn't plan to use the identity of Prince Xian in the future. Thinking about it, it made sense. The other party was a group of 7 freaks. Aside from Prince Xian, the other 6 were all freakishly talented existences. Such heaven-defying talents were simply unprecedented, and there would be no one like them in the future. Was there a need to curry favor with an undying dynasty? Chapter 41:19. Among the 4 immortal realm old monsters, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was the least responsive to the whispers. He turned to look at the other 3 and snorted coldly. With a flash of his body, he also rushed toward the star passage in the atmosphere of the Sky River planet behind him. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji looked at each other with strange expressions. Considering the identities of the 3 of them, as well as the purpose of their visit to Sky River planet, their current situation was so awkward that it could not get any more awkward. When had the immortal old monsters ever encountered such an awkward situation? In particular, there were countless human clan Starry Sky experts and people of the Federation in the surrounding void. Almost all of them were looking at them with strange eyes and talking to each other. The 3 old guys felt as if there was a knife on their back. They could not leave, nor could they stay, nor could they follow them into the heavenly river planet. They were so depressed. Of course, the elephant fox ferret was just pretending to be depressed. However, his acting was only 60% or 70%, and the other 30% or 40% of his depression was real. But this depression was not because of the awkward situation he was in now. He had already surrendered to Yi Xian. So even if he was a member of Yi Xian's camp, it was the Wanluo Federation that was embarrassed. It had nothing to do with him. The reason he was depressed was that he was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Just now, Yi Xian had leaped into the giant ball of liquid and waved his hand to say that he wanted to come together. After hearing those words, his heart was moved and he almost rushed out. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. By the time the 3 girls rushed into the giant liquid ball and he was about to take a step forward, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already warned him. It was impossible for him to get a share of the loot. For him, this was definitely a painful loss of good fortune. In that liquid ball, with a diameter of 30 to 40 miles, there was obviously a huge amount of mysterious resources. Although he had the foundation of the middle stage of the immortal realm, it was impossible for him to directly cross a big realm. But even if it was just a small breakthrough, it was still possible. After all, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to cultivate from the middle stage of the immortal realm to the late stage of the immortal realm without hundreds or thousands of years. Thousands of years of cultivation had been lost because of a moment of hesitation. If this happened to anyone, they would probably regret it for a long time. In addition to the elephant fox ferret, the other 2 immortal old monsters, Gong Huaji, who represented the Tenju celestial palaces, was not so bad. Tang, who represented the immortal dynasty, at this time was so ashamed that his whole face was like a monkey's face. How could he not be ashamed? Previously, When Yi Xian was in the Devil Domain, he had taken the initiative to propose an alliance with the Human Clan. The Human Clan included the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Extreme Heavenly Palaces, but Yi Xian had mentioned this alliance to him. He was looking for the Immortal Dynasty, not the 10 Extreme Heavenly Palaces. This showed that Yi Xian still cared about the inexplicable friendship with the dynasty, even if the dynasty directly sent him to the Death Celestial Palaces after he arrived at the Immortal Star. However, in the face of Yi Xian's good intentions, Tang Long refused without hesitation, and even mocked him, saying that Yi Xian was arrogant and conceited. In the end, not long after that, he had become the owner of the great providence of the current world. Furthermore, he had directly revealed his true identity as one of the 7 freaks. However, he had nothing to do with the everlasting dynasty anymore. This was more than a slap in the face. It was simply a slap in the face. Even if Tang Long's face was thick, he could not sit still at this moment. According to his temperament, in such an embarrassing situation, he was afraid that he would have turned around and left in shame. However, he came here on behalf of the entire dynasty. Now that things had developed into such an embarrassing situation, it was impossible for anyone from the dynasty to be willing to come over and deal with his mess. This matter, therefore, even if he was ashamed, Tang Long could only pinch his nose and accept it. He braced himself and stayed to deal with the aftermath of this matter. At the very least, the relationship with Yi Xian had to be repaired. Yi Xian now represented the great luck of the 3 main planes of the sky. In the face of the great calamity that was about to befall the untainted world, this kind of fate attribute factor was too important and related to the fate of a clan. The survival of the clan was not up to him to not be cautious. With each of them in mind, the elephant fox ferret, Tang Longshan, Gong Hua, and the 3 immortal old monsters all turn around and return to the flagship fortresses of their respective fleets. Although the current Sky River Star was controlled by the zombie Superbrain, and there was no regional star network signal, the star network signal of the small country still covered this star field. It was just that the signal was slightly weaker, but with this level of connection, they could contact the Dynasty Immortal Star. There was no problem at all, as well as the headquarters of the 10 Ju Heavenly Palaces of the Cultivation Camp, Tianju Palace. The 3 old fogies hurriedly returned to their respective flagship fortresses to seek the opinions of the higher-ups behind them. Of course, everything that happened here had long been known to the 3 main planes of the sky. The previous Prince's press conference was broadcasted live to the 3 main planes of the sky. Although the universe zombies in the Sky River Star had appeared out of nowhere, causing a huge commotion and shocking changes, the major star media fortresses in the surrounding void that were responsible for the live broadcast did not stop at all. Work, struggle on the front line, and all the scenes were transmitted out. Putting aside Gong Hua of the Tenju Heavenly Palaces and the Elephant Fox Ferret of the Myriad Luo Federation, Tang Longshan, who represented the Immortal Dynasty, immediately contacted the Imperial Court's Dormitory Elder Pavilion as soon as he entered the flagship fortress. The changes that happened this time were too shocking. The entire Imperial Court's Dormitory Elder Pavilion was in a complete mess, and the holographic 3-dimensional image in front of him was in chaos. After receiving the communication signal sent by Tang Longshan, the holographic 3-dimensional image flashed, and the image that appeared in Tang Longshan's sight was actually an immortal emperor of the dynasty who had not been born for a long time. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Little Tang, I already know everything that happened over there. Now the entire Dormitory Elder Pavilion is in chaos. You guys handled this matter too much. Didn't you get any news beforehand? Such a great person of great fortune was actually pushed to the opposite side of the Imperial Court by you guys. Are you all King useless? Chapter 4120. After passing through the star passage in the atmosphere and entering the interior of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian stood high in the sky, looking at the familiar Heavenly River Star. At this moment, it was cold and cheerless, and it was rare to see a few figures. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He still had some feelings for the Heavenly River Star. After entering the starry sky, the Heavenly River Star was the first planet with life he came into contact with. Moreover, even Yi Xian's Federation identity and interstellar mercenary status were registered here, including the 2 times he appeared out of nowhere and shocked the 3 main dimensions of the starry sky. It was also here. This time, he came to the Heavenly River Star and took the initiative to reveal his identity. Although he ended the past with Prince Xian, it didn't mean that the special situation he had with the Heavenly River Star was buried in the past as well. Furthermore, this was the closest life star to the 9 Heavenly Star. The 9 Heavenly Star was located in an extremely secluded corner of the universe. The edge of the 9 Heavenly Star was very long and was shrouded in a unique fog. Hence, it had not been discovered until now. However, with the arrival of the Great Desolate World, it was only a matter of time before the 9 Heavenly Stars were exposed, standing in the sky above the Heavenly River Star. Yi Xian was in a daze for a moment. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he felt inexplicably emotional. After a long time, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Whether it was the 9 Heaven Star or the ancient planet he came from, he couldn't search for them or care about them. He only needed to know that they were safe for the time being. What he needed to do now was to become stronger, and constantly stronger. Facing the prehistoric world that would arrive at any time, his current cultivation level of the Sector Lord realm was too weak. After shaking his head and temporarily shaking off the feelings in his mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the main continent of the Heavenly River Star below. Here, the Heavenly River City stood at the edge of the main continent, facing the sea. Originally, it was a magnificent scene, but now there were only a few figures. Only the experts of the Victorious Return Army, who were in charge of taking over this place, occasionally came and went. Following Yi Xian's arrival, Naples, who was the first to enter the Heavenly River planet, quickly rushed over. Young Master, the entire Heavenly River planet has been searched and cleaned up. There are no remnants of the zombie poison, including the zombie lair at the military base in the depths of the Heavenly River Sea. It seems that in this short period of time, under the carpet search of a large number of Victorious Return Legion experts, Tuoba Lin Feng's hiding place on the Sky River Star was finally found. This kid really knows how to hide. He actually hid in a military base in the depths of the sea. As the secret base of the Heavenly River planet's garrison, there must have been a large array formation set up to conceal his aura. It's the best place to hide. Why didn't I think of it before? Hearing Naples' words, Yi Xian immediately came to a realization and laughed involuntarily. There is no other discovery in that secret military base. After all, Tuoba Lin Feng has decided to fully evacuate. After that, the Heavenly River Star will be searched thoroughly. There is no point in leaving behind any backup arrangements. It can't be hidden. There is no point. Taking over the conversation, Naples continued. Right now, the only thing left in the entire Heavenly River Star is the central control room of the Heavenly River Star network. It has been checked. The super brain, which is the intelligence center of the Heavenly River Star network, is still there. It has indeed been zombified. However, for some reason, it died because of the execution of Tuoba Lin Feng. Now it is under our control. This is a bit strange. Hearing Naples' reminder, Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. Tuoba Lin Feng is the source of the poison for this universe's zombie race. The entire universe's zombie race is derived from his bloodline. Once he dies, all the zombies will explode at the same time. This is the reason why all the zombies will be damaged. This should be determined by some special characteristics of the universe's zombie virus. Previously, after Tuoba Lin Feng was killed, all the universe's zombies exploded and died in an instant, including the 4 zombie behemoths that had evolved to the middle stage of the immortal realm by devouring each other. However, this zombified superbrain was left unscathed. This matter is indeed a bit strange. Take me to see it. Naples nodded and didn't say much. He turned around and led the way. After a while, he brought Yi Xian to the central control room of the Heavenly River Star Network under the Star-Lord Mansion. In his line of sight, there was a thing about the size of a human head. It looked like a mollusk, but it had no head or face. It was more like the legendary Tai Sui fungus. It was quietly lying in a culture tank that had been set up with restrictions. This thing was blue with a hint of red in it. It looked a little strange. At this time, it seemed to have sensed someone's arrival. It trembled slightly, causing the light blue gene culture fluid that it was soaking in to ripple slightly. This thing was a superbrain that acted as the intelligence center of the Heavenly River Star Network. Of course, it was an ordinary superbrain, unlike the two superbrains in the Immortal Star and Tianji City, which were top-level superbrains at the Immortal level. However, although this superbrain's level was ordinary, it was estimated that there was no other superbrain like it in the three main planes of the universe today. It was absolutely unique, because it had been zombified, and strangely, it didn't die out because of the execution of the Emperor of this universe's zombie population. Perhaps it was because of the superbrain's unique characteristics. Because the superbrain wasn't a real living body at all. In some aspects, it was similar to the commonly known Tai Sui fungus. It was between living matter and non-living matter. Perhaps this was why, although it had been zombified, it didn't die out because of the execution of the Emperor of this universe's zombie population. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. Whether or not this was the truth would require further research and exploration before he could confirm. However, this matter might be a headache for others. They would need to carefully research, analyze, and even deduce it time and time again. However, it wasn't a problem for Yi Xian at all. With the devouring system in his body, solving this kind of problem was a piece of cake. At this time, just as Yi Xian was about to contact the devouring system in his body and use it to investigate the zombified super brain in front of him and find out what was wrong with it, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered a mutant super brain. Do you want to start devouring it immediately? Hint: there is a certain risk in devouring it. If it succeeds, the growth level immortal superbrain, which is the main control center of the system's personal communication system, will most likely enter the mature stage. If it fails, the consequences are unknown. Chapter 41-21. A mutant superbrain? Devour? A growth-level immortal superbrain that was the main control center of the system's personal communication system could possibly enter the mature stage? When these words flashed through Yi Xian's mind, a look of shock immediately appeared on his face. He knew very well how difficult it was to evolve a Starry Sky superbrain. Otherwise, the three Starry Sky main planes wouldn't only have two mature, immortal-grade Starry Sky superbrains after so many years of development. One of them was on the Immortal Planet, the intelligence center of the Immortal Dynasty and the Myriad Net Federation Star Network. The other was in Tianji City, the headquarters of the Tianji clan. It was the intelligence center of the Tianji fortress that had disappeared and whose whereabouts were unknown. As for Yi Xian, he originally only had a fragment of an immortal-level superbrain. It was precisely because of this fragment that Yi Xian was able to activate the personal star communication system attached to the devouring system in his body. After activating the personal communication system, Yi Xian was like carrying an interstellar network with him everywhere he went. Even if he didn't have a battleship or any other modern technological equipment, he could still connect to nearby administrative planets through the personal communication system attached to the system in his body when he was alone in the universe. To the interstellar network. However, even though Yi Xian had invested a huge amount of rare resources to help this immortal superbrain evolve, it had only entered the mature stage from its previous fragmented state. It was still a long way from the final mature stage. Right now, the opportunity to make this immortal-level superbrain that had just entered the growth stage evolve and break through to the mature stage was right in front of them. It would be a lie to say that Yi Xian wasn't moved. Although the Starry Sky superbrain in his hand was no longer a fragment after Yi Xian invested a large amount of resources into nurturing it, it was a complete immortal-level Starry Sky superbrain. However, the difference between an immortal superbrain in the mature stage and the mature stage was huge. It wasn't that big of a difference, but it wasn't that big of a difference. Let me give you a simple example. Currently, the immortal-grade superbrain in Yi Xian's hands was in its growth stage. If Yi Xian needed it, he could activate the personal intergalactic communication system attached to the devouring system in his body. The furthest he could go would allow him to silently connect to the Imperial Star Sector network in the Heavenly Dark Empire. This was the limit, and he had to take a certain risk. If he left a trace in the Imperial Star Sector network of the Heavenly Dark Empire, it would attract the attention of the mature immortal star superbrain on the undying star of the dynasty. Once the other party followed the clues, it was very likely that they would be able to locate Yi Xian and confirm that the immortal grade superbrain in its growth stage was with him. Although it couldn't take it away, it could keep a close eye on Yi Xian in the dark. The next time Yi Xian used the star communication system, it could invade the network of another star field. In that case, the mature starry sky superbrain of the undying star of the Imperial Court will be able to quickly move out and track it down like a melon. It would directly devour Yi Xian's immortal-level starry sky superbrain. It could even invade the devouring system in Yi Xian's body and make some changes. None of this could be completely ruled out. It was for this reason that Yi Xian rarely used the personal intergalactic communication system attached to the devouring system in his body when he was in the first and third universes. He would try not to use it if he could. The reason was that he was afraid of being discovered by the two mature superbrains on the undying star in Tianji City. However, if the immortal grade superbrain in Yi Xian's hands wasn't in its growth stage, but had already reached its mature stage, then the situation would be completely different. First of all, if Yi Xian needed it, after he activated the personal intergalactic communication system, the distance of the star sector network he could access would be maximized. It would be easy for him to reach the Imperial Star of the Heavenly Dark Empire. Even if he didn't dare to say that it covered the entire third universe, he could definitely connect to the dynasty's main network on the undying star through the personal intergalactic communication system in his body from the Heavenly River Star. Moreover, even if he did that, Yi Xian wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the mature immortal-grade superbrain on the dynasty's undying star superbrain like he was now. Both of them were in their mature stage and were immortal-grade superbrains. The question of who would devour who no longer existed. In other words, under such circumstances, even if Yi Xian wanted to search for some information and data from the Undying Star Dynasty's main network or the MyriadNet Federation's Central Networks database, he wouldn't have to be like before and now, where he had a plan but didn't dare to put it into action. He could just invade directly. Even if he was discovered by the mature, immortal-grade superbrain on the Undying Star, he could at most compete with them. As long as they were of the same level, there was nothing he could do if the other party couldn't devour him. Right now, I'm only at the Sector Lord realm. Once I break through to the Universe realm, I'll have to gather a large amount of natural treasures and rare resources to refine the Level 19 liquid. I'm really in urgent need of information. It's too important. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as Yi Xian muttered to himself. The light in his eyes gradually became firm. Besides, the chaos of the Great Desolate Era can descend at any time. I don't have much time left. I have to increase my cultivation as quickly as possible. This also requires strength and power. I have to be strong enough to support. If that's the case, this opportunity has come at the right time. It's like giving me a pillow when I'm about to fall asleep. I'm really unwilling to miss this opportunity. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right fist and finally made a decision. Although the consequences of failing to devour are unknown, it sounds a little scary. If I succeed, the reward will be so great that I can't refuse. Besides, there's already a 60% chance of success. No matter what, I'll go all out. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately gave an affirmative reply to the devouring system in his body and started devouring the mutant-grade superbrain in front of him right away. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian decided to take the risk and gave the devouring system in his body the command, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The mutant-grade superbrain in the culture tank in front of him instantly disappeared. Obviously, it had been forcefully devoured by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body and absorbed into his body. Chapter 41:22. In his mind, The system notification of the devouring progress kept ringing. Yi Xian's heart also gradually rose to his throat as the number of system notifications increased. The devouring progress was very slow. It was obvious that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was not very relaxed when it came to devouring this mutant-grade, ordinary galactic superbrain. This situation immediately made Yi Xian's heart sink even more. He was afraid that an unforeseen accident would happen. After a full hour, the system notification of the devouring progress in his mind finally ended. However, what made Yi Xian dumbfounded was that the devouring progress had already reached 100, but the result of the devouring this time was still uncertain whether it was a success or a failure. This was because he soon heard a different system notification. After completing the devouring of this mutant-grade, ordinary galactic superbrain, the immortal-grade galactic superbrain in Yi Xian's personal galactic communication system actually entered hibernation. As for whether the devouring result was a success or a failure, it would have to wait until it finished its hibernation and woke up again before it could be determined. What made him even more speechless was that this so-called hibernation did not have a time limit. The time estimate given by the system was still unknown. In other words, its hibernation could be just for one night, or it could be 8 to 10 years. This time, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He was not in a hurry to do anything with the upgraded personal galactic communication system, but the key was that this matter was of great importance. Whether the devouring result this time was a success or a failure, his heart was already in his throat. In the end, after waiting for so long, this was the situation. His heart that was in his throat would not be able to calm down for a while. Who knew how long it would last? This was simply tormenting people, causing Yi Xian to feel like he was about to go crazy. Unfortunately, at this point, no matter how crazy he was, it would not change anything. With a helpless smile, Yi Xian could only force himself to calm down. After a while, he walked out of the underground galactic network's central control center with a gloomy expression. As soon as they returned to the ground, Naples, who had left first, came up to them with a strange look on his face. Before Yi Xian could ask, he said, "Young master, Skyriver Planet's super brain has turned into a zombie. It seems that we have to find a way to buy another one." "What do you mean?" When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned and felt a little confused. He naturally understood what Naples meant. Administrative planets like the Skyriver Planet required a super brain to act as the central intelligence of the star web. Even if the one on the Skyriver Planet had not been devoured by Yi Xian, it was obviously useless. It had already turned into a zombie and mutated. Who could use it? Rest assured, the reason why Yi Xian was stunned was because he didn't think that this was a problem that he or Naples should consider. The Skyriver star belonged to an immortal dynasty, so why bother? Even if they wanted to purchase a new normal superbrain, it was the Eternal Dynasty's business. We have already helped them get rid of such a big tumor like the universe zombies hibernating here. Is that not enough? We have even helped them clean up the interior of the Skyriver Planet. Now we even have to buy a superbrain to help them replace it. Who do they think they are? If the Skyriver Planet did not belong to us, we would naturally not have to care about this kind of thing. A superbrain is not something that can be found easily. Over the years, every force in the 3 main galactic planes needs a superbrain on every administrative planet. Over the years, almost every time a superbrain is found, it will be acquired by other forces. Naples obviously understood why Yi Xian was stunned. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. But even so, in the 3 main galactic planes, every force has more or less some administrative planets. There's no internal galactic network of the administrative planets at all, because there's no way to get a galactic network. The central galactic superbrain. However, we can't ignore the fact that the Skyriver Planet needs a new superbrain, because you are now the master of the Skyriver Planet. To be precise, you are the private owner of the Skyriver Planet. Call yourself the master of the planet. Call yourself the master of the planet, or even call yourself the king. As long as you are willing, you can do whatever you want. This news was even more surprising. Yi Xian's eyes widened in an instant. Huh? What's going on? I just received the news. Naples continued to explain. Just now, The immortal-level Elder Longshantung from the Eternal Dynasty made a public announcement in the cosmic void outside the Skyriver planet's atmosphere. He announced on behalf of the Eternal Dynasty that in view of the young masters helped to solve the problem of the universe zombies for the human race and the Wanluo Federation. There is a huge hidden danger in the Skyriver planet's bright starry sky. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty unanimously decided to transfer the ownership of the Skyriver planet to you, young master. From now on, this life planet is no longer one of the administrative planets of a small country under the Eternal Dynasty. It has become private property and belongs to you alone. So generous? As soon as he heard that it was as he had guessed, Yi Xian's eyes widened even more. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Eternal Dynasty. In the third universe, within the starry sky territory of the Eternal Dynasty, although there were countless life planets, they were divided into 3 empires. Under these 3 empires, there were hundreds and thousands of big countries. Under each big country, there were even more small countries. Under each small country, there were administrative planets. However, although these life planets belonged to small countries, big countries, or empires in terms of administration, in terms of ownership, without exception, they all belonged to the Eternal Dynasty. Even the princes of the Imperial Dynasty, the upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty, and the elders did not have a life planet that belonged to them. This kind of situation was strictly forbidden in the Eternal Dynasty. Even if they were extremely powerful existences, even if they were immortal old monsters, at most, they would only have some mineral planets and abandoned planets that were not life planets. But now, the Eternal Dynasty had directly gifted a life planet to Yi Xian. Moreover, it was a life planet like the Skyriver planet, which was quite enviable in terms of geographical location and wealth. Although it was given in the name of a reward on the surface, anyone could see that this was clearly a signal from the Imperial Dynasty to Yi Xian to repair their relationship. The upper echelons of the Imperial Dynasty on the Eternal Star were probably green with regret at this moment. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were pounding their chests. Now, they wanted to use this method to pull their relationship with Yi Xian back into the honeymoon period. Chapter 41-23. When Yi Xian came out of the star passage in the atmosphere of Skyriver planet, a new press conference had already begun in the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. Although the organizer of this press conference was no longer Yi Xian, but the 2 human camps and the myriad Luo Federation, the ones who presided over the press conference were the 3 immortal realm old monsters, Longshantung, Gonghuaji, and the elephant fox ferret. However, in fact, everyone knew that although the organizer was not Yi Xian, the real protagonist of this press conference was still him. This was because the theme of the press conference had always been about Yi Xian. In the void, the Federation citizens and experts from all over the universe did not leave. They had originally come from all over to watch Prince Xian. Although Prince Xian was gone now, Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere. He had gone from being one of the 2 great monsters to being one of the 7 great monsters. He was even more heaven-defying. He was still an idol. Moreover, the enthusiasm of his fans was even higher than before. They were also more enthusiastic. Before this, those who could rush to the Skyriver sector in such a situation were definitely people who liked to join in the fun, if not fanatical fans. And now, the Skyriver sector had just experienced such a shocking change. Billions of people were watching from the 3 main planes of the universe. Now that the crisis had been completely eliminated, the next step was to celebrate. Under such circumstances, whether it was fanatical fans or people who liked to join in the fun, it was obviously impossible for them to leave. In fact, not only were they unable to leave, but countless experts and citizens of the Federation were also rushing over from the 3 main planes of the universe. Even some itinerant cultivators from the races of the Second Universe and the First Universe's Myriad Races Federation. On the rostrum of the press conference, the 3 immortal old monsters, Elephant Fox Martin, Gonghuaji, and Longshantung, sat side by side. However, the one who spoke at this moment was Longshantung. In fact, he was the only one working hard at this press conference. The elephant fox marten was the representative of the myriad Luo Federation, and Gonghuaji was the representative of the Tenju Celestial Palace. However, the Skyriver planet that was rewarded to Yi Xian at this press conference belonged to the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. Therefore, the most suitable person to speak was Longshan Tang, who represented the immortal dynasty. In fact, even if that was not the case, this old man would most likely jump up and down on his own accord to perform. Because of everything that happened before, especially the fact that Yi Xian was forced to leave the dynasty, the emperors of the Imperial Elder Pavilion were all alarmed. They even seemed to have pinned the blame on Longshan Tang. Now, the Undying Emperor had said that he would give up the Heavenly River Star, which was of great strategic importance, and give it to Yi Xian as a reward. This was clearly giving Longshan Tang a chance. If he didn't grasp this opportunity well, he would most likely be punished when he returned. He didn't want to bear the wrath of an emperor. Just the thought of it was enough to make him shudder. That was why Longshan Tang was so shameless at this moment. As if he was singing praises, he was talking nonstop on the rostrum of the press conference. Not to mention Yi Xian, the person involved, even the two immortal elders, the elephant fox marten and Gonghuaji, who were sitting on Longshan Tang's left and right. Strange. It was as if they were sitting on needles, their faces constipated. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the center of attention, he would have gotten up and left long ago. Longshan Tang's goal was actually very simple. He didn't dare say that he would immediately make Yi Xian change his mind and return to the dynasty's embrace. But he had to at least make sure that he didn't have any conflicting emotions like before and was willing to interact normally with the dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Really, in order to achieve this, an Undying was actually so thick-skinned to do such a thing. There was probably no one else who could do such a thing. He's like a blazing sun that suddenly rose in a frozen universe, using his blazing heat to dispel the cold and melt the ice. He's like a bright star that suddenly floated in from a dark space, using his intense light to dispel the darkness and bring light. He's the eternal hero in our hearts. He's the savior of this universe. He's nurtured as these emotional words came out of Longshan Tang's mouth. They traveled thousands of miles through the large starry sky sound transmission system in front of the rostrum, reaching the surrounding void of the universe, as well as the Federation citizens and starry sky experts in various warships. Hearing, in an instant, the vast void within a radius of nearly 10 million miles fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their faces were blank, and their bodies were motionless, as if they had just been struck by lightning. They were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, collectively petrified. Did this old fellow just get kicked in the head by an ant beast? Even Yi Xian's face was filled with shock at this moment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. As if he was talking to himself, he turned his head to look at Naples, the commander of the Victor's Legion, and asked with obvious uncertainty, "Also, who is this person he's talking about?" The three great starry skies of the world. When did such a godlike figure appear in a main plane? "Young master, he is talking about you." Naples's face twitched, and his expression was extremely strange. He replied in a muffled voice, looking at Yi Xian with eyes full of sympathy. "Huh, is this old thing talking about this Star Lord?" Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously trembled all over, and his face instantly turned green. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately jumped out, pointed at the rostrum of the press conference in front of him with a face full of grief and indignation, and scolded sternly, "Forget about light and heat. I can endure the Savior. But what the hell is this nurturing? This Star Lord doesn't have that ability at all. Okay? Old thing, why don't you put this matter to rest? Let's make things clear. Today is not over." As his roar sounded, on the rostrum of the press conference, the immortal realm old monster Longshan Tang, who had been speaking with emotion and was on the verge of tears, suddenly stopped talking. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Yi Xian. After a short moment of sluggishness, the old guy seemed to have caught something, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face in an instant. His figure jumped up, And without even continuing the press conference, he directly walked out of his seat and rushed over to Yi Xian, asking in surprise, "Little friend Yi, what did you say just now? If I didn't hear wrong, this old man seems to have heard you call yourself this Star Lord." Chapter 41:24. Without a doubt, Yi Xian had been tricked. Everyone said that the older the ginger, the spicier, and this was indeed true. Long Shantang was indeed an undying old monster who had lived for at least 10,000 years. Although he couldn't keep his face this time, at least he could answer to the emperors of the Undying Dynasty. After all, Yi Xian had been forced by him to publicly accept Yi Xian. Even if this didn't mean that he had mended his relationship with the Undying Dynasty, at least in the future, the dynasty would use all sorts of high-sounding reasons and excuses to contact Yi Xian in public, and he wouldn't be able to reject them anymore. And this was clearly the only progress that the Eternal Dynasty's upper echelons wanted to achieve by taking a step back. As long as they could do this, that group of old monsters would have a way to repair their relationship with Yi Xian step by step. They didn't dare to say that they could make him voluntarily return to the embrace of the dynasty, but returning to the honeymoon period wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, even an old man like Long Shantang was already so cunning, not to mention that in the Undying Star, there were many older men than Long Shantang. As one of the two super camps of the human race, the Undying Dynasty stood tall in the third universe and occupied half of the first universe's dimension for tens of thousands of years. They had all sorts of strategists, and if they couldn't even do this, they would be a laughingstock. The key was that Yi Xian had to give them a chance. As long as there was a chance, Yi Xian would be taken down by them sooner or later. Of course, if it was anyone else, or at any other time, the Undying Dynasty wouldn't treat a junior unaffiliated martial artist like this. But now it was different. Yi Xian represented the owner of the great providence of the world, and the three main dimensions were facing an unprecedented crisis. All the top races and powers were facing a test of life and death. Under such circumstances, no matter how serious they were, it wouldn't be too much at this time, as Tang Longshan's deliberately loud voice was heard by everyone in the surrounding void. The voices calling out Star Lord Ye's name quickly converged into a frenzy that reverberated throughout the void outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. Without a doubt, this matter was a foregone conclusion. Even if Yi Xian refused and explained himself, it would be useless. What was done. He had to take Sky River Planet. If he didn't want it, it didn't matter. After all, everyone thought he already had it. Old man, are you trying to trick me? Faced with such a scene, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened, his eyes glinting as he stared at Long Shantang, who was full of smiles, in front of him. Although he had already accepted in his heart, in the name of the Undying Dynasty, in the name of the Undying Dynasty, or in other words, a bribe. However, accepting in one's heart was one thing, and accepting it in a formal manner was another matter entirely. Even if he still had to accept it in the end, Yi Xian originally planned to go through a bit more trouble before officially confirming this matter. For example, extorting some treasures from the Eternal Dynasty's treasury that were hard to find in the outside world as a condition for accepting this kind of disguised reward. He didn't feel any pressure for this kind of thing. Sky River Planet was one of the administrative planets of the Undying Dynasty. To be honest, this time, Yi Xian had taken action to get rid of the huge tumor of the universe zombies on Sky River Planet. No matter how one looked at it, the Undying Dynasty would benefit the most from it. It could even be said that this kind of benefit far exceeded the value of the administrative planet of Heavenly River Star by countless times. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian would ask for more top-grade precious materials and medicines that were urgently needed to refine the level 19 liquid, but could not be found in the outside world. This was obviously not excessive greed. At the very least, it should be possible to get an ordinary super brain from the Undying Dynasty's treasury, right? The Starry Sky super brain had always been in high demand, and there was no market for it. Whenever one appeared on the market or on the black market, it would be immediately bought by the leaders of the major organizations in the three dimensions. However, as one of the two super factions of the human race, the Immortal Dynasty did not have any in its treasure vault. Of course, that was obviously impossible. Yi Xian wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, this matter was directly ruined. When he thought of the various precious materials and medicines that were about to belong to him, and the ordinary super brain gone in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He stared fiercely at Long Shanting in front of him. His expression was extremely unfriendly. No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. Star Master Yi. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Long Shanting's face froze. He hurriedly waved his hands in panic, his head like a rattle drum. This guy was indeed an old fox. With a thought, he immediately saw the problem from Yi Xian's expression. Without waiting for him to speak, he immediately expressed his attitude. Star Master Yi, don't worry. In addition to the ownership of Sky River Planet, the Imperial Court has other rewards. After all, it's such a large life planet. Now that there are so many things waiting for the star, all kinds of resources are extremely scarce. Since the Imperial Court has the beauty of helping you, how could they be so stingy? Later, Master Yi Xian only needs to make a list. All the resources you need will immediately be sent directly through the wormhole at the fastest speed. Hearing him say this, Yi Xian's expression eased a little. It seemed that the Immortal Court was quite sincere. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to return to the embrace of the Imperial Court. In the future, they would at most be partners. While they were talking, the other two immortal old monsters on the rostrum of the press conference, the Elephant Fox Martin and Gong Huaji, had also rushed forward. They seemed to have heard the conversation between Yi Xian and Long Shandang. And after seeing Yi Xian's attitude, the expression on his face clearly eased. A lot. Therefore, as soon as they arrived, they also took over the conversation, followed behind Long Shandang, and expressed their attitudes one after another. Yes, yes, yes. Star Master Yi, there are many things waiting to be done in Sky River Planet. The demand for all kinds of resources is definitely huge. Although the Imperial Court has some supplies, some resources are only available in our cultivation camp. They are special products of the star field. This time, Star Master Yi destroyed the Universe Zombie's nest and solved a huge hidden danger for the human race. Our Tenju Celestial Palace, as one of the two camps of the human race, naturally can't not express anything. Star Master, you might as well take a look at what resources you need and give a list to this old man later. I'll send it back immediately and send the resources on the list as soon as possible. It's the same for our 10,000 Luo Federation. Although the races of the Second Universe have withdrawn from the Federation, the human race is still a member of the Federation. What's more, Star Master Yi is now at the top of the High-Level Federation's contribution scoreboard. His personal contribution points are as high as 180 billion. This kind of contribution can no longer be considered ordinary. Chapter 41-25. Green light all the way. Yi Xian sneered. He turned around and glanced at the smiling elephant fox ferret, then lightly continued. Aren't the high-ranking elders of your myriad Luo Federation Senate a little too generous? If I remember correctly, not long ago in the first universe, this Master of the Stars killed several Immortal Stage Federation Grand Elders. This is a great enmity. Are you going to let it go just like that? Without waiting for the Elephantine Martin's reply, he turned to look at Gong Huaji and said in the same tone, similarly, an imperishable old monster from the cultivation camp died in my hands last time. In addition, my devouring doppelganger caused quite a commotion in the cultivation camp recently as well. Don't tell me that all of you have forgotten? Yi Xian said these words on purpose. His meaning was very simple. Let's get the ugly words out of the way first. They would bring up these past grudges now and force the other party to take a stand and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting if they casually brought up these trivial matters whenever there was a dispute or disagreement between them when they worked together in the future. The three old fellows obviously knew what Yi Xian meant. In fact, the upper echelons of the powers behind the three of them had also thought of this point. Furthermore, they'd obviously given private instructions regarding this point. Therefore, When Yi Xian suddenly said such words, the three old fellows weren't caught off guard at all. All of them had confident expressions on their faces as they faintly smiled and expressed their attitudes one after another. Star Master Yi, please don't bring up the past again. When those things happened, Star Master Yi obviously had no choice. We all understand this. Yes. Besides, when Star Master Yi returned to the third universe this time, didn't the plane-level Star Master Network AI Center in the Immortal Star already make a full assessment of these matters? If that wasn't the case, Star Master Yi's current Federation contribution points would be much more than what you have now. That's more than 180 billion. Since the immortal ranked superbrain on the Imperial Capital Star has already cleaned up the past, we will definitely not mention this matter again. Star-Lord Yi, please dispel your misgivings. If you need anything, just list it out. We will definitely provide it to you and send it to the Heavenly River Star as soon as possible. This was what Yi Xian wanted to hear. After all, now that he had taken over Skyriver Star, it was equivalent to having a fixed base in the third dimension of the universe. It was no longer the situation where he had to wander around alone like before. Under such circumstances, both the two human super factions and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation would definitely come to disturb him from time to time. It wasn't a good idea to avoid meeting him all the time. In the end, they had to sit together and form an alliance. If he didn't clean up the past now, it would be troublesome if these parties brought it up from time to time. But now, there was no problem. The three old guys in front of him were all supreme existences of the immortal realm. They had expressed their stance in front of Yi Xian on behalf of the forces behind them. Now, they wouldn't have to worry about them going back on their word. After achieving his goal, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He immediately began to think about the 3 lists of resources. Yes, 3 lists. Since they were so enthusiastic, it wouldn't be bad to favor one and discriminate against the others. He had to be fair. In fact, saying that the Heavenly River Star had many things to do was pure nonsense. The Heavenly River Star was the only planet with life on the edge of the graveyard star field. Over the years, countless experts from all over the universe had come to the graveyard star field to excavate the star core origin. Although Tuoba Linfeng's universe zombie army must have consumed a part of the resources in the star vault during this period, what the universe zombies needed was flesh and blood after all, so the real loss was actually not that great. Now that the entire Heavenly River Star was empty, what it lacked at most was human resources. However, the various cultivation resources, precious materials, and precious medicines in the Star Vault were still there. For Yi Xian, who had taken over the Heavenly River Star, not only did he not need any resources to repair the originally undamaged Heavenly River Star, but he also didn't need any resources. As for the Heavenly River Star, he also made a lot of money because of this. The Heavenly River Star was already his, so what else was there to say about the treasures and resources in the Star Vault? However, it was fine as long as everyone knew this. The 2 camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation just wanted to send some gifts to Yi Xian, who represented the great destiny of the world, so that it would be convenient for them to get closer in the future. Therefore, even though he didn't need any resources at all to rebuild the so-called Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian wouldn't be polite. He directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body and asked it to make 3 lists according to Yi Xian's current needs. Among them, he specifically said that a super brain was necessary first of all. Secondly, all the top precious materials and medicines that the system had deduced to refine the level 18, level 19, and level 20 liquids had to be allocated to the 3 lists. He had already refined the level 16 and level 17 liquids before this. The level 16 liquids allowed Yi Xian to break through to the Star-Lord state. He didn't have time to use the level 17 liquids, but thanks to the undying and indestructible biomass energy, he broke through to the State Lord state in one fell swoop. The level 18 liquids were required to break through to the Realm Lord state. Yi Xian had taken advantage of the fact that the undying and indestructible biomass energy in his body hadn't been completely exhausted to accumulate a large number of top-grade body temper materials. He even used 10 drops of all evil origin fluid to successfully push his cultivation and physical realm to the Realm Lord state. For him, the level 18 liquids were indeed unnecessary. However, he still planned to refine them. On the one hand, although he didn't need them, the others around him would still need them when they wanted to break through to the Realm Lord state in the future. On the other hand, if he wanted to refine the level 19 liquids, he couldn't avoid the level 18 liquids. He had to take one step at a time and move steadily. As for the level 19 liquids, they would allow Yi Xian to break through to the universe state from the Realm Lord state. The level 20 liquids would be used to break through from the universe state to the immortal state. That was the difference between the universe state and the immortal state, which could be achieved with a single tube of gene cultivation fluid. Just this alone showed how difficult it was to find the various precious materials and herbs required to refine these two types of gene cultivation fluids. In fact, these were only the auxiliary materials used to concoct the pill. The true main material used to refine the pill was the corpse of the supreme being from the desolate era that Yi Xian had kept in the Shinnon cauldron. Even so, these auxiliary materials were probably only available to the two super factions of the human race, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, and other superpowers that were considered transcendent existences in the three main planes of the starry skies. Yi Xian had searched for a long time, but had only obtained a few strands. It was far too lacking. Soon, the three lists were listed after the devouring system in his body began to deduce. Chapter 4126. On these three lists of required resources, Yi Xian listed a large amount of cultivation resources and a normal-level superbrain that the Heavenly River planet needed. The most important thing was that he asked for all the top-grade medicinal materials needed to refine the level 19 and level 20 liquids that the devouring system in his body had deduced. Precious medicine. These two types of genetic cultivation fluids could create the old monsters of the universe and the immortal old monsters. Any one of the two prescriptions deduced by the devouring system was extraordinary. With Yi Xian's collection, he had only collected 4 types of medicinal materials after so long. The least was 1 stalk, and the most was 2 stalks. This showed how precious and difficult it was to collect them. Because of this, even if he was facing the 2 super camps of a human race and the Myriad Luo Federation, Yi Xian only divided all the medicinal materials in these 2 prescriptions into 3 batches and asked for them separately. Of course, although the medicinal materials were divided into 3 batches and provided by the 3 giants, Yi Xian asked for 10 portions of each batch of medicinal materials. After all, there was a problem with the success rate of refining the level 16 liquid, let alone the level 18 and level 19 liquids now. It was always good to prepare a few more portions. When these 3 lists of resources were handed over, even Yi Xian himself felt a bit embarrassed. His face was bashful, and his heart was slightly apprehensive. It was fine if it was other things, but the key was that the top-notch treasures on the level 19 and level 20 prescriptions were too eye-catching. Even immortal realm old monsters will be able to do so. Treasure them like brooms. In fact, more than half of the top-grade medicinal materials in these 2 prescriptions were ones that Yi Xian had never even heard of before. 10,000-year-old jade fragrance Ganoderma, withered Zen Brahma soul Ganoderma, starry sky scorching sungrass, extreme sky snow Matsutake dew, demon fiend vine, radium calamity ultimate exquisite ginseng, immortal weeping moon beast nest egg. All of them were rare and unorthodox things. Even the names of the medicinal materials were extremely difficult to pronounce. Starry sky, scorching sungrass, 10 stalks? Heavens, although this thing is a specialty of the cultivation camp, the scorching sungrass takes 100,000 years to mature. Moreover, the headquarters of Tianju Palace only preserved 13 stalks. Withered Zen Brahma, soul mushroom, demon fiend vine, 10 servings of everything? Heavens, even this old man would yearn for something like this, even in my dreams. Immortal rank weeping moon beast nest? Woo. This is something that can only be found on an immortal rank weeping moon beast. Moreover, it has to be a mother beast. After killing it, one can only obtain one nest egg. 10 eggs means 10 immortal rank monsters. Even our Federation headquarters can't take out so many eggs. I heard that there's a total. Only 8. As the 3 lists were handed over by Yi Xian, the elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, Gong Huaji, and the other 3 Immortal Realm old monsters immediately looked down. At first, their expressions were still normal. This was because what Yi Xian listed at the top of the list were all common cultivation resources and consumables. Although there was a lot of them, they were nothing compared to the 2 super factions of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters. Even the normal-level star superbrain that was requested from the immortal dynasty of a human race's technology camp was within Long Shantang's expectations. After all, the Skyriver planet had completely turned into a nest of space zombies. As the intelligence center of the Starfield Star Network, the Starfield Superbrain was no exception. Now that the Skyriver planet had been bribed to Yi Xian in disguise, the higher-ups of the dynasty must have thought of this problem. Without a normal-level star superbrain, although the Skyriver planet could still function, there were too many restrictions. Many star-sky technology methods could not be used smoothly. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not mention this star superbrain, they would have taken the initiative to send it over. However, as the 3 Immortal Realm old monsters looked, they soon saw the top precious materials and medicines that Yi Xian had placed at the end of the 3 lists because of his guilty conscience. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 3 old guys all froze, and their eyes widened. After a brief moment of shock, they all gasped and cried out in surprise. Facing this scene, Yi Xian became even more embarrassed. However, he forcefully resisted the urge to open his mouth and shut his mouth. This was the best opportunity to obtain these top-grade precious materials and medicines. If he were to miss this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to gather all of them? At this time, after the 3 old guys cried out in surprise, they raised their heads to look at Yi Xian in shock and asked repeatedly, "Young friend, what do you want these top precious materials and medicines for? You have to know that any one of these can be used by the 3 of us. These are things that are useful to even the Immortal Realm old monsters. The words heaven and earth treasure are not enough to describe them. Yes, yes, yes. Judging from the effects of these things, young friend should want to temper his body, right? If that's the case, why don't we exchange them? Let's exchange them for something suitable for the Sector Lord realm. After all, with your current cultivation level, it's really too wasteful to use these top-grade precious materials and medicines at the Sector Lord realm. Of course, if young friend insists, it's not that we can't gather them, but the key is that 10 portions of each is too frightening. Among these things, we do indeed have more than 10 portions, but for some, we only have 6 or 7 portions. Why don't we reduce it by half? 5 portions? Let's try it first." After speaking, the 3 old guys looked at Yi Xian with hopeful expressions. In the end, it was the elephant fox ferret who was worthy of being one of them, and directly helped Yi Xian in secret. He directly agreed to the other 2 old monsters' suggestion of exchanging the batch of medicinal ingredients and reduced it by half. However, if it was said that these 3 super factions could only gather 6 or 7 portions of medicinal ingredients, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. 5 portions should be their bottom line, but if they really wanted to force it, according to Yi Xian's estimation, at least 20 portions wouldn't be a problem. However, he couldn't push them too hard. Otherwise, once the upper echelons of the factions behind these 3 old guys hesitated and shrank back, it would be too late for regrets. He had to stop while he was ahead. After all, these weren't ordinary items. If he let Yi Xian collect them, it was unknown whether he could gather them within 100 years. Now that he could easily obtain them, and 5 portions at that, he should be satisfied. 5 portions it is. Deal. Thinking of this, Yi Xian promptly nodded and directly decided on this matter. However, forget about the other items. You can send them over any time, but can you get these top-grade precious materials and medicines as soon as possible? Anyway, it's just some medicinal ingredients and won't take up much space. Just use the wormhole to send them over won't consume much energy. I'm in a hurry to refine the level 19 liquid. Level 19 liquid? Chapter 41:27. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, since you've already agreed, then hurry up and send over all the top precious materials and medicines listed at the end of the list. This Star Master is really in urgent need of them. Seeing that these three old guys didn't believe him, Yi Xian was too lazy to explain. He rolled his eyes and urged them again. If Yi Xian had patted his chest and said with certainty, these three old guys might not have believed him. After all, level 19 liquid was not an ordinary thing. In the human race's scientific and technological camp, they could only refine level 11 liquid at present, and this was all thanks to Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly said that he wanted to refine level 19 liquid. There was a difference of 7 levels, which was 7 realms. Even the gap between heaven and earth was not enough to describe it. Naturally, no one dared to believe him easily. But now, he didn't explain at all. Instead, he had a completely indifferent expression. However, he kept urging them to quickly send over the various top-grade precious materials and medicines listed on the list. This kind of situation caused the three old fellows to become suspicious. Unknowingly, they were already subconsciously inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. But this was too shocking. When they thought of the significance of this matter, if it was true, thinking of this, the three immortal realm old monsters immediately sucked in a cold breath again. They didn't dare to delay any longer. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Yi Xian, they returned to their respective flagship fortresses and immediately reported this matter to the higher-ups of the forces behind them. At the same time, whether it was the immortal star of the immortal dynasty, the main palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, or the 10,000 Luo Federation Senate deep under a certain plane on the immortal star, there were faint sounds of people sucking in cold breaths. Afterwards, for some unknown reason, all of the top-grade precious materials and medicines that Yi Xian had listed at the end of the 3 lists were all sent to Heavenly River Planet in a short period of half a day, regardless of the cost, through the wormhole teleportation method. Furthermore, each of them required a total of 5 sets of precious materials and medicines. When these rare top-grade resources were gathered in the hands of Yi Xian, he was so happy that he grinned. After greeting the nervous Longshan Tang and the other 2 immortal realm old monsters, Yi Xian directly rushed to the Heavenly River Star. In a remote area, he took out a miniature version of the Shinnong Cauldron and stepped in. Among them, he decided to start refining immediately. He would start with level 18 liquid, and then level 19 liquid. Before this, he had successfully turned the flesh and blood of a Luanfeng treasure body of a quasi-desolation grand cultivator into a round ball after being refined by the Shinnong 4-colored flame. It shone with green and red light, and was condensed into a flesh and blood liquid. Although the sphere that appeared in the form of slurry was only about a foot in diameter, it was formed from the flesh and blood of a gigantic Luan phoenix bird after shattering the chains of order. Under the refinement of the Shinnong 4-colored flame, the chains of order in the Luan phoenix bird's flesh and blood completely collapsed. Its body disappeared, and even a miniature flesh and blood black hole appeared, completely collapsing. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this orb of liquid was. And this was only the first step in refining the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian had only obtained a semi-finished product that time, and it couldn't be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. Now, if he wanted to concoct a real flesh and blood medicine, he had to use this flesh and blood liquid as a foundation, and then add in all kinds of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as other materials and resources, again and again to complete the concoction. This process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, this was opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. However, Yi Xian already had the experience of concocting level 16 and level 17 liquids, so at this moment, it was easy for him to do it. Soon, he had successfully concocted 3 tubes of level 18 liquids. The moment these 3 tubes of level 18 liquids were formed, a tribulation cloud floated over from the horizon. Although it was only one cloud, it struck Yi Xian and his tubes together. But in the end, it was more frightening than dangerous. These 3 tubes of level 18 liquids all passed the liquid tribulation, and even Yi Xian's cultivation strength that had just broken through completely solidified in these 3 waves of tribulation lightning. The level 18 liquids were used to break through to the Sector Lord realm, so he didn't need them himself. He only needed to prepare 3 tubes for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Therefore, after putting away these 3 tubes of level 18 liquids, Yi Xian immediately took a deep breath. He planned to concoct a few more tubes of level 19 liquids in one go. According to the formula of the level 19 liquids, he only had 5 sets of materials in his hands. He had 1 to 2 sets for himself, and the remaining 3 sets for the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. In other words, in these 5 concoctions, there couldn't be a single failure. Otherwise, if Yi Xian took 1 tube and it wasn't enough, the 3 girls would only have 2 tubes to share. If that really happened, Yi Xian would probably be torn apart by the 3 of them. After calming down, Yi Xian prepared all kinds of top-grade materials and precious medicines to concoct the level 19 liquids. Following that, he took out a jade essence crystal box from his undying world. With a wave of his hand, a ball of fleshy medicinal paste that was about a foot in diameter floated out from within. This fleshy medicinal paste was about the size of a chicken egg. The green and red fleshy medicinal paste slowly floated out, and its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo. It was incomparably dazzling, and there were countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface. It was extremely mysterious. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 19 liquids that the system had deduced earlier. 10,000-year jade, scented spirit mushroom, withered Buddhist spirit mushroom, blazing star sungrass, extreme grade heavenly snow mushroom dew, demonic wraith vine, radium tribulation ultimate exquisite ginseng, immortal grade moon concealing weeping pearl, beast nest egg. These were all top-grade materials. Even Yi Xian didn't have a lot of them, so he couldn't afford to waste them on them. Therefore, at this moment, he was very cautious. Although he had dozens of sets of fleshy medicinal paste, and even more than 100 sets of supreme resources like all evil origin liquid that could increase the efficacy of the medicinal paste and ensure the success rate, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly treasures. Feeling anxious, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a set of heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced earlier. It floated in front of him. Immediately after, a wisp of Shinong's 4-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far away. With just a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade materials and precious medicines that were floating in front of Yi Xian and began to condense and purify them. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xian was completely focused. He didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest because every single piece of equipment was too precious. It wasn't easy for him to get a batch today, so it was almost impossible for him to collect all of them in the future. After a short while, all the heavenly treasures melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. Yi Xian still had 2 more steps to do. Chapter 41:28. Even though these were only 2 small steps, they were crucial. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. Very quickly, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had already been refined by the divine farmers, 4 colored flames were taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world within his body and floated in front of him. Following that, with a thought from him, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly moved towards the egg-sized canopy that he had already prepared. The blood, flesh, and medicinal paste floated over, including the egg-sized ball of green essence. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. His divine sense was pushed to the limit, and the mental power source core in his brain was overloaded. His divine sense and mental power were both used to the limit, and he carefully controlled this ball of mixture to carry out the final fusion. In the next instant, as these 4 materials converged and fused, the surface of this newly formed ball of mixture instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was too bright. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously closed them, his heart pounding. With apprehension in his heart, Yi Xian carefully used his divine sense and mental power to control as steadily as possible, guiding these four different resources that had already converged together to carry out the final, perfect fusion. Almost 2 hours passed by very quickly. During this process, the surface of this small ball formed by the convergence of four top-grade resources was constantly emitting a sizzling halo of energy, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble. Buzz! After a series of strange, sizzling sounds, this small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. Yi Xian also came to a realization at this moment. If there were no accidents, this bottle of grade 19 elixir should have been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, he discovered that a ball the size of a cinnabar fruit was currently suspended in the void about 3 meters in front of him. This object was clearly a liquid. It was greenish-blue in color and incomparably pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of greenish-blue light with hints of purple, and there seemed to be countless obscure runes that were forming and disappearing in a cycle. Although its size wasn't too inconspicuous upon closer inspection, one could see that there were actually countless energy runes flickering inside it. They appeared quickly and disappeared even faster, and they were constantly forming, as if they could draw one's mind into it. Rumble. Boom! Just as Yi Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the liquid in front of him that was only the size of a pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the middle of the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Yi Xian reflexively raised his head to look. In the sky above the Shen cauldron volcano that he could see, a large black thundercloud had indeed gathered. This was clearly the rhythm of the thunder tribulation coming again. However, compared to the lightning tribulation that appeared when refining the 16th, 17th, and 18th level liquids, the tribulation cloud that gathered above the volcano in the central region was not only vaster, but the invisible pressure that it emitted was also clearly more terrifying. After all, the level 19 liquid created the old monster of the universe. This was not something that the Realm Master could compare to. Very quickly, this majestic tribulation cloud split into two. In the sky above the central region volcano, one on the left and one on the right, it transformed into two gigantic tribulation cloud vortexes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed. Two tribulation cloud vortexes? F*CK. Wasn't there only one wave of liquid tribulation before? But now, it seemed that this level 19 liquid was clearly different. There were clearly two waves of liquid tribulation descending. It was fine if it was one wave, but at least it wouldn't be a problem for him to withstand it. However, if it was two waves, it would be hard to say. After the first wave, he would already be struck by lightning, and before he could recover, the second wave would descend in an instant. This was definitely the rhythm of a bad dish. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately hesitated. He wanted to try to absorb this newly refined level 19 liquid into his undying world and see if he could use it to temporarily avoid the thunder tribulation. However, if he really did so, he was somewhat unwilling. This was because although the liquid tribulation was a hurdle, once the treasure liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be for naught, and he would have to start all over again. Moreover, if he succeeded again, he would have to face the same tribulation test again. However, if he succeeded, the treasure liquid that had passed through one lightning tribulation had been baptized and tempered by the lightning tribulation, and its power and effect would definitely increase again. This was obvious. It could be said that the so-called treasure liquid lightning tribulation was both a test and an opportunity. In the end, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to try resisting at once. In any case, there were still 4 more batches of medicinal ingredients, so at most, this batch would be used as a trial run. Crack! Almost at the same time that he gritted his teeth and made his decision, a crisp explosion sounded out. The black tribulation cloud that enveloped the space above the volcano in the central region suddenly blasted down a strange green lightning bolt, smashing down at an extremely fast speed. Just like when he was refining the level 18 liquid, the green lightning not only locked onto the level 19 liquid that had just been successfully refined, but also Yi Xian. At this moment, all the power in Yi Xian's body was activated. His eyes shone brightly as he gritted his teeth and raised his head to look. Together with the level 19 liquid hanging above his head, he faced the green lightning bolt that was as thick as a baby's arm. The lightning instantly smashed down at an inconceivable speed, completely enveloping Yi Xian and the green treasure liquid hanging above his head. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat, but in the end, the first bolt of lightning was the same as before. Although it struck Yi Xian's head into dust, the first bolt of lightning was the same as before. However, his face was not injured at all. It was the same for the level 19 liquid hanging above his head. Not only was it unharmed, but as the green lightning quickly disappeared, the green liquid that had been enveloped by lightning just a moment ago, after being baptized by the green tribulation lightning, clearly had a hint of the aura of lightning within it. On the surface, it was divided. On the surface, there were some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Just like the bolt of lightning that had descended before, it was green in color and gave off a thick sense of strangeness. After the baptism of a bolt of lightning, the medicinal effect of this green treasure liquid would definitely be even more astonishing. Furthermore, it had been added with a strange green lightning attribute, and the effect of tempering the body would be even better. Unfortunately, there was more than one wave of lightning tribulation. As the first bolt of green lightning struck down from the black tribulation cloud, the tribulation cloud vortex on the left side of the sky instantly dissipated. However, this only meant that the first wave of lightning tribulation had passed. Crack! Without waiting for Yi Xian to make any adjustments, another heaven-shaking crisp sound came from the sky above his head. The tribulation cloud vortex on the right side surged at an extremely fast speed, and in the end, all the tribulation clouds condensed together in an instant, transforming into a huge bolt of golden-purple lightning that struck down with a rumbling sound. Chapter 41:29. Following another heaven-shaking crisp sound from the horizon, the tribulation cloud vortex on the right side surged at an extremely fast speed. All of the tribulation clouds condensed together in an instant, transforming into an enormous bolt of golden-purple lightning that struck down with a rumble. Yi Xian's face turned green as he involuntarily cried out in alarm. Although it was the same wave of tribulation liquid, the difference between the second lightning bolt and the first one was too great. It was several times thicker, and its color had turned purple gold. Based on Yi Xian's experience, he knew at a glance that it would definitely be astonishing. He even had a premonition that if he didn't use some tricks and just directly face the second lightning bolt head-on, not only would he not be able to keep the bottle of level 19 liquid that he had just concocted, but he would also be injured, and it would definitely be more than just a light injury. Simple, but this lightning tribulation was both a test and the last baptism after the level 19 liquid was formed. If he directly used his strongest ability to disperse the lightning, the level 19 liquid would be baptized by the lightning tribulation. If there was a deficiency in the medicinal effect, he wouldn't be able to break through to the universe grade even if he swallowed it. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Master, don't worry. The Lightning Mother will share the burden of this purple gold lightning tribulation for you. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his mind when he saw that the purple gold lightning that was as thick as his waist was about to reach his head. Lightning Mother? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. The reason this voice could appear directly in his mind was obviously because it was connected to Yi Xian's mind. Obviously, this woman who called herself a Lightning Mother should be the desolate Lightning Mother who had awakened not long ago in the primordial desolate treasure Yanluo and was able to condense the lightning true body with a wisp of lightning origin. The Yin Luo had been completely refined by Yi Xian. 3 of the 7 primordial spiritual sense origins had been awakened and condensed into the second life true body. Relying on the connection between the Yin Luo and Yi Xian, the 3 of them could directly communicate with Yi Xian. When the desolate lady of lightning condensed her second life real body, she had originally used a strand of thunder origin. Hence, she was naturally not afraid of things like thunder and lightning. Of course, Yi Xian's Rai-Di seal should be the same. However, once the Rai-Di seal was activated, it would probably directly absorb this terrifying purple-gold lightning bolt. It still wouldn't have the effect of refining the level 19 liquid. Although the Rai-Di seal already had the Thunder Sparrow as its weapon spirit, it was still not as agile as the desolate ancient Electro Lady. With the help of the desolate ancient Electro Lady, it should be able to ensure that the level 19 liquid would be baptized by the purple lightning of the Thunder Tribulation, while also ensuring that the level 19 liquid in Yi Xian would be safe. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the desolate era treasure, Yin Luo, from his undying world. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and after it rushed out from Yi Xian's body, it instantly transformed into an ancient brocade handkerchief that was slightly larger than a palm. It spun in the air and expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 meters tall, floating above Yi Xian's head like the surface of a wave. In the next moment, 2 incomparably slender, jade-like legs stepped out from the undulating surface of the handkerchief. After half a step, a beautiful and slender figure appeared, standing barefoot on the undulating surface of the handkerchief. It was a beauty that was completely different from that of the corpse ancestor, Hanba, and Ho Qing. For a moment, even Yi Xian was stunned by the sight of it. Crack! At this moment, the purple-gold lightning bolt that was as thick as an adult's waist finally struck down with a majestic pressure that could destroy everything. Fuse! Above him, on the undulating surface of the handkerchief, the desolate lightning goddess with a pair of pink and tender feet suddenly let out a delicate cry, and her figure instantly shot up. What made Yi Xian dumbstruck was that she actually directly jumped into the gigantic purple-gold lightning bolt, and her figure was drowned out as she directly disappeared. However, this action seemed to be completely useless. The purple-gold lightning bolt that was as thick as a waist continued to strike down. Its speed did not even slow down in the slightest, and the pressure was still the same. It was as if the desolate lightning goddess had been killed in an instant. In the next moment, just as Yi Xian's expression changed, the purple-gold lightning bolt that was smashing down suddenly stopped. It dispersed on the surface of the undulating Yin Luo handkerchief, transforming into a purple-gold lightning net that rushed into the surface of the handkerchief. Immediately after, before Yi Xian could react to what had happened, from the bottom of the handkerchief, countless strands of purple-gold lightning that were as thin as spider webs fell down from the sky, directly enveloping him and the level 19 liquid that was suspended above his head. In an instant, the densely packed purple-gold lightning threads directly drilled into the level 19 liquid, twisting and turning. At the same time, a large amount of lightning threads flowed into Yi Xian's pores, causing him to feel a sense of numbness. It was both soul-stirring and comfortable, but did not have the domineering, destructive aura of lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. Obviously, the desolate lightning goddess had rushed into the purple-gold lightning bolt with her own body and merged with it. Then, through the desolate ancient heavy artifact, the Yin Luo, she had condensed the lightning power that was originally exuding a strong destructive pressure into countless strands of lightning threads that were as thin as spider webs, and then enveloped the level 19 liquid in Yi Xian. In this way, the strength of the tribulation lightning hadn't changed, but its might had been reduced to nothing. The effects of tempering and cleansing were still present, but the domineering destructive aura it possessed had been imperceptibly dispersed. Only an ancestral existence like the desolate lightning goddess was capable of accomplishing this. If it was anyone else, then even an Eternal Realm expert would probably be unable to accomplish such a perfect effect. Master, I was fortunate enough to succeed. Right when Yi Xian was sighing with emotion in his heart, a slender and fair foot stepped out from within his body, and it took half a step forward before it revealed the graceful and delicate figure of the desolate lightning goddess. For some unknown reason, her face was actually flushed red at this moment. Master, I've gained quite a bit this time as well. My divine sense quintessence has sunk down. Some of the energy within my slumber has been activated. Perhaps I'll be able to rely on this to break through and recover from the Region Lord Realm to the World Lord Realm in one go. I went back to slumber. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around as if she was fleeing, and then she leaped into the Yin Luo with a red face and vanished. Swish! In the next instant, the Yin Luo that was originally over 3M in size actually shrunk by itself, and it transformed into a ray of light that charged into Yi Xian's body. Air! My face has turned red? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he recalled that she'd taken a step out from within his body, coupled with the numbing feeling he felt from before. He seemed to have realized something, and he shuddered before he muttered in a light voice. This shouldn't be considered as a fusion, right? Amidst the embarrassment in his heart, along with the numbing feeling from the baptism of lightning gradually vanishing, the familiar sound of system notifications resounded once more in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the Ancient Void Insight Technique. Current cultivation. Second level of the World Lord Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the Qi and Blood Realm. Current cultivation. Second level of the World Lord Realm. Chapter 41:30. In his line of sight, the level 19 liquid hovering above his head was clearly different now. From time to time, there would be some purple-gold fine lightning strands appearing within it. This was a sign that the power of the two waves of lightning tribulation had been absorbed. Without a doubt, after successfully resisting the baptism of 2 consecutive waves of liquid tribulation lightning, the effects of this bottle of level 19 liquid had now reached perfection. Yi Xian even had a premonition that once he reached the great circle of the 9th order of the Sector Lord Realm, even if it was the level 19 liquid that created the old monster of the universe, he would only need to consume the tube in front of him to successfully break through and become a universe-grade powerhouse in one go. With this kind of joy and satisfaction, Yi Xian carefully put away this level 19 liquid into a jade essence crystal bottle and placed it properly in the undying world in his body. Immediately after, he used his consciousness to contact the desolate lightning lady in the desolate ancient treasure Yin Luo in his body. He told her not to be in a hurry to enter hibernation and digest what he had just obtained. This was because Yi Xian had a total of 5 sets of refining materials for the level 19 liquid. Now, he had only successfully concocted 1 level 19 liquid, so it was obviously still too early. He planned to use up all the other 4 sets of materials in one go. If he was lucky, he should be able to concoct another 4 levels of liquid. Soon, the desolate lightning lady in the Yin Luo responded. Although she agreed, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, revealing a hint of helplessness and shyness. This made Yi Xian even more embarrassed. Just now, the desolate lightning lady had merged with the second purple-gold lightning bolt and turned into countless fine lightning strands that entered Yi Xian's body. It gave him an awkward feeling of numbness. Finally, the desolate lightning goddess stepped out of his body. This clearly showed that the two of them had already merged into one body. Accident. This is definitely an accident. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva as he recalled the feeling of losing his soul. He muttered to himself as if he was mocking himself. Then, he quickly dispersed the beautiful thoughts in his mind and took out the second set of top-notch precious ingredients to concoct the level 19 liquid. 2 hours later, the remaining 4 portions of level 19 liquid materials had all successfully survived the liquid tribulation and turned into 4 tubes of brand new level 19 liquid. During this time, the lightning tribulation had also descended 4 times. At the end of each tribulation, the desolate lightning lady would walk out of Yi Xian's body with bare hands. The redness on her cheeks would become more and more intense. At the last tribulation, she practically ran out of Yi Xian's body with her chin raised. Her face was so red that blood could be squeezed out. Because of these 4 times, Yi Xian would feel that incomparable numbness every time when the lightning strands entered his body. In fact, looking at it from a certain point of view, to concoct with the desolate lightning lady 4 times. Although the latter was a beautiful cultivator of the desolate era, a powerful existence, she had never experienced such a thing and was already embarrassed to death. But at the same time, after going through the last 4 thunder tribulations, more of the sealed power and memories in the origin of the desolate lightning lady's spiritual sense should have been awakened. After the last thunder tribulation, she directly entered Yanluo and fell into a deep sleep. He believed that when she woke up again, the degree of recovery of her cultivation and strength would be extremely pleasing. As for Yi Xian, although he felt as if his body was being tempered again every time he was baptized by the purple gold lightning, he didn't break through a small level every time he was baptized like the first time he was baptized. The last 4 times, he only broke through a small level in total. This was expected. The same method of tempering the body and strength, generally speaking, would only have the best effect on the first time. But even so, his original body had finally broken through to the 3rd level of the Sector Lord realm. With one more breakthrough, he would be able to enter the middle level of the Sector Lord realm. It was not easy, and he was extremely satisfied. Previously, when his original body was at the 2nd level of the Sector Lord realm, the strength of his ancient ape demon bloodline true body was at the 3rd level of the Sector Lord realm. Once he used the 9 demonic ape demon transformation and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th level of the Sector Lord realm. Every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through once again, he had finally stepped into the 3rd level of the Realm Lord realm. In that case, after activating the Devil Ape's bloodline, Yi Xian's cultivation in the 3-headed 6-armed ancient Devil Ape state will be able to reach the 4th level of the Realm Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak battle strength would reach the 9th level of the Sector Lord realm. Just one more breakthrough, and he would be able to feel the strength of a universe-grade expert in advance. In fact, just now, if Yi Xian were to add on the various treasures in his hands and the various powerful bloodline abilities, he was completely confident that he would be able to fight against the old monsters at the advanced level of the sempiternal realm. He might even be able to defeat them. At the moment, more than half a day had passed since Yi Xian entered the Farmer God Cauldron. During this period of time, besides the previous few vials of the level 18 liquid, he had only concocted 5 vials of the level 19 liquid. Then, during this process, his cultivation had improved once again, breaking through 2 small realms. In addition to the 5 sets of top-notch precious herbs for the level 19 liquid formula, he still had 5 sets of precious herbs for the level 20 liquid formula. The level 20 liquid formula was used to create an immortal old monster. Its preciousness was undoubtedly much higher than the level 19 liquid formula. Based on Yi Xian's successful concoction of the 5 vials of the level 19 liquid formula, he was completely confident that he could concoct the level 20 liquid formula as well in terms of concoction techniques and techniques. 5 sets of top-notch precious herbs for the level 20 liquid formula would at most fail once or twice. According to a conservative estimate, he would be able to concoct at least 3 vials of the level 20 liquid formula successfully. Every time he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart stirred. He couldn't wait to start concocting immediately. This way, the finished product of the gene cultivation liquid in his hands would be enough to support his cultivation all the way to the sempiternal realm and become an immortal old monster. This was indeed exciting. Yi Xian almost started concocting it directly. However, when he thought of the desolate lightning goddess in Yanluo falling into a deep sleep again, he couldn't help but hesitate again. Even after the completion of the level 19 liquid formula, there would be 2 waves of terrifying tribulation lightning in succession. The level 20 liquid formula was a taboo item that could create an immortal old monster. Once the concoction was successful, the result was obvious. Once the liquid tribulation descended, not to mention 2 waves of terrifying purple-gold lightning, it was very likely that there would be 3 waves of lightning in succession. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the end, he forcibly suppressed the impulse in his heart. A top-notch precious herb of this level really couldn't be wasted like this. Even he would feel distressed. Before he had absolute confidence, it was better not to mess around casually. Chapter 41:31. During the half-day that Yi Xian entered the Shinnong Cauldron to concoct the level 18 and level 19 liquids, the entire Sky River Star area was in a state of turmoil. The Sky River Star originally belonged to the immortal dynasty of the human race, but now it had become the private territory of Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, including a large area of the Sky River Star area around this vital planet. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian had been confirmed as the owner of the world's great providence, and that the 3 main planes of the starry sky were now facing a great existential crisis, this would never have happened. Everyone knew what it meant to have a vital planet that belonged to one's own, as well as a large star area around it. Countless people were envious, and at the same time, they were eager to join Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River Star, and fight for their future under his leadership. Of course, more people were actually interested in the significance of Yi Xian being the owner of the world's great providence. If they followed him, they were very likely to be lucky enough to survive the great calamity that would suddenly befall them at any time. In fact, even if this was not mentioned, the attraction of the Sky River Star itself was enough to attract countless masters of the starry sky. This planet was the only vital planet in the Graveyard Star area. All the masters of the starry sky who entered the Graveyard Star area to search for treasures and excavate the star core source would settle down on the Sky River Star and travel back and forth. They were definitely rich existences. Now, all the posts on the Sky River Star were empty. Apart from the victorious Legion who had entered later to clean up the planet, there was no one alive on the entire planet. The shortage of human resources was too great, and there were all kinds of posts available. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Yi Xian flew high up in the sky and returned to the main continent of the Heavenly River where the main residence of the Heavenly River was located, the place was already filled with people. Other than the subordinates of the Victorious Return Army from Victorious Return City, there were also many unfamiliar faces, which caused him to be puzzled. The Sky River Star was already his private planet, so he shouldn't let other masters of the starry sky enter at will. What was going on in front of him? Soon, Naples arrived and explained the situation to Yi Xian. It turned out that while he was in seclusion to concoct the level 18 and level 19 liquids, the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation had sent a large number of resources one after another, all of which were on the 3 lists that Yi Xian had listed. Among them was a normal-grade superbrain from the Undying Planet. Now, this normal-class superbrain had been placed in the main control center of the Sky River Star network, deep under the main residence of the Sky River Star. Therefore, the entire Sky River Star network had been restored to normal. Even the star defense system in the atmosphere of the Sky River Star had been successfully reactivated. Activate. At the same time, during this half a day, the large number of Federation fans and starry sky experts who had stayed in the void of the universe outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere had also applied for various positions inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. They said that they would work for Star Master Yi, develop together, and bring prosperity to the Heavenly River planet. Pushed to a wider world regarding this matter, Naples didn't dare to make a decision. He said that he would personally decide after Yi Xian came out of seclusion. However, Old Monster Mosquito Butcher slapped the board and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, the so-called think tanks loyal to Yi Xian, who had been tossing and turning in Triumph City, were all jumping up and down. Wave after wave of meetings, they finally decided that this matter was feasible. They chased after Naples and asked him to implement it immediately. In desperation, Naples nodded in agreement. Then he stopped. Immediately, the press conference platform outside Skyriver Star's atmosphere changed into the venue of a Starry Sky job fair. The 10,000 or so elites of the Federation that Yi Xian had released from the bottom of the Black Wind were the group of old monsters in the think tank of Triumph City. All of them volunteered to be examiners for the job. The entire job fair was still in full swing. From any star passage in Skyriver Star's atmosphere, one could see the bustling scene in the distant void of the universe when they looked up. As for the lucky ones who were the first to apply for the job and had their identities verified and registered, they all passed through the star passages in the atmosphere of the Skyriver Star and entered the interior of the Skyriver Star, rushing to their new posts. According to the opinion of the think tank, after all the posts inside and outside Skyriver Star were filled, the star passage in the atmosphere must be opened again, allowing the Starry Sky experts who came to the graveyard domain to enter and settle down here. At the same time, all kinds of transactions could be carried out. Otherwise, if the Heavenly River Star was really treated as a private land and was enclosed, their original strategy would be lost. Yi Xian agreed with this point. Originally, he didn't have the intention of encircling Skyriver Star and not allowing non-subordinate Starry Sky experts to enter. Previously, it was just because the interior of the star was empty and the situation was special. But now, all the posts would soon be filled with new people, so this problem naturally wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it was impossible to appoint people to all the posts through recruitment. At most, about half of the people appointed were not very important posts. The other important departments still had to be controlled by their own hands. The Victor's Legion under Yi Xian's command was full of talented people, so there was no problem at all in this regard. There was no need for him to worry at all. Naples could handle it well. At this point, Yi Xian had 2 private planets in his hands. One was Triumph City in the Death Star region. There were too many kinds of mineral planets there. As long as he was not afraid of the trouble, he could mine whatever materials he wanted. Moreover, the environment was quiet enough that no one would disturb him. Triumph Star would be used as the industrial base of Yi Xian's power and would continue to be built. In addition to Triumph Star, there was also Skyriver Star, which he had just obtained. With the arrival of this normal-class superbrain, the Skyriver Star Starry Sky network resumed its normal operation. Even the Star Defense Array was reactivated. It was believed that in a day or two, when all the posts were filled with staff, the entire Skyriver Star would be completely restored to its usual order. Even more so, because its nature was different, it had become Yi Xian's private territory. Its degree of freedom was higher, and various policies were bound to be changed. The prospects of development were obviously more promising, and the speed of its comprehensive rise would be faster. After understanding the situation, Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. Although the 10,000 or so members of the think tank that he had released from the Black Wind Scout stronghold and brought back to Triumph City weren't very reliable, they still had their talents. They were proficient in different fields, so it was correct. Chapter 4132. A short while later, Yi Xian arrived at the main control center of the Skyriver Star network, located deep under the Skyriver Star Master Mansion. In his line of sight, he saw a brand new superbrain lying quietly in the culture tank of the mutant-grade superbrain that had been devoured. It was already connected to the Skyriver Star network. Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system in his body the command to refine the superbrain. Whoosh! The next moment, a dark light shot out of his body and directly entered the normal-grade superbrain in the culture tank in front of him. The immortal-grade superbrain in the main control center of Yi Xian's personal communication system was still sleeping and refining after devouring the mutant-grade superbrain that had turned into a zombie. Even the results were unknown. However, it was only refining a normal-grade superbrain. There was no problem using the devouring system in his body to do the job. The refinement was over in an instant. Since then, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had formed some kind of unknown connection with a normal-grade superbrain that was like the intelligence center of the Skyriver Star network. Even if Yi Xian left the Skyriver Star and was separated by a great distance, he could still establish a connection with the superbrain at any time and place. After completing all this, he immediately left the main control center of the underground Skyriver Star network. As soon as he returned to the Skyriver Star Master Mansion on the surface, he received a message saying that the Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shantung, Gong Hua, and the 3 immortal-grade old monsters had come to visit. When the 3 old guys gave Yixian the 5 top-grade materials and precious medicines on the list of supplies, there was already something wrong with their eyes. Now, as soon as the news of Yixian coming out of seclusion spread, they immediately came to visit. Even a fool would know what was going on. Yixian pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. He minded his own business and sat down in the main hall of the Star Master Mansion. As he soaked in spirit tea, he asked his subordinates to inform the 3 old guys to come in. Now that Yixian was the master of the star, he still had to show some respect, especially when it came to these crafty, immortal realm old monsters. He didn't plan on showing them too much respect. The moment the 3 old men entered the room, they immediately put on smiling faces and cupped their hands at Yixian. They even started probing with their words. "Star-Lord Yi, you came out of seclusion so quickly? Seems like everything is going well." That's right. Star-Lord Yi is known as a master of both medicine and tools. Isn't it just a bottle of level 19 liquid? What's the big deal? Looking at Star-Lord Ye's complexion, he must have already refined it. It's not just a level 19 liquid. From what I see, Star-Lord Yi is so calm and collected. I'm afraid that he already knows the formula for the level 20 liquid. Ayaya, level 20 liquid? That's amazing. Star-Lord Yi, don't scare this old man. This is a top-grade gene liquid that can create immortal realm old monsters. It can't be that easy to deduce the formula. Looking at the faces of these 3 old fellows, Yixian felt that it was funny. It was obvious that they had come here for the level 20 elixir. Their words today were all probing, wanting to hear some of the rumors. Even Elephant Fox Martin was like this. Although he had already surrendered to Yixian and could be considered one of them, on the surface, he was still an immortal realm old man of the Wan Luo Federation Senate. Moreover, he was currently in charge of representing the Wan Luo Federation on this side of the Heavenly River planet, handling affairs with the new Star-Lord Yixian. Therefore, if the higher-ups of the Wan Luo Federation Senate had any instructions, even if he had to deal with it, he still had to barely complete the task. At this time, he had come with Long Shaneng and Gong Huaji at the same time to inquire about information related to the level 20 liquid. Although the difference between the level 20 liquid and the level 19 liquid was only 1 level, the significance was completely different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. The level 19 elixir could create a universe-grade powerhouse. Although it was strong enough, universe grades could only be considered the backbone of any of the top races and powers in the 3 main star planes. That definitely couldn't be considered the highest level of combat power in the race. Only immortal realm beings could be considered the top combat power of a race. Even if it was only an ordinary immortal, not a marquis or monarch immortal, it was already a huge existence for any top race. The level 20 liquid could create such a huge existence. Just think about it. Some weak tribes might even have an ordinary immortal being as their progenitor. However, if they obtained a vial of level 20 liquid and fed it to a Universe 9 grade perfect martialist, the tribe would have a second progenitor in an instant if it was successful. An immortal realm being like an ancestor. What kind of concept was this? Even if the 2 great camps of the human race or top powers like the myriad Luo Federation Senate had marquis or monarch immortals in their camps, they wouldn't have many ordinary immortals. It was simply shocking to hear that a bottle of level 20 liquid could create an immortal realm being. Even monarch immortals would be tempted and go crazy for it. Yixian was well aware of all this, as well as the benefits involved. Thank you for your kind words. This time, my seclusion didn't disappoint me. The level 19 liquid can be easily concocted, Yixian sneered in his heart. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small jade box from the undying world within his body. Inside the jade box was one of the 5 bottles of level 19 liquid he had concocted. He tossed the jade box out without a care. The elephant fox marten, enchanting, Huaji, and the other two immortal realm beings were so shocked that they trembled all over. They hurriedly stretched out their hands and caught the jade box. Immediately after, the jade box opened, and a bottle of liquid with a thick universe-level aura was carefully taken out by enchanting. In the next instant, the three immortal realm beings took in a cold breath. Even their voices were trembling slightly. Level 19 liquid. That's right, this is it. What a thick universe-level aura. I dare say that even an ordinary sector lord at the peak of the 9th level would be able to break through to the universe level as long as he doesn't have too many flaws. TSK. It's only been a few hours, and the level 19 liquid is already out. Then, Star Master Yi, what about the level 20 liquid? After the last sentence, the three immortal realm beings looked at Yi Xian again. They stared at him anxiously and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. At this moment, the three immortal realm beings were extremely conflicted. They hoped to hear the shocking news from Yi Xian that the level 20 liquid had been successfully concocted, but they were also worried that once this news became true, their little hearts wouldn't be able to take it. It would be troublesome if it suddenly stopped. Chapter 41:33. This level 20 liquid. Alas! After saying half a sentence, the hearts of the three old monsters were hanging in their throats. However, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. After a long sigh, he continued, "Originally, I planned to concoct all of the level 20 liquids in one go after concocting all of the level 19 liquids. Unfortunately, although the formula deduction has been completed 99%, there is still one kind of precious medicine that is not perfect in the end. Unfortunately, this Star Master has limited kinds of precious medicines of the same level. If I want to start the deduction again, I have the heart, but I am powerless. This is really a pity." Hearing this, the three immortal old monsters, Elephant Fox Ferret, enchanting, Huaji, and the other two were disappointed. After sighing, they continued to ask, "Young friend, is there only one medicinal material left?" Yes, if this is the case, we can help. In the treasury of the Imperial Dynasty, there are many top precious medicines of the same level that have not appeared in the 3 lists of Young Friend. If Young Friend needs them, we can send 1 or 2 of them for Young Friend to study. That's right. It's the same situation in the Tianjua Palace's treasure vault of our cultivation camp. It just so happens that a marquee level elder of the Heavenly Palace heard of Star Master Ye's impressive battle record and was very pleased. He has already sent an order saying that his Dharmakaya will descend in a few days. I can now report what you need. When the time comes, I will definitely send 1 or 2 of them of the same level. Our Luo Federation has no problem with this. The level 20 liquid is no small matter. Star Master Yi is a master of medicine and tools. It is not easy for you to reach this step today. We are all on the same side, so we will help you. With just a few casual words, the 3 old fellows revealed the secrets of the upper echelons of the powers behind them. Yi Xian was secretly delighted when he heard this. He already had 5 sets of the formula for the level 20 liquid and the various precious materials and medicines needed to concoct it. Naturally, he wasn't lacking in them. But for the next level 21 liquid and level 22 liquid, he had no clue about the formula alone, let alone the matter of obtaining the various top precious medicines needed to concoct the liquid after deducing the formula. Taking advantage of this opportunity to get more precious medicines of the same level from the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the Luo Federation. In case of emergency, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. After politely declining a few words, Yi Xian nodded and agreed to this matter with a face full of gratitude. After a discussion, the 4 people quickly decided on the date of the inauguration ceremony of the Star Master of the Sky River Star, which was in 3 days. This news would immediately be spread in the name of the Star's official name. At that time, in addition to the 2 camps of the human race and the Luo Federation in the 3rd universe, the various races of the 1st and the 2nd universe and the 1st universe would definitely also come. After all, the current Yi Xian represented the owner of the current era's great fortune. Even if it was a race that had old grudges with him, Out of consideration for the overall situation, the only choice right now was to try their best to befriend him and strive for a harmonious relationship. On the date of the ceremony was confirmed, the news spread from the Star Master of the Sky River Star. In one day, countless masters in the three main planes of the universe knew about it. Whether it was the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe, the various races of the former Federation that had withdrawn from the Wan Luo Federation in the second universe, or the two camps of the human race in the third universe, as well as the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. After receiving the news, they immediately expressed their congratulations in an official manner. At the same time, except for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, as well as the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, which already had an immortal realm old monster guarding the Star Master of the Sky River Star, no new viewing groups were sent to attend the ceremony. The various races of the former Federation in the second universe and the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe. All of them immediately sent large and small viewing groups to the Star Master of the Sky River Star in the third universe. 3 days was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. However, for an upper-middle administrative planet like the Star Master of the Sky River Star, it was enough time to recruit staff for various departments and positions. The entire recruitment process was over by the evening of the second day. At this point, the Star Master of the Sky River Star finally returned to its usual order. The masters who had stayed outside the atmosphere of the Star Master of the Sky River Star could now enter the Star Master of the Sky River Star at any time. However, because there were too many masters of the universe and people of the Federation who had stayed in the void to watch the ceremony tomorrow, the various viewing groups of the former Federation in the second universe and the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe were also on their way and were about to arrive. Obviously, the Star Master of the Sky River Star could not accommodate everyone. Therefore, the Star Master of the Sky River Star was still implementing a restricted entry policy. The hundreds of star passages in the atmosphere were all guarded by soldiers of the Victorious Return Army. In the void where the venue of the Prince's press conference was located, a brand new celebration rostrum was also being built. The Star Master of the Sky River Star tomorrow was destined to welcome an unprecedented grand occasion. Once again, it would be the focus of attention of the three main planes of the universe. The so-called celebration was actually just a formality. If it were not for the insistence of the Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shantung, and Gong Huaji, the three immortal realm masters, Yi Xian would not have bothered with such a superficial thing. However, in order to obtain more top-grade precious materials and medicines, Yi Xian still patiently waited until the day of the celebration, even though he found it a little boring. Before the official opening of the celebration ceremony, whether it was the representatives of the various races of the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe or the representatives of the various races of the former Federation in the second universe, they all arrived at the Star Master of the Sky River Star and were temporarily settled in various areas of the void outside the atmosphere of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. Before the ceremony, Yi Xian did not see a single one of them. Soon, the celebration officially began. This time, Yi Xian could not avoid it no matter what. He had to sit on the rostrum. After all, he was now the private lord of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. In this kind of occasion, he could not be absent from it. In addition to Yi Xian, there were also several of Yi Xian's confidants sitting on the rostrum, including Naples. However, Mosquito Butcher did not appear. He was not suitable for this kind of occasion. His appearance was too wretched. In addition, there were the three old fellows, Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shantung, and Gong Huaji. The whole celebration, from beginning to end, was mostly the long-winded speeches of these three old fellows, which made Yi Xian feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally, it was Yi Xian's turn to speak as the private lord of the Star Master of the Sky River Star. After a few brief words, he immediately announced that the ceremony was over and the celebration was over. However, although the formal ceremony was over, it was obviously impossible for Yi Xian to calm down immediately. For such a large-scale celebration, the formal ceremony was just a formality. The real highlight was the friendship between the host and the guests of the various parties after the formal ceremony. Chapter 4134. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of the heavenly river star, a huge platform with a length and width of 1,000 miles stood quietly. This was originally the rostrum for the celebration of the heavenly river star. But now, the rostrum had been removed. On this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, there were tables of banquets. Only 1,000 tables were set up on this vast platform, and each round table could seat 100 people. The tables were filled with all kinds of spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and the like. The heavenly river star had always been rich, so it could definitely afford 1,000 tables of banquets. It was almost a drop in the bucket. These 1,000 tables of banquets were also divided into different levels. The table in the center was empty, so it was obviously the main table. Except for a few trusted generals such as Yi Xian, Mosquito Butcher, and Yi Xian's subordinate, Naples, and so on, the other nearly 100 people were all from the three realms of the universe. They were the leaders of the various top forces viewing groups. The first circle of the inner circle closest to the main table was equally important. The other members of the various top forces viewing groups were seated there. From the first circle of the inner circle to the outer circle, the status of the guests at the banquets decreased in descending order. But those who were qualified to sit on this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, even if they sat in the outermost circle, were not that weak. No matter how low their status or strength was, they were not that weak. Basically, except for some special cases, such as those who were of noble status, in terms of cultivation strength, those who had not reached the 15th realm of the starry sky were basically not qualified to set foot on this huge platform. In addition to this huge platform with a radius of 1,000 miles, there were more people of the Federation and masters of the starry sky in the surrounding void. They either directly set up their own banquets in the void, or stayed in the densely packed battleships in the void to watch the ceremony from afar. This time, the 8 great Vajras were also released from the Shinnon Cauldron by Yi Xian. It was the first time that they met the representatives of the major forces of the 3 main realms of the starry sky, as Yi Xian's trusted subordinates. These 8 guys were all young juniors of various races in the second universe. Now, their cultivation strength had skyrocketed, and they had all become masters of the universe. They sat in the first circle of the inner circle outside the main table of the central region on the huge platform and walked back and forth between the tables, representing Yi Xian to entertain the distinguished guests. This scene stunned the prodigies of the various races in the former Federation of the Second Universe who were acquainted with them. Then, their faces were filled with envy. In particular, those who had been taken into the Shinnon Cauldron by Linghu, only to be redeemed by their respective races, were even more regretful at this moment. Their eyes were full of resentment. At the table closest to the main table in the first circle of the inner circle, Purplish Warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, who had just become Star Lords and were publicly known to be close to Yi Xian, were all present. There was an old man next to each of them. They were the masters of the Xinyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family. The 3 old men were all excited. They had never dreamt that their grandson-in-law would reach such a height, even though they didn't know who that grandson-in-law was. However, they hadn't made a decision yet. When the 8 great guardian deities saw the 3 girls, they immediately ran over and served them attentively. This scene made the surrounding guests even more certain in their hearts. They looked at old man Xinyuan and the others with eyes full of envy. Those were 8 of Star Lord Ye's retinues, who were on the same level as the chief steward of the palace. Yet, they were so friendly to the 3 girls, as if they were trying to curry favor with them. Was there any need to mention their identities? As for the Domain Lord's table on the huge platform, other than Yi Xian, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other 10 upper echelons of the main side, almost all of the top powers in the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky realm had 1 or 2 upper echelons of the audience. In the Senate of the headquarters of the human clan in the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, there were still 3 immortal old monsters: Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shan Tang, and Gong Huaji. They sat at the head of the main table, right next to Yi Xian, Old Man Mosquito Butcher, and the others. In addition, the high-level guests from the second universe and the first universe sat around the table, on the left and right sides of the main table. There were dozens of people. Among the races of the former Federation in the second universe, apart from the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Battle Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, even the Dar Turtle clan, which had been sealed a few days ago, had sent an immortal elder. In addition to the top 10, some other powerful races in the second universe had also sent representatives. As for the Myriad Race Alliance in the first universe and the Four Race Alliance, which was originally led by the demon, almost all of them had arrived. The Hell Ant clan, the Space Mouse clan, and the Giant Ferocious clan all sent an immortal old monster. These three races and Yi Xian could be considered to be on the same side, and they had secretly formed a nameless alliance. The gold members of the alliance. It could be said that almost all the races and forces in the three main planes of the universe had come today, regardless of whether they were hostile or friendly to each other before, or even now, and even regardless of how unpleasant their relationship with Yi Xian had been. Today, they had arrived at the Heavenly River Star at the center of the giant platform. After sitting down at the Domain Master's table, everyone's faces were filled with harmonious smiles without exception. All of this was for the sake of Yi Xian's great luck. Otherwise, sitting together at such a table, there would be no need for any disagreement. Before the Airbus could sit down, a super chaotic battle would break out, rumble, crack. On the giant platform with a radius of thousands of miles outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star, the representatives of the top races and forces from the three main planes of the universe and the upper echelons of the various parties had just taken their seats and were exchanging pleasantries with each other. In the distant void, thousands of miles away from the depths of the graveyard domain, loud, thunderous sounds suddenly came from the void. Then, a crisp lightning bolt split open the universe void in that direction, and the figure of an old man stepped out. It was the second-generation ancestor of the demon race, who had fought side by side with Yi Xian. He was a supreme being with the terrifying power of an immortal lord. Of course, at this moment, this second-generation ancestor of the demon race obviously didn't come with his true body, as that would be too dangerous. After all, the demon race, the human race, and the Myriad Luo Federation had just finished a large-scale battle in the universe. The third universe was the territory of the human race, and there were more than one or two emperors guarding it. However, at this time, it was just a projection avatar, so it wasn't too risky. Even if he was killed here, there wouldn't be too much damage. Chapter 4135. This time, not all the representatives who came to Sky River Star to participate in the ceremony were undying old monsters. Many races and forces sent Universe 9 Great Perfection Old Ancestors, which were half-step undying old monsters. However, in addition to the two camps of the human clan, the Elder Council of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters, the Elephant Fox Marten, the Dragon Mountain Tang, the Gong Huaji, and the Mosquito Butcher, the four immortal old monsters who were originally here, among the various top factions who had arrived one after another yesterday. An immortal old monster was sent to lead the team. There were also many top forces and races who came. For example, the Hell Ant clan, the Space Mouse clan, the Giant Ferocious clan from the first universe, as well as several undying old monsters from the Myriad Luo Alliance of the first universe, and so on. In addition, the top 10 great forces of the former Federation of the second universe were all led by an undying old monster. At this moment, there were more than 30 undying old monsters on this huge platform in the void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. It could be said that such a luxurious scene had never been seen in the three universes for tens of thousands of years, including the ultimate Starry Sky battle that had just ended in the first universe not long ago. Only a dozen or so immortal realm old monsters had appeared in that battle. But even so, as the projection of the second-generation ancestor of the Devil Cultivator race descended, the gazes of everyone in this star domain were still focused on it without any suspense, including the nearly 30 immortal old monsters. Although the other party was only a projection, his original body was still an undying old monster. The strength of such a projection was definitely not weaker than an ordinary, undying old monster. Little friend Yi, you have obtained Sky River Star and officially appeared in the three main star planes of the current era. In the future, you will definitely soar into the sky. This old man is tied up with clan affairs and can't come in person. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race in the void thousands of miles away cupped his hands toward Yi Xian and said with a kind smile, "Here, this old man represents our ally, the demon race, to congratulate you on dominating the 9,000 star seas, and the great Tao is just around the corner." The surrounding void had long been dead silent. Everyone's expression was very strange, including the 20 undying old monsters. Even though they were undyings, they were only normal undyings. Compared to an official, it was like the difference between a normal space warrior and an undying old monster. Of course, old Devil Mosquito Butcher didn't count. He didn't have any unusual expression on his face at all. He didn't even look at the second-generation descendant of the demon race. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body was the direct descendant of another follower of the demon race. He was the same generation as the first-generation descendant of the demon race. Speaking of which, this second-generation descendant of the demons had to call Old Man Mosquito Butcher his martial uncle. At this moment, countless people had personally witnessed a Marquis being so courteous to Yi Xian, and his words even revealed some secrets. So it turned out that the Devil Dweller race and Yi Xian had already formed a private alliance. This immediately caused the surrounding space to fall silent for a short period of time before whispers sounded out. However, with the Marquis Undyings present, no one dared to speak loudly. Even the Undyings spoke softly. Naturally, the discussions didn't spread far and weren't heard by others. Boom! Kacha! Rumble Kacha! Just as Yi Xian stood up, cupped his hands, and was about to return the greeting with a smile on his face, a series of thunderous explosions sounded out from the other three directions in the surrounding space. Following closely behind was the familiar sound of lightning striking down. In addition to the direction where the projection of the second-generation ancestor descended, in the other three directions, the void was split open by a bolt of lightning at the same time, and from the cracks in the void, a figure walked out. All of them were humans. Their auras were the same as the second-generation descendant of the demon race. They were all Marquis Undyings. This undying official clearly didn't descend personally. Instead, like the second-generation ancestor descendant of the demon man race, he descended as a projection avatar. This was because when they stepped out of their respective cracks in space, they were all connected by a beam of light. Three figures, one middle-aged man and two elders, were expressionless. They looked at the second-generation descendant of the demon race and spoke one after another. "I'm the Marquis Elder of the Empire, Marquis Long One, Marquis Elder of Tianju Palace, Marquis Gongsu, Marquis Elder of the Senate of the Federation, Marquis Luo Jin." The three Marquis Undyings came from the two camps of the human race and the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation. They represented the masters of this universe. At this moment, they all descended at the same time. After they descended, they all glanced at the second-generation descendant of the demon race. This scene made everyone's expression change slightly. Tens of millions of miles away from Sky River Star's atmosphere, the vast void of the universe was instantly covered with a layer of extremely oppressive aura. Almost subconsciously, the people of the Federation and the great beings in the space all held their breaths. Their scalps were numb and twitching. These were four Marquis Undyings. Even if they were just projections, each of them was at least at the late stage of the Undying Realm, or even at the peak of the Undying Realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were half Marquis. If they fought on the spot, the countless people of the Federation and the great beings in the space between the four of them, including the people of Sky River Star in the space, would probably become collateral damage. None of them would benefit from it. Although most of the people here were great beings of the human race and the people of the Federation, and Star Master Yi Xian of Sky River Star was an ally of the demon race. For these Marquis-level beings, if they were really angry, they obviously wouldn't care about these things. If they said that they wanted to fight, it was possible that they would really fight. They would fight in an instant. In fact, in the face of this scene, the nearly 30 Undyings from the top races and powers on the giant platform were extremely nervous at this moment. They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Although they were Undyings, if the projections of the 4 marquee level Undyings fought, even they could only cover their heads and run like rats. Not to mention participating in the fight or stopping the fight. They were not even qualified to say a word of advice. Only the old devil mosquito butcher, whose status and seniority were much higher than the 4 marquee level Undyings, sneered after his face darkened. Although he was only a clone, the status of his original body was frighteningly high. He was of the same generation as the ancestor of the demon race, and at least had the status of Feng Xianfeng, Wang Xianfeng's cultivation level. If these 4 guys really fought, it would be fine if the old devil mosquito butcher didn't show up. But once he showed his identity, the 4 old devils would probably not dare to disrespect him out of fear. Chapter 41:36. Following Yi Xian's words, the vast universe void tens of millions of miles away from Sky River Planet's atmosphere once again fell into dead silence. The large amount of whispers that were previously as soft as the buzzing of mosquitoes completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. The countless gazes that were originally sweeping across the 4 marquee level Undyings facing each other from extremely far away all shifted once again, converging on Yi Xian. Even the projection clones of the 4 marquee level Undyings, who were currently engaged in a battle of gazes, temporarily stopped their battle of gazes and cast their gazes towards Yi Xian together. On the huge platform that was thousands of miles in radius, all the seated guests from all over felt as though they were sitting on a carpet of needles. Even the 3 fearless girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were inexplicably nervous. As for the 3 old men beside the 3 of them, their faces turned green, and their faces were filled with grief and resentment. In their opinion, their foolish grandson-in-law was indeed ferocious, but he couldn't see the situation clearly and was too impulsive. He actually dared to provoke the 4 marquee level Undyings at such a time, and his tone was so impolite. Anyone who heard him would understand that this was clearly sarcasm and provocation. Oh my God, these are marquee level Undyings. It's fine if it's in private. Seeing how popular you are now, they won't hold a grudge against you. But right now, billions of people are watching, and they're at the scene right now. Where do you expect these marquee level Undyings to put their face? This is the rhythm of a disaster. The 3 old men were extremely depressed. It wasn't easy for them to find an unprecedented grandson-in-law, but before they could even marry him, he was already dead. Only old devil mosquito butcher, who was sitting beside Yi Xian, had a calm expression, as though he didn't care about any of this at all. However, just as everyone thought that the 4 of them were about to clash in secret and were interrupted by a Sector Lord Jr., they would definitely be enraged. Just as they were about to explode and roar in space, a shocking scene occurred. Among the 4 marquee level Undyings who turned their gazes towards Yi Xian's unfriendly words, the 2nd marquee level Undyings from the first universe didn't make a sound. After all, Yi Xian's words were basically directed at the other 3 marquee level Undyings, and it didn't have much to do with him. And everyone knew that the 3 marquee level Undyings from the 2 camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters Senate that were ridiculed by Yi Xian in public. After a short moment of hesitation, they actually forced a forced smile on their faces after glancing at Yi Xian's face. It was even uglier than crying. But where? The 3 of us are here to congratulate you. How could we destroy your Milky Way sector? Yes. You're too humorous. Even I was amused. That's how juniors should be, high-spirited and full of vigor. Not bad. That's right. The 3 of us represent the 2 camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation headquarters. We're all on your side. How could we destroy your Milky Way sector? That's a really funny joke. By the way, I heard that you've just refined a vial of level 19 liquid and completed 99% of the formula of level 20 liquid. However, you couldn't complete the last medicinal ingredient because you didn't have enough top-level precious materials. That's right. I heard that you've just refined a vial of level 19 liquid and completed 99% of the formula of level 20 liquid. Yes, yes, yes. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're all on the same side. Besides, you're known as a master of both medicine and tools. Researching the level 20 liquid is a blessing to the human race and the Federation. How can we let you shoulder the burden alone? We should share the burden together. Little friend Yi, this jade box contains all kinds of top-notch medicinal herbs that are extremely useful to sempiternal realm experts. These are all from the treasury of our great Tang Empire, and there are a total of 180 kinds of medicinal herbs in 360 stocks. Take it as the great Tang Empire's support for little friend Ye's research on the level 20 medicinal liquid. And our Sky Palace. Hey, here's 202 types of undying level materials, 2 of each type, for a total of 404 types. How can the Federation Senate be left out of such an important matter? Young friend, quickly accept it. There are 648 immortal rank precious materials and medicines in this jade box. Similarly, there are 2 of each type, making a total of 324 types. Oh, right, little friend, the level 19 liquid you just made, I wonder if we could take a look at it? The 3 of us can take a look at it. As they were speaking, the 3 marquee undyings in 3 different directions waved their hands and sent over a jade box. Inside were all undying level materials and medicines, which could be used to refine the level 20 or even level 21 liquid. Resources. There were a total of more than 600 types and more than 1,000 types. This amount of resources was absolutely shocking. Even Yixian's heart was beating wildly. Among the 3 main dimensions of the universe, perhaps only the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe and the myriad Luo Federation could gather such a huge amount of resources. If it were anyone else, even the myriad Luo Federation in the 1st universe or the former Federation in the 2nd universe, they would only be able to gather about 70% to 80% of the resources. The foundation of the human race had always been the best among the 3 dimensions of the universe. Of course, the Tianji race might be an exception. After all, before they migrated and disappeared, they were known as the number 1 overlord of the 3 main dimensions of the universe. Shio! As the sound of something breaking through the air approached, the 3 small jade boxes shot over and stopped about a foot away from Yixian. They were at a height where he could touch them with just a slight lift of his hand. At this moment, the countless gazes in the surroundings were already glowing with an oily green light. If possible, everyone would want to take these 3 jade boxes for themselves, including the terrifying old ghost mosquito butcher by Yixian's side. Yixian didn't even think about it before waving his hand and storing the 3 jade boxes into his undying world at the first possible moment, as if he'd sensed the countless wolf-like fiery gazes that were converging in the surrounding space. They were free anyway, so it would be a waste to not take them. After keeping the 3 jade boxes, he let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Thinking back to the last words of the 3 marquee undyings in the distance, they were obviously uncertain about his ability to refine the level 19 liquid and wanted to confirm it on the spot. Thinking about this, Yixian curled his lips and decided to be generous for once. With a thought, he took out 3 identical jade boxes from his undying world, each containing a tube of the level 19 liquid he had just refined. Chapter 41:37. 5 tubes of medicinal ingredients. 5 tubes of medicinal ingredients? As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding space became deathly silent once again. Immediately after, an earth-shattering clamor rose up like a tide. When countless gazes once again looked towards Yixian, their gazes had completely changed. Their small eyes were as if they were looking at a monster. This wasn't a level 1 or level 2 fluid, but a level 19 fluid. A level 19 fluid that could create a universe-grade powerhouse. It was only one realm away from becoming an undying grade powerhouse. No one in the three main dimensions of the universe had ever thought of being able to concoct such a level of gene cultivation fluid. However, Yi Xian had not only managed to concoct it successfully, but he had also managed to concoct it with zero failure rate. A total of 5 sets of medicinal ingredients had actually concocted 5 tubes of level 19 fluid. How could this be described as a master in both medicine and equipment? Such a monstrous level was simply infuriating. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Just as the surrounding void was in an uproar, 3 faint sounds were heard. The 3 small jade boxes that had been shot out by Yi Xian had already landed in the hands of 3 marquee level undyings in 3 different directions. The expressions of the 3 old men instantly became dignified. They immediately lowered their heads and glanced at the small jade box in their hands. After opening it, they all took out a small crystal tube that was as thick as 2 fingers and as long as 5 inches. It was clearly filled with a kind of colorful liquid. The next moment, gasps and exclamations came from the mouths of the 3 marquee level undyings representing the 2 camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation. Hiss! This aura, it's indeed a level 19 fluid, and it's incomparably pure. However, this old man hasn't seen such a dense universe-grade aura in many years. With this tube of level 19 fluid, as long as one's cultivation isn't too high or too obvious, one will definitely be able to successfully break through to the universe grade. Little friend Yi is really a monstrous genius. Not only did he concoct a level 19 fluid, but he also succeeded 5 times out of 5 sets of medicinal ingredients. The level of the level 19 fluid is actually so high that there's basically no need to take a second tube. This is simply heaven-defying. It seems that soon little friend will definitely be able to succeed. There's no doubt that Li Di has concocted a level 20 fluid. Hua! As soon as the 3 marquee level undying fighters finished their words, the surrounding void space exploded. Everyone was in an uproar. Tens of millions of miles away from the atmosphere of Sky River Planet, the entire universe was in an uproar. Amidst the uproar, countless starry sky powerhouses looked at Yi Xian in a different light. In particular, the high-level representatives representing the major races and forces of the 3 main starry sky planes who had come to the Sky River Star to watch the ceremony were all green with envy. A level 19 fluid might not make them go crazy, but a level 20 fluid was definitely a different story. After all, it was a top-notch gene cultivation fluid that could create immortal old monsters. It was not an exaggeration to call it a god-level fluid. In particular, in some races, there was only one immortal old monster in charge, or even one immortal old monster in charge. For them, the value and significance of a tube of level 20 fluid was absolutely incomparable. If they could get their hands on a tube, the overall strength of the entire race would undergo earth-shaking changes. As for the top races of the 3 main starry sky planes, such as the Mouse race in the first universe, the Hell Ant race in the Hell, the top 10 races in the second universe, the 2 camps of the human race in the third universe, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, and so on, there were many immortal old monsters. There were even marquee-level undying fighters and king-level undying fighters. The value and significance of a level 20 fluid were also incomparable. After all, a corner of the desolate world in the demon territory in the first universe had already descended. The entire collapsed primitive world could descend at any time. In the face of such a world-ending crisis, if a race could have as many immortal old monsters as possible, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the chances of survival of the entire race. It could be said that at this moment, when the fact that Yi Xian had concocted a level 19 fluid was publicly confirmed, and even the successful concoction of a level 20 fluid was basically confirmed to be not far away. In the eyes of the higher-ups of all the races and forces of the 3 main starry sky planes, he instantly became an extremely attractive and irreplaceable person. So, our young friend has been studying gene cultivation fluids recently. Previously, only Elephant Fox Ferret, Long Shanhang, and Gong Huaji knew that Yi Xian had concocted a level 19 fluid. Then, the three of them immediately notified the two camps of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation headquarters behind them. If it wasn't for this, the two camps of the human clan and the Federation Senate wouldn't have been so serious this time. Each of them sent out an undying marquee to specially deliver such a large amount of immortal-level treasures to Yi Xian. It could be said that except for the two camps of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation headquarters, the other forces didn't know about this at all, including the demon race that had allied with Yi Xian. Since the incident on the Demon Emperor planet, when the entire demon race was taken away by the second-generation ancestor's light of guidance, Yi Xian hadn't been in contact with the demon race, so he didn't know where the secret region of his ancestral land was. Today, the second-generation ancestor of the demon race had originally come to congratulate Yi Xian on obtaining the Sky River sector and officially entering the core stage of the three main starry skies. However, at this moment, because of the conversation between Yi Xian and the other three marquis, he instantly understood and immediately said, "In today's world, all races are facing a supreme crisis. The time when the Great Desolation era is coming in full force is coming at any time. Our young friend is so talented that you have concocted a level 19 fluid. Come, the successful concoction of the level 20 fluid is just around the corner. This is a supreme resource that can create immortal-level masters. It's of great significance to all races facing the Great Desolation era. We, the demon race, are allies with our young friend. Since our young friend has such great ambitions, the demon race will definitely do our best to help." Speaking of this, the second-generation ancestor of the devil cultivator flicked his finger slightly, and in an instant, a wisp of green light shot out. Over the years, the devil cultivator has collected a lot of immortal-level supreme treasures and medicines. As the second-generation ancestor, although this old man doesn't carry much with him, it is enough to show my gratitude to you. Enough. Chapter 41:38. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race left, but before he left, he expressed an attitude. It was an attitude that was completely different from the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation Senate when it came to Yi Xian's research and concocting of the level 20 gene cultivation fluid. The two human factions and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had long known about this matter. It could be said that they had come prepared. However, these three planar-level super forces had only taken out a little over 2,000 immortal rank precious herbs. However, the second-generation descendant of the demon race was completely unaware of this matter, yet he still casually gave away close to 2,000 stocks of various immortal-grade precious materials and medicines. From the looks of it, anyone would know that this was absolutely all the precious materials he had on him. Besides, before he left, he made it clear that he didn't have much on him. If he didn't have enough, he could just go to the demon race treasury and take whatever he wanted. This was simply a slap in the face. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race left in a carefree manner, but his aloof attitude and plain words before he left were no different from slapping the faces of the other three marquis level undyings. All of this was extremely subtle, and all the great beings in the universe knew it clearly. When they stole glances at the three marquis level undyings representing the two human camps and the myriad Luo Federation Senate, their expressions unknowingly became a little strange. As for the three old guys, their old faces were slightly red at this moment. They glanced in the direction where the second-generation ancestor of the demon race disappeared, and their eyes flashed with an obscure, unfriendly light. Although it was embarrassing, the necessary explanation or cover-up was still necessary. Little friend, don't mind it. There are also large amounts of undying precious materials and medicines in the treasury of our undying dynasty. This time, we're just sending a batch over to deal with the emergency. If you need it, you can come and take it as you wish. That's right, the level 20 gene cultivation fluid is no small matter. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace and little friend ye are both from a human race. For such a big matter will naturally help you. Little friend, you don't have to worry about the undying precious materials and medicines. We'll take care of it for you. Yes, yes, yes. What does it have to do with that demon? They are not of our race. Even if we don't say that they will have different intentions, it is still necessary to be more careful on some major issues. Be careful. Although not all members of the Myriad Luo Federation are of the human race, young friend, you should know that even the headquarters of the Federation is rooted in the immortal star. Just this alone is enough to show the attitude of the Federation. We are definitely family with young friend. When it comes to major issues like the level 20 liquid, the Federation will always stand with young friend. Little friend, I'll help you prepare a large amount of level 20 liquid for the benefit of the human race. As they spoke, the 3 level 19 liquid was sent back by the 3 official level undyings and kept in his undying world. Although this kind of thing was the only thing in the world, it could only create the old monsters of the universe. To these 3 official level undyings, it was obviously not attractive at all, unless it was a level 20 liquid that could make them consider the race behind them and pay attention to it. These words were said in a dignified manner, but Yi Xian wasn't a rash person. He still had a feeling in his heart, and as long as he compared the faces of these 3 old fellows to the second generation of the demon cultivator race, he would be able to understand what was going on. However, he obviously could not easily reveal all of this. The 3 old men were hypocritical, so Yi Xian followed them and pretended to be polite. His words were all ambiguous, and when it came to critical issues, he would not easily express his opinion. Fortunately, the 3 old men clearly did not expect Yi Xian to have already deduced the formula of the level 20 liquid. They probably thought that he would need a certain amount of time. Hence, when they came this time, they did not linger too much. After exchanging some pleasantries, they left one after another. The projection retreated back into the crack in space. Within the crack, they returned. With the departure of these 3 undyings, in the universe void outside sky river planet's atmosphere, the tense and oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. The sound of discussions and pleasantries rose again, and the atmosphere slowly became lively again. Previously, only the elephant fox ferret, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji knew that Yi Xian had already refined the level 19 liquid. Even the level 20 liquid formula was in the process of being deduced and 99% completed. Only the last material was left unconfirmed. However, it was different now. This matter had been made public, and all the races and powers in the 3 main dimensions of the universe knew about it. Under such circumstances, when the higher-ups of the various races and powers who came this time looked at Yi Xian again, their gazes and attitudes were completely different. Even if they had a deep grudge with Yi Xian, they could only come here half-heartedly. It was completely out of respect for the fact that his great destiny belonged to him. Moreover, the 3 main dimensions of the universe were indeed facing a major existential crisis, so they pinched their noses and rushed over to the races of the second universe and the first universe. The alliance of the myriad races. Now that they knew that Yi Xian would soon be able to create the level 20 liquid, the uncomfortable feeling in their hearts instantly dissipated without exception. When the higher-ups looked at Yi Xian, even their eyes were faintly green. They simply wished they could swallow him in one gulp and hold him in the palm of their hands. Such a large group of universe old monsters and immortal old monsters all swarmed over to curry favor. Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache. At this moment, the rescue finally came. Ayaya, my dear grandson-in-law, the little girl Xing really has good eyesight. When you first came to Heavenly Underworld Planet, didn't this old man say that the 2 of you were a match made in heaven? It's definitely a match made in heaven. Old man Xinyuan, do you have any shame? You're pulling this old man's grandson-in-law, and you're saying that it's a match made in heaven? Hurry up and let go. You're getting more and more shameless at your age. Old man Zhao, you're not any better. Little friend, Yi is my little tease. Didn't you see that they were taking a bath together before? Your girls were the first to leave to avoid suspicion. My little T is the first wife. so she has the confidence to be the last to come out. As these shameless words sounded, the three old men stood up from the table closest to the first circle of the inner circle. They pulled the three girls beside them and squeezed directly to the main table where Yi Xian was sitting. The group of immortal old monsters was dumbfounded. For a moment, they were all speechless. Although they were unhappy, they knew that the relationship between the three purplish warbler girls and Yi Xian was unclear. It was not good to offend them. For a moment, they were all speechless and looked at each other. In this regard, although Yi Xian was also quite speechless, at least these three old men had helped him out of his predicament. Otherwise, he would still be surrounded by a group of immortal old monsters, harassing him one by one. Chapter 41:39. To put it bluntly, these three old men had come here to extort the gene cultivation fluid from Yi Xian. Previously, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru had stayed in the Shinong cauldron for a period of time, roasting the blood and flesh of top-grade primordial beasts every day. Their cultivation had advanced rapidly, and all of them had reached the 14th great realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. Because they were also at the Cosmic Light Realm, it was already very embarrassing. However, not long ago, these three girls had soaked in a bath with Yi Xian, and their cultivation had all soared. From the Cosmic Light Realm, they had directly crossed two great realms and become Star Lords. This matter made them, as the patriarchs of the clan, feel even more embarrassed. Their cultivation and strength were not even as good as their granddaughters. This was really embarrassing. However, the three girls had suddenly experienced a surge in their cultivation because they had obtained a great fortune. This kind of fortune was obviously one of a kind. It was very difficult to encounter another in this world. Although the three old fellows were depressed, they didn't say anything. Have a way. However, this was only in the past. Now, it was obviously not the case. Now that they had such an awesome grandson-in-law, who could even create an old monster of the universe with just a tube of gene cultivation fluid. With their status, could the problem of cultivation strength still be considered a problem? With this thought in mind, the three old men did not need to discuss with each other at all. With just a glance, they had already reached a consensus. Then, taking advantage of the fact that Yi Xian had yet to leave, they stood up at the same time and gathered at the main table. At this moment, after pretending to argue about the ownership of this grandson-in-law for a while, the three old men rolled their eyes and quickly exchanged a look. Immediately, as if they had agreed, they changed the topic. I say, my dear grandson-in-law, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you. Our Zine girl is indeed very good to her, and you didn't even forget about the matter of bathing to improve her cultivation. However, on this old man's side, you're really a little unkind. After all, this old man is her grandfather. Look at this little girl. She's already a Star Lord, and this old man is only a Star Lord. The Cosmic Light Realm, what a scandal. Yes. Same goes for me. My cultivation base is only at the Cosmic Light Realm. Stinking brat, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to see this old man make a fool of himself and want this old man to call his granddaughter senior? You do have a point. I feel the same way. I'm not in a hurry to become a Star Lord, but you must have a lot of level 15 elixirs, considering that you've already produced a level 19 elixir. If you're really interested, it's only a matter of time before we leave the cosmic state and join the ranks of the universe state. What's the matter? Before Suyu could finish, the surroundings were already deathly silent. All the guests at the nearby tables had extremely strange gazes, and some of them were even shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. As for the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, who were originally a little confused after being pulled over for no reason, they all jumped up in anger at the same time. Her face was flushed red as she threw a tantrum at the three shameless old men who were blackmailing her in public. Grandpa, what are you saying? That's so embarrassing. Who would do that? How could you drag me over for such a thing? Those who don't know better might think that it's my idea. I'm so pissed off. Old man, you're too capable. I've only heard of scammers, but you've even scammed my granddaughter today. Aren't you afraid that Grandma will be mad at you for doing this? Besides, isn't it just a tube of level 15 elixir? You should have said so earlier. We have all of it here. You gave it to us a long time ago. Anyway, since we don't need it anymore, we can just take it. The last one to speak was Duanmu Xiaocha, and this girl was still the most honest one. As she spoke, she took out a tube of level 15 liquid. It was something that Yi Xian had given to the three of them before, and was used to break through to the universe realm when they were at the great circle of the 9th step of the cosmic light realm. However, now that the three girls were already Star Lords, this tube of level 15 elixir was obviously useless. It was normal for Duanmu Xiaocha to take it out at this moment. Seeing this girl take out a tube of level 15 liquid so easily, the guests present were stunned. The guests outside the huge platform, as well as a large number of people of the Federation and Starry Sky experts, were in an uproar. Their faces were all flushed. The guests watching the ceremony in the void outside the huge platform, as well as a large number of people of the Federation and Starry Sky experts, were in an uproar. Envious. Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao, after being slightly stunned, also looked at the purplish warbler and Zhao Qianru respectively. What they meant was that the girl from the Duanmu family had Yi Xian's level 15 elixir. What about the two of you? The two girls were speechless and rolled their eyes. They were more or less unwilling to be considered weak in front of others and not as good as Duanmu Xiaocha. Therefore, although they were resentful and shy, in the end, they each took out a tube of level 15 elixir and threw it to Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao angrily. In their hands. Ioyo, damn girl, be careful. This is a level 15 elixir. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. If this thing is placed outside, how much blood will it cause? It's just the three of you. You and son-in-law, you're on the same side. You don't take this kind of treasure seriously. If it were someone else, it would be priceless. TSK, that's great. Looks like this old man will soon become an almighty figure of the universe. If we knew that you three girls already had it, why would we be so anxious? Hee hee, but it's no wonder. Who would have known that you three had already hooked up with little friend Yi? The last sentence was said by Old Man Duanmu. In a moment of happiness, he accidentally let it slip. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the three girls were all glaring at him angrily. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and changed the topic. He gave Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Zhao a look, and the three of them shamelessly turned their heads away. Then, he looked at Yi Xian and continued to extort. This, son-in-law, the key is that you're not an outsider, so this old man has nothing to say. Look, the three of us are old. We only have one tube of level 15 elixir, so we might not be able to successfully break through. We're old. When the time comes, we'll be hanging in the middle. What if we don't carry it over? Something big will happen? Right. My son-in-law, you can even make a level 19 elixir. What's the big deal about level 15 and level 16 elixirs? Give us more. There are still some uncles at home. They're all your future relatives. That's exactly what I was thinking. The level 15 elixir can only help me break through to the universe state. It's not as good as these three girls. They should at least become Star Lords, right? If I have 1 or 2 tubes of level 16 elixir, I'll go back and cultivate in seclusion. I won't come out until I become a Star Lord. He's not even as strong as his own granddaughter. He's too ashamed to go out. Faced with this scene, the void was already dead silent. Chapter 4140. Even Yi Xian was amazed by how thick-skinned these three old fellows were. Yi Xian had done plenty of extortion and blackmail, but every time, he would take advantage of the situation. No matter how vicious the extortion was, at least on the surface, he could not do without a dignified reason and excuse. But these three old fellows were good. They directly skipped this part of the process. Just a moment ago, they were still arguing about whose grandson-in-law Yi Xian was. Now, before the key issue was settled, they actually joined forces and started extorting him in front of everyone. They were so righteous and did not hide anything. There was no one else like them. Fortunately, he still had a few vials of level 15 and level 16 liquid in his hands. After taking them out, he finally managed to coax the three old fellows into beaming with joy. For the time being, they were satisfied. hugging the vials of level 15 and level 16 liquid as if they were hugging a mountain of gold. They casually greeted Yixian. After saying that they would see each other again, they happily slipped away. Sorry, these three old fellows are too shameless. Yes or no, we promise that we will not bring them out in the future. Forget it, we should go back first. We have to go back and keep an eye on them. If they swallow the level 15 and level 16 liquid together, that will be troublesome. After the three old fellows slipped away, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru looked at Yixian awkwardly and apologetically. But before they could say anything, the purplish warbler suddenly thought of something and said one last sentence. The three girls' expressions changed, and they immediately turned around and left in a hurry. Yixian was stunned for a few seconds. Only then did black lines appear on his forehead. Don't say, these three old fellows are really capable of doing such a thing. The shameless extortion of the three old fellows was just an interlude, and it soon came to an end. However, after their commotion, the original atmosphere at the central domain leaders' table on the huge platform had changed. A group of immortal realm old monsters with different thoughts were thinking about how to regain the previous atmosphere and take advantage of this opportunity to talk to Yixian had a good chat about the matter of the level 20 liquid. Yixian had actually seen this point. Of course, he would not give them such an opportunity again. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape later. Just as he was about to get up and find an excuse to leave first and return to the Sky River Star, Yixian's heart suddenly moved. He reflexively looked to the right of the void, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He reached out and waved in that direction and said, "Come, come." In an instant, all the guests at the 1,000 tables on the huge platform were stunned. They subconsciously followed the direction of his wave and also looked to the right of the void. As for the guests who were originally in that direction, whether it was the starry sky powerhouses sitting cross-legged in the void of the universe, or the people of the Federation in the various battleships, after being slightly stunned, they all became excited in an instant. They remembered what had happened to the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Although it had now been proven that Yixian had actually had an affair with these three girls for a long time, at that time, Yixian had indeed casually waved his hand, and the three girls got up and left. In the end, they unexpectedly obtained an amazing opportunity and directly jumped from the cosmic light realm to the Star-Lord realm. This scene was the consensus of billions of people at that time, and the scene in front of them was so similar to the scene at that time. Could it be that another great opportunity was about to appear? Could it be that Star-Lord Yi had taken a fancy to another girl this time? At the thought of this, all the people who happened to be far to the right of the void suddenly stood up. It didn't matter if it was not a girl. Anyway, Star-Lord Yi did not directly say that he must have a girl. Regardless of the consequences, they should just go and get some benefits first. If Yixian knew that this group of people was actually thinking this at the moment, he would probably find a piece of tofu and kill himself on the spot. The reason why there was a look of surprise on his face, and the reason why he waved to the right of the void and said, "Come," was actually very simple. It was because at that moment, he clearly felt the aura of the devouring avatar. That was originally one of his avatars. Although with Yixian's current cultivation and strength, the mental connection between them would be severed if they were too far away. However, when they were within 100 million miles, the connection between the original body and the avatar could be restored instantly. Right now, he had this kind of feeling in his heart, which meant that the devouring avatar had already arrived. It had returned from the human race's 10 absolute celestial palaces territory to the technology dynasty territory and was rushing towards the Sky River sector. It was less than 100 million miles away from him. 100 million miles distance was a distance that Yixian, with his current cultivation and strength of the Sector Lord realm, could reach in the time it takes to eat a meal if he rushed at full speed. The devouring avatar's cultivation and strength were originally stronger than Yixian's. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that it was already at the universe gray by now. After all, he was a spirit avatar. The heavenly devouring avatar directly devoured all kinds of energy when cultivating, so it was naturally faster than Yixian. Under such circumstances, with his speed, he could reach it in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea at most. In the cosmic void to the right, a large number of extremely excited starry sky powerhouses, who thought that good fortune had arrived, quickly fell into an awkward situation after swarming out. This was because they realized that although Yi Xian was looking in their direction, his focus was clearly not on them. Not on them, but at the end of the void further behind them. Depressed, this group of people also turn around to look. Not long after, in the cosmic void ahead of them, a figure stepped on the void and came over. His clothes were as white as snow, and his appearance was exactly the same as Star-Lord Yi, who was on the huge platform outside the atmosphere of Sky River Planet. Seeing this figure appear, the expression of the immortal old monster Gong Huaji, who represented the human race's 10 absolute celestial palaces, changed slightly, but soon he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He naturally recognized who this person was at a glance. Wasn't this the invincible war god who had stirred up chaos in the territory of the cultivation camp controlled by the Tanju Heavenly Palace, but had been living very comfortably all this time? In fact, as this figure came closer and closer, not only him, but many people also recognized him. In an instant, exclamations resounded in this part of the void. This is the invincible war god? Star-Lord Ye's devouring avatar? One of the 7 peerless evildoers? That's right, it's the invincible war god who charged into the cultivation camp alone, stirring up chaos in the 10 absolute celestial palaces, but the more he fought, the braver he became. It said that at that time, he wasn't even a powerful figure of Qinquan. Who would have thought that now? He's already at the peak of Sector, Lord Level 9.